Welcome back, everyone. Gore, JMac, Smite 24/7 in a Conquest tournament. And this is a really good taste test for maybe what we're going to see in a couple of weeks. Of course, when like the whole road to Vegas starts to kick off and we start the open bracket qualifiers there. But realistically, right now, and JMac, this is what I've been most excited for, is the fact that we're like you had said earlier, like clean slate is a really good way to word it, not just player wise, but I feel like game wise it's what we've got a lot of. Style wise, what to expect. I know in the past we've seen quite a lot of kills in this region in some of those closed alpha tournaments, but who knows? We've got a full bracket today, and a lot to jump into, but very specifically a matchup that I think I'm excited to start with, which is Dashboardians and Ferris SOC run. A lot of familiar names in these two rosters,
Oh yeah.
which is something you had been talking about earlier. And so we get some players who, we've seen their skill level in the past. We know kind of more or less what to expect in that regard. But we get to see them in a whole new playground with a whole new set of toys to play with. And so this is going to be, I think, a very interesting, not only contested picks and bans, but also to see how they start, what items they're going. We haven't even touched on active items because that's something that, again, probably way easier to get into when we actually see them. It feels like there's so much to jump to and so much to talk about. And for now, I'll just talk about the bans here as we get into game for these two teams. Loki banned out, Bacchus banned out. And you had been talking about Jinwei being very high priority, locked in number one, but also not necessarily performing. So obviously there's not a whole lot around her just yet, but do you think that's like a fault of Jingwei's? Do you think it's like maybe some user error, or do you think that it's like the team that's been built around her hasn't been able to like flourish for her success so far?
I think the negatives of Jingwei right now has less so been on Jingwei's faulting and more so been as to what's been played around the Jingwei on the enemy team. Bacchus and Onher was kind of the go-to duo lane in yesterday's tournament for EMEA.
Mhm.
And while Jingwei has good safety, you think, oh man, that's two different knockups. You can use that agility, be able to get away. The amount of chase down potential and just sheer damage that Bacchus and Onher do in the early stages makes it almost impossible for a Jingwei to box up against them. And that's kind of the reason that we were seeing Bacchus heavily prioritized, because it doesn't matter what you pair with Bacchus. You have just an unbridled amount of aggression that you can have in that dual lane to make sure that this Jingwei never does get to the late game. So seeing that the Bacchus is banned away will give this Jingwei a little bit more kind of good faith in this lane to be able to get towards that late game. You combo that one with the Ymir. Now you have a lot of extra safety. You can block off a lot of different abilities, but you also do have to be careful in case something like an Onher is drafted, because you throw up a wall accidentally somewhere near your teammate, you now set up another potential impale target. But I like the adaptation of banning the Bacchus away. I think that is probably one of the top 3 gods in the game right now, and for my money, the best support in the game. Because you don't have to build damage on Bacchus. He does an insane amount of damage because he has protection scaling on his first and second ability, which means that you just build a lot of defense just like you would any other support, and you're fighting a carry and doing more damage than a carry is able to deal back with you almost instantaneously.
Oh, there's a lot that has been locked in since then that I'm really excited for. I think the Odin actually is really solid. Of course, Hades is going to be able to escape that one, his ult at least, pretty easily, but Jingwei, Ymir maybe having some issues. But I'm also really excited because while we've got a lot of returning names, I'm looking at you, Neath, and now the Ares that was just locked in at the very end for Dashboardians, which, by the way, still another Guardian or like tank character that comes in and does a little bit more damage than you're expecting. But Hecate is the one that has been catching my eye more and more and more and more and more, and it's just because there have been so many fun clips to watch, so many amazing plays, and in the right hands it really does feel like you can do a lot, because we've talked about like the ult pulling people to you, and we've seen a few people utilize the fact that you can then also teleport to them if you use it properly. So a lot of capabilities for like follow-up behind a Ymir, a Hades, and Jingwei, and a Thanatos. I don't know. I'm really excited to see what this team has to offer, if they can use the Hecate the way I envision in my mind, the way I want to see it, the imagination Hecate.
Yeah, there's just a lot of like mobility and repositioning more than anything on this team. The Hades having, if you go like a Staff of Mirrodin, you can have up to 3 different dashes. If you pop the Mirrodin, then dash, pop your ult and dash again. It gives you an insane amount of chase and being able to make sure that you are keeping up with the enemy no matter where they're going. Hecate has already mentioned with her ultimate, the Open the Gate, she can transport yourself, allies, and enemies. whichever direction of the portal it be. If you throw the portal towards your team, they can then use that portal to come back to you. You can use it to go to them. Enemies get, flip-flop back and forth depending on which way that they're in there. Thanatos having that global presence as well, being able to jump up into the sky and have the execute on landing. There's just so much mobility. It's crazy to say that like Jingwei might be one of the less mobile of them when it comes to that regard, but at the same time, like Jingwei also has a ton of mobility. It's really only the Ymir that's lacking mobility, and with the rocket jump that has come through with his wall now, it even gives him a small little a little bit of leverage when it comes to that mobility side. So when I'm looking at the Dashboardians team here, it's going to be a lot of figuring out who they're going to lock down, who is going to be your target to kill. And I think that their best option is going to be this the dual lane support at the very least, making sure that Ymir gets shut down and really trying to funnel into this Hecate. Try and bait out that open the gates early, because then all you need is just to get that cage ultimate consistently. I think if you slam a World Stone on this Odin, give him 20% CDR just on the ultimate alone, make that as often as possible to come up with. That way, if they do opt to go towards a Phantom Shell to try and break out of it, it's not going to get nearly as much value. You're going to maybe get 2 or 3 cages before it comes back up.
Well, we'll see if they can execute maybe on some of that strategy, try to shut down that Ymir. As we jump into game here, see how it all shakes out between these two teams. And again, J-Mac, this is something I'm really excited to watch. Again, you'll see a lot of familiar names here. The ones that stand out to me and the ones that I'm going to keep my eyes on early, and admittedly, this is just, I'm going to call it MOBA bias over a decade of watching these kinds of games. But I'm looking at Chinfu and Grave, right? I'm looking at the two that are going to be more than likely in the jungle, going for a lot of these ganks. Fenrir specifically, we had a rough experience with a couple of days ago while we were on stream. And so we know that God's capable of doing a lot and getting a lot done. It's just a question of how well they're going to work together. A lot of these players, and I'm going to look at XD001 there, because that is a God combo that we got to see a little bit in Smite 1 as far as players, but like, having the dash, a little bit more mobility, is that going to make it more deadly? Is that going to make it less deadly? Where the ult's going to line up? A lot of questions that are going to need to be answered. And this has been the other half, is watching, the fun of like new starts, invades like this. Can potentially even get a little bit more done just off the mark, though. Ferris taking a little bit of damage, had to pop an early health potion, which isn't necessarily great, but also going to lose out on the blue buff, which is a double kind of deficit to start off. And same thing happening over here. A little bit of damage. Chinfu forced to kind of watch as his own buff gets stripped away right from under him.
Yeah, we see already active-wise, I think this is the perfect time to start kind of talk about the early game to really see what the mindset is. I'm not going to call it a throw because it's very early in the game. Anything can really happen. But I feel that, like, by and far the best support active item to go is that Sundering Arc. You see it on Dashboard, you don't see it on Goop. Thankfully for him, having the blink gets him out of danger for now, but you are now lacking that immediate secure around Fire Giant, around Gold Fury, and even just what Dashboard was able to do, walk up to the enemy speed buff and just steal the camp away from them. You can't out-secure that level of damage this early in the game.
Oh, yeah, no, sometimes it's just that easy for you. I don't know if Dashboard needed to get the last hit. Mando probably could have stepped up to get the kill, but it doesn't matter. It's first blood Dashboardians, and it's in that duel. I mean, you had already mentioned the pressure, forcing a combat blink, and now Chinfu trying to get something rolling for his team, having been invaded, uses that blink. And that's something that is kind of interesting. Overall, I feel like we've seen a little bit of unity in terms of maybe like some of these relic choices, but double Aegis over on the side of Dashboardians just to try and deal with a lot of the damage that's going to come through. But the 4 combat blinks on Ferris SOC run isn't necessarily as common as what we've seen, especially with, as you mentioned, the introduction of your Sunders with beads being available for some of these. So it really is maybe an aggressive sort of style of play for Ferris SOC round.
The executes, the Aegises are strictly because of the execute on the Thanatos. This is the unfortunate part of Goop, is by going for this combat blink, that is a 4-minute cooldown that you can still be abused in between that time frame. So now it's still just going to be a victim to potential pull from something like an Ares ultimate a little bit later down the road, unless he gets his ult in time. But the Aegises are not super common on the side of Dashboardians for those actives. We've mostly been seeing it as Beads, Blink, and the Sundering Arc.
Yeah.
But the Aegis is really just to answer the Thanatos. You don't want to get executed. That's the only guaranteed way that you can really keep yourself alive during all of that one. But Blink has just become by and far the #1 go-to relic if you are not support, because it's just an easy thing to use. Just, oh man, I'm about to get ganked. What if I just combat Blink to my tower? Oh, I got pulled in by an Ares and I don't have my beads. Don't worry, I'll just blink away from them.
Well, stun right now from Grave is good. The tower, though, doing a lot of damage. You gotta be careful in moments like that. In fact, you might need to be careful still. Thanatos coming around. Shinfu with a good silence. The minions favoring Dashboardians right now makes it very difficult to weave those attacks in there. Instead, they still have the pressure. They still get to push up a little bit, and you have even more of a rotation coming through. Kukulkan, little bit of tornado damage on the back. Isn't enough just yet to get anything done. You leave the Hecate out in the middle of nowhere. You go for a blue buff invade as it comes off cooldown. Grave is playing a dangerous game, but a good leap over the wall. It should be enough to disengage. That should. There's a little asterisk. And yeah, Thanatos is going to pull off. And they're going to go ahead and cancel this. Unfortunately, JMac, it hasn't gotten any easier over on the left-hand side of the map, as it has just been Goop and, of course, Solid Snake getting absolutely pressured out. And that was something I was going to mention. You know, we talked a little bit about Goop picking up the combat blink. Ymir has that little bit of a push knock-up right on his wall. But when you're level 2 and you only have your freeze and your carpet, you don't really have a whole lot to do, and you can't utilize that little bit of movement. But it's still some movement that you would have otherwise. And unfortunately, ooh, double blink, but Ferris still stunned out tower, doing some damage. Minions not going to get the job done here, and Grave lurking in the water. Thanatos comes down into the back. Grave gets one, and now they're trying to turn it around, but it's going to result in 2 overall, a 4-0 lead now for Dashboardians.
What a great bait there by Rundish. Just low HP, dangling forward, say, come on, Ferris, come forward. You want to get out of that tier 1 tower, right? Like, I'm such a low HP and Shinfu's here. And then Rundish is able to bait them in. Grave has great CC and damage on the Fenrir to turn that one back around, and gets the pickup on the Ragnarok at the tail end of it, just to make sure to keep Rundish alive. A great little 2-0 on the right side of the map for Dashboardians. You're already starting to see this balloon out of control gold-wise between the two teams, and that's because of those gold bounty camps on the left and right side of the map. Those camps hold so much value. I'll wait to see if Mando's able to make it out of here. Should be fine. No follow-up damage immediately after there, but those 2 gold bounty camps, as the game goes later, you get more and more value from those camps. But even in this early game, you're still picking up. If you can solo that camp, that's 100 gold in your pocket, and then the next spawn, 120 gold, and then 150 gold, and eventually you're getting 250 just by grabbing those camps. And if you're able to grab both of those consistently, every few minutes you're bumping up your gold lead uncontested by 200, 400, 500 gold. And it's just a quick way to start snowballing for your team.
Speaking of snowball and the damage, they have good Hecate ult, but you might have just brought him in. Goes into the Ares, pull with the ult, and gets the kill onto Chinfu. Unfortunately, there was no escaping there. You gotta admire Hecate trying to get something done. And it's just unfortunate because it feels like this is the state of the game for the blue team right now. You can't get a lot done. Solid Snake picked up and dragged back to their own demise. And it has just been a rolling kind of duo right now, right? It's wherever Grave goes, you've got that little bit of push, that punch that the Fenrir has been providing. And at 3-0-1, especially 2-0-2 for Dashboard, you're looking pretty solid as a duo. Add in an Odin to the mix, and suddenly you're maybe not feeling as safe in the mid lane, even if the tower is standing, even if the tower gets some damage back. And suddenly you're looking at a deficit, 7 kills to 0. And we're starting to talk 6,000 gold.
Tier 1 tower on left side completely knocked down. Tier 1 in mid under a bit of threat from Dashboardian damage, but it should be fine for the time being. You really need to commit a couple of bodies there if you want to try and drop down this mid tower. But it's just these gold bounties and these kills, 7-0, and then what they're getting after the kills. Again, I'm not going to say that going Blink was the wrong decision for the Ymir. I think it is a solid initiation tool for Ymir. But an era where Sundering Arc is only a 100-second cooldown, and you can do essentially, once you hit that level 10 mark, start doing 1,000 damage to camps and just start stealing these away for free, you're kind of giving up pressure in one portion of the map compared to another. Like these Gold Furies, nobody on the side of Fairy's SOC run is going to be able to contest those.
Well, right now, Mando is getting chased by Solid Snake and Goop. But it's that weird balance, and you can kind of see it in Solid Snake's health bar. That's a 3-level deficit. That's a item deficit. I mean, you know, you're talking about tier 3 built up, already stacking in a Transcendence versus still trying to get things online for the Jingwei. And so that deficit causing a little pain and causing more pain elsewhere on the map. If we're talking about hurting them where it hurts, which right now it is in the coffers. It's all in the gold, and now with the Fury going down towards Dashboardians, they extend the lead even further. Unfortunately for Ferris, you can't get anything done, and you're lucky that now that you're walking out of there with your life. Unfortunately, your mid laner is not as lucky, and it just feels like pressure is all around right now. Odin in danger though. Grave looking to put one on the board. First time for the team. Can he get it? One more auto, and they have it. Ferris with a little bit of help finally gets one for Ferris SOC run.
Yeah, sticking around a little too long did Runda. Saw the super low HP Hades thinking, okay, once my minion wave is there, I can jump into the tower, but ends up being his demise, and now Grave able to jump away. Should be fine. Even with a good wall from Goop, mobility is high on the Fenrir, and actually uses the Aegis to stay alive a little bit longer, but the tower not going to be safe enough. Now it's up to the follow-up of Dashboardians.
And they've got at least enough damage to get rid of Chinfu. There's going to be that knockup you see from the Ymir. A little bit more distance gained. And unfortunately, another freeze miss, which is going to cause some trouble, especially here, as Goop gets pulled back by the Ares ult. You need a little bit more damage. Has the combat blink and uses that to disengage. Wall, good to create some more space. And you've got a little bit of help from a Hecate, who's going to pull with the ult. A nice little swapsy-doo. And it's going to stall Dashboardians enough for Goop to get away. Now, getting out alive, still up for debate. But getting away, we can finally confirm. And it looks like safe as Dashboardians finally pull away. And J-Mac, you have to talk about this. The fact that they get aggressive, Ferris SOC run, get a couple of kills. Maybe it doesn't make the gold look immensely better. And again, the kill count doesn't necessarily look as much in their favor. But the important thing that I'm seeing is the fact that they're able to fight still. If you get a little too overzealous as Dashboardians, you're gonna pay for it.
It is a bit of a confidence boost as well, you know, when you're getting beaten down for almost 8-9 uncontested minutes and you're finally able to get a little bit of aggression back your way, get a couple of kills that go your direction. It gets you a little feeling like, hey, we're not completely out of this. Like, it may look a little gloomy, but it's not all doom just right now. So, Ferris SOC, even though they are still down about that 7, nearly 8,000 gold at this point, they've got a little bit of fight. You can't be trying to go for these greedy plays if you're Dashboardians under these tier 1 towers. A good use of the combat blink defensively. And that's one thing I was going to bring up earlier was why we're seeing so many combat blinks, even on gods that are like your carries or your junglers, is it's more often used as a great defensive option. Unless you can just go for plays like this.
Now, honestly, yeah, I'm worried. Well, now with the Thanatos, maybe I'm a little less worried. Grave finally being put down in terms of damage, and Chinfu picks up another. Now you're in a dangerous spot yourself, although maybe you're just pulling them in to their own demise. Dashboardians keep marching in. They're looking for some kills, but instead, they're fighting 1v3. They're causing themselves a whole mess of trouble. Odin Cage locks down one, though, and this seems to be the turnaround they had wanted. They lose 2, pick up 1. Not the gains they would have liked, but still gains nonetheless. Capturing the Warhorn, something we haven't talked a whole ton about, and maybe something we can talk about in a little bit. But now I'm kind of curious as to what these teams are going to do on the map, especially with some skirmishing still going on. Maybe a little pressure in mid to go for the tower.
You can see Amanda's already rotated over there, and one thing that you'll notice, at least as far as builds are concerned, Gore, this is a very popular build that we've been seeing out of some of these gods, especially Cuckoo and Neith, who can really utilize it well. Book of Thoth plus Transcendence. They're both back from Smite 1 here into Smite 2, but for Kukulkan, more importantly, like, sure, this god has no strength scaling in his kit whatsoever, except for basic attacks across the board, except for one god in particular where it's 100% strength at 20% intelligence scaling. Cuckoo is strictly int-based. You want to get as much intelligence online as possible so your abilities go absolutely crazy. But Transcendence and Book of Thoth essentially do the same thing, but for strength and int, and just allows him to get so much extra damage from his passive that it just makes the slight int drop-off worth it, because you just get so much extra mana to really double dip into both passives and his own kit passive.
And realistically, and this is something that has just been beautiful, and unfortunately we might be watching actually Hecate with beautiful play to force Dashboard away. And it might cost Mando their life on the other side as well. Finally, that one's a big shutdown. 114. Maybe the KD doesn't show it, but we were talking about the items, and it's a perfect time to zoom in on it. Because one of the biggest changes that we have coming into Smite 2 is this ability to get, I mean, you had mentioned both Book of Thoth coming in and Transcendence. Yes, they're back, but being able to buy both of them on someone who would be perceived as, you know, a more magical damage character and a physical damage character, having that extra mana, especially for someone like Cuckoo, who, as you mentioned with his passive, benefits from it. That just feels really good to change up how you're building. And admittedly, for Ferris SOC run, maybe have to change up how you play against this Kukulkan. Khan.
I mean, I've been seeing Kukulkan builds that are hitting upwards of 800, 900. Even at one point, I saw one that was getting towards 1,000 intelligence in the build, which is an absurd number to be able to reach. Now, that came with some caveats. It did have an Ares next to him, which means that we could see it from dashboard to get the assistance there between Ares passive and as well being able to provide that from his second ability. So we'll be seeing some pretty high numbers here. But on this Fury, there's just not a whole lot that can be done to steal this away, just because there's Sunder on the side of Dashboardians.
Yeah, and Mando, and you know, we talked about it a little bit, but being able to have a lot of damage on your abilities as needs makes it a lot better. And there's a Kukulkan turning some damage around, but also getting shut down. Great kill, great target for Ferris SOC run, and they're still looking for a little more. It's just trying to find the isolated. A lot of people have already backed. Odin's on the other side of the world right now, and you're losing health yourself. So Solid Snake has to fall back. The rest of the team has to fall back. One kill, but at the price of a Gold Fury. Dashboardians are more than happy to trade that out, unfortunately for their Kukulkan. But when I look down at his build and I see how well they're doing in terms of the money they've earned, I don't think he's that upset.
Runda's able to get a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side. Dashboardians continue to push this lead. Even though fights aren't going overwhelmingly in their favor, it's because of these awkward number fights that they're taking, where they're going in trying to do a bunch of random 1v1s or 2v1s, or I should say 1v2s in their instance. If they just group up as 5, there's not a whole lot that Ferry's SOC run can really do to the 5-stack Dashboardians.
Yeah, and unfortunately, or fortunately, they've been finding them in lesser numbers. Right now, it's unfortunate that they're not. They're finding a 3-man roaming just death squad looking for a lot. 1v1 on one side. Combat Blink used by Solid Snake might be able to even join in on this fight. Might just run away as we see the Kukulkan ult, the Tornado. 2 kills picked up pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and add another one to that on this side of the map. 4 are dead and the Jingwei left standing. Watch as the team falls down. But J-Mac, when no one's available, Fire Giant calls you. It beckons to the Dashboardians, begs them to come into the FG pit and get the job done.
Thunderdark, I believe, should be available for Dash, but I don't think he used it at that Fury. May not have even needed to use it there since nobody was around to even try and contest that one. With a 13,000 gold lead and climbing, Dashboardians, again, it's what I was mentioning before all of that broke out, was if they just group up as 4 or 5, just start barrel stuffing any single lane, there's not a whole lot that Ferry's SSC run can really do to fight back into it. You need a really solid Hecate ultimate in these fights. I think that Airbuzz has been doing a really good job of utilizing that ultimate. Some of the better Hecate ults that we've seen at some of the earlier stages from, I'm not going to say not top level players, but from players that aren't, you know, like the Pauls of the world, has been really been doing a good job on this Hecate. It's just unfortunate for Airbuzz that they're so far behind team-wide, or team-wise. They're just not really able to get the damage that they need to fight back in here. That's why it's been good for Ferry's SOC to take these 2v1s, these 3v1 pick fights that they're able to. But it's once you get down to the full team fight, when you're sitting, you know, when you're down 5, maybe 6,000 gold going into fights like these, you're usually down like maybe a tier 2 to a tier 3 item equivalency. But when you're sitting at 12, 13,000, now you're down an entire full item usually compared to your opposition. I mean, if you just look at least between Fairies and Rundus, that's one full item that's separating the two of them. If you look between the mid laners, I mean, XD001 is already got 4 full items online and working towards another. Meanwhile, Airbuzz only has 2 and is still trying to build.
I mean, like sharks in the water, they just circled that Jingwei and there was no escape to go for. And unfortunately now the rest of the team has been brought in. They do have some tower, at least to deal some damage, maybe to ward them off. It doesn't seem to be helping as much as you would hope. They've already lost 2. Add another 2 more onto that. 4 kills, 21 total for Dashboardians. Clean play, and now they're starting to push down the towers. Chinfu versus the world for 15 full seconds. Not going to be able to defend the tier 2 in mid. Probably not defending this Phoenix on the left side either. Damage gets done. Mando doing their best to try and knock it down. Should be some pressure in mid coming up as well, but you're going to have some respawns coming in. Solid Snake now back on the board. Goop, Airbuzz, Ferris, all back. Gonna stop it from being a Titan push, but they are holding on now as they are going to face a whole litany of problems, both in left and mid lane, losing those Phoenixes.
Smart call for Dashboardians to also head towards the Gold Fury. Changes that have come to the Gold Fury from Smite 1 to Smite 2. Well, there's no Primal Fury, there's no, any Oni Fury or anything like that. It's just Gold Fury. At least for its first 3 spawns. And then after the Gold Fury is killed a 3rd time, the Ancient Fury begins to spawn. And the Ancient Fury is the one that every team wants to go for. Especially if you're the team playing on the offense, you want that Ancient Fury, because what it does is, for a duration, it disables all structures on the enemy side of the map. Your towers, your Phoenixes, they don't get a fight back. So it allows you to keep making aggressive plays. If you were maybe hesitant on going for a dive, well, fear not anymore. Now you can just walk right in and start fighting them under their Phoenix or under their tower, and allows you to make much more aggressive plays. Rendus is making one that I'm not the biggest fan of, but he's unfortunately somehow still getting away with it.
The Odin Cage locking in his pursuers, making sure that they can't continue that follow-up. And now buying time for Dashboard. And again, kind of dangling the bait just enough in front of Ferris SOC run that they haven't packed up. Now they finally are. But that awkward area where you might have overstayed your welcome if you had decided to stand there just a few more seconds, 30 more seconds, as a collapse could have happened. Shinfu as well, actually, in an awkward spot. And shouldn't be too worried. You shouldn't have too much to stress about, because the team is hunting around the tier 2. The team is hunting on the right side of the map, where there are still objectives and still structures to try and knock down, especially when they want this pressure specifically for the next Fire Giant, right? That's what they're building up for if you're Dashboardians. It's just trying to find where you can exude that pressure and kind of flex on Ferris SOC's run to maybe open things up. But JMag, they've given us a moment. They're going to knock down this tower, get a little bit of extra gold. The deficit in what we're seeing, items, we've talked a little bit about them, but I just now, I see the Mirrodin and Arado Tahuti for the Neath. You're seeing just absolutely crazy amounts of damage between her and the Kukulkan. Khan. Right side Phoenix goes down, and they might not even want this last Fire Giant. They've already got 1 kill, and they're going to be looking for a little bit more as they go into the base. The Titan is going to try to fight back, but you're losing the gods standing around you. Dashboardians are looking to get the work done, and it is just one after another in terms of kills. They're dragging it out. They're going to the fountain. They're dealing their damage, but they are killing this Titan as well, and they are looking for game 1 win and to move forward in the bracket.
A nice attempt there by Fairies to try and hold out at the very end, use the ultimate, dashes forward, grabs 3 or 4 to really divert the attention away from Titan, but there's just too many bodies and the lead is just too staggering at that point. When we're sieging that final Phoenix Gormizer, it is a 20,000 gold lead for Dashboardians. We are talking 2 full entire items up on almost every single member across the board. You were mentioning Mando getting that in Bearden, getting that Rada Tahuti. Look at the opposite end for Solid Snake on the Jingwei. Only 3 full items and a couple of tier 1s towards their next item. They were so far behind in damage that they couldn't hope to compete with what Mando was able to do. And it doesn't matter how much crit that you have on this Jingwei, you just don't have damage to fight the sustain and the absolute raw power that Mando has on that Neath. XD001 as well, a couple full items up over Airbuzz, who was not able to finish out that 4th item of theirs. This just came down to map control fell out of the hands entirely of Fairy's SOC run. Dashboardians with this Sunder on the Ares. Dashboard making sure to get those early invades, securing these objectives, and making sure, most importantly, when you want that extra bit of lead, to get those gold bounty camps on the left and right side of the map is the most crucial part of getting this level of snowball.
And that's something, we talked about it, I want to say maybe passively, but like looking at the Odin Hades lane matchup, and more specifically Rundus and how well Rundus was controlling it overall. I mean, every Warhorn and like you said, every gold camp, it felt like was going towards Dashboardians, and slowly that's stacking up, right? You've got the minions pushing a little better. You're getting the gold, as you have already talked about. So like you really are just cracking it open. And that's just the one side of the map. That doesn't even include the dominance on the other side of the map, which, like you said, really kind of started to pile on. So it goes to show that the side lanes like have a massive impact. In fact, Rundus for a while he didn't even rotate, but he had a huge impact on the rest of the team despite that. And so we get to see a whole lot of good from them. And of course, as we mentioned, that means Dashboardians move forward. They're going to be playing Sunday Slayers, which was another team that I was keeping my eye on. And that one's going to be, I guarantee, a fun matchup. And of course, JMac, I'm just watching their little area of bracket right now. That also means they're near Cowabunga. That also means that depending on who wins that next one, they may have to go against Cowabunga. Cowabunga is going to be going up against Goon Squad, who I'm excited to see, again, how that one's going to shake out. Cowabunga has just been the talk of the town for the victories they have in the past. But seeing what a lot of these are going to have, especially looking down towards the bottom team, but with 5Ms, there's still a lot of really big names on this board. Still a lot of teams that are competing and a lot of teams that are going to be putting their best foot forward to see if they can get to those finals.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe in our previous Alpha tournament, it was Cowabunga and Dashboardians for our finals matchup. So seeing that one
That sounds
a
right.
little bit earlier in the bracket now means we're not going to maybe have that big potential battle a little bit later. But that is kind of the nature of these random seed tournaments, is that there's no weight from your previous performances. It is just
Mhm.
everybody signs up, you're given a random number, that's your seed. Good luck in the bracket. So we might see some of these big, heavy hitting matchups a little bit earlier in the bracket. And sometimes you might just have some of those biggest hitters all stacked to one side, and maybe you get to some of the later matchups and it's maybe not quite as favorable.
I will say I did see team with 5Ms, Cowabunga, Dashboardians, especially since we just watched them. They are all on the lower half of the bracket, which means
Yeah.
they're going to meet up sometime, assuming they can keep making it through. The question is just going to be maybe when, if they do. But for now, well, we let them get themselves set up for round two, and of course, let ourselves get up set up for round two. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and then when we get back, it's more Smite 2.
Dip your brush in your soul. Color the way you want. Check them off, in the say that. 1 and 2, keep connecting your soul. Present it to the world, yeah. I can't start writing, I know it's coming. I need inspiration. 지난번만의 밤이라도 저 바라바라 웃지 마. 쉽게 돌아오지 않던 color. Says that I suffer lately. Open your heart to see it. Shout, she guarded this playground of your own. 하나, 둘, 셋, 내 맘에 색을 찾아. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, silent. 1 and 2, dip your brush in your soul. Color the way you want. 하나, 둘, 잘, 내 멈추지는 마. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 1 and 2, keep connecting your soul. Share the gift of yours, yours. 내 속의 anxiety through the piece of who you are. 내 속의 contentment and create who you are. Tapestry of life, let go. let him get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해줘. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day that brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on and on, yeah. Detour 한 길 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날 그랬었길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날 언어의 문자 사탕 같은 말 숨길 수 없는 payday 고소한 coffee yes could go on and on collect them all but I don't care what they say I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want oh baby say it and make it a day that brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want oh baby it's alright to be right goes on and on and on yeah 사라질까 두려워 fight for it to make it stay just fine yeah yeah I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want oh baby say it and make it a day that brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want oh baby it's alright to be right goes on and on and on yeah
Welcome back, everyone, here to the SMITE 2 24/7. I'm going to call it celebration tournament that is going on for North America. Gormizer, J-Mac, I'm still excited to see what we have to offer and what these teams are going to be bringing. And of course, as we already mentioned earlier, maybe you need to get your Founders Edition, make sure that you can get in on SMITE 2. Maybe you need something that could just make the game look as pretty as physically possible as well. And in that case, I've got really, really, really good news for you. You can get not only a PC that can run it and make it look really good, but also a PC that on its own looks really good. That's right. We've partnered with Starforge Systems. You can go to starforgesystems.com/product/smite to pick up your own customizable Smite PC. You can get just the case, or you can get it pre-built inside with a lot of, again, fantastic components. Starforge make the best PCs in the universe, and they even have one that's Smite branded. Every time I walk past the one that we have on the studio stage in office, I'm a little jealous, and I start to weigh what I can do to maybe make one my own, which I guess the real answer is I could go to starforgesystems.com/product/smite and buy one myself, stack it up here. They're just beautiful, beautiful PCs, and they work wonderfully. So if you have got a Founders Edition and you're in on this 24/7 closed alpha right now, then you could also go get a PC, again, to make it look as beautiful as possible. And J-Mac, speaking of beautiful as possible, not just the dog that's right next to me, but
You?
also
Oh,
the gameplay. Oh yeah, sure, me. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh no. The gameplay I think that we've been able to see, and the way these teams have adapted so much since the first time we saw this game played competitively. And what we just saw, I mean, map control brings up a whole lot. And now the question is just who's going to be up against who, and where are these teams going to be going? Now I know the bakery still waiting the winner of Relinquished and Degens in round 1, but everybody else has their round 2 match, this round of 16 that we're in, as we whittle away half the teams that had signed up. And there's still, as we were kind of touching on at the very end, still a lot of teams available. And more specifically, one that I need to continue doing well, just because Trelly said he doesn't want to say their name, and that's Skibbity Riz. I need them to continue to do well. I need them to keep going, just because I need to hear Trelly reluctantly, maybe a little dead inside, saying their name.
I think it was. Oh, which one was it? It was Skibbity Riz and Goon Squad were
Yeah.
names that were just like, I don't want to say that. I'm like,
And look at that.
you
Me and
probably have to.
J-Mac, no shame whatsoever.
Look, dude, I will say that as a commentator who's been commentating at like essentially all levels of play throughout Smite 1's history, the absolute lowest end, even during some of the collegiate stuff, the SOC, the SCC, the SPL, you see teams and names that you just go, how did this ever pass a check? Oh, well, I guess I'm just going to have to say it on broadcast, but I'm only going to say it once, and it's the only time you'll get it from me in some instances. But no, as far as some of the other big hitting teams out here, we kind of talked on it earlier. Cowabunga is like the team to beat right now based off their performance in previous tournaments. Team with 5 M's, who I believe might be our next team that's going to be coming up here, is also one to look out for. Cyclone Spin, PBM, Benny Q, Scream, and Cherio going to all be battling up against each other. And their team that they're fighting up against, Name and Progress, not the shining stars comparatively as far as names go. It's a little bit of the lesser known names, maybe some players that have been in the SOC, or just even some players that are just kind of forming a team saying, hey, there's nothing to lose and no harm in going to try to go for a shot with this player's a Hostile Puppy, Professionally Sue, Kaidon, Party Person, and our Catless. Going to be trying to fight up against them, and this is going to be a tall task for this team to fight up against team with 5 M's.
Yeah, I love the I want to say like the balance, or at least like when you look at the two names, right? When it's just like Name in Progress and team but with 5 M's, where it's just like first off, yes, the 5 M's thing is a playoff Scream's name, and I get it. But also I like the idea that it's like, well, this one's just like this, they're like a team. And then this one's like Name in Progress. It feels like they the creativity is maybe where I'm pointing my eyes, but it is fun. And of course, I'm excited to see what these two teams have to offer. Loki gets banned, Bacchus gets banned, same as last time. What we saw then was a Jingwei lock-in. So the question is whether or not there will still be a Jingwei lock-in, or if they're going to change things up. And it seems like teams but with 5 M's are going to favor something, and maybe if I'm remembering correctly, that has favored the guy with 5 M's pretty well in the past. Fenrir locked in up at the very top.
Yeah, Fenrir did really well in our previous game, just able to get off to a really strong early lead, so no surprise seeing that be the pickup. I think that Susano is a surprising one to me, because it feels like while Susano is really good and can run games, he feels like he's the lowest of the junglers right now whenever it comes down to kind of priority. Thanatos has kind of been that next one up, and Susano doesn't have the best answers for Fenrir. Sure, you can break the Brutalize by teleporting away with your, by throwing out that third ability. You can't pull him out of Brutalize, though, with that second one, which is kind of the big immediate one that you kind of want to look towards there. So I'm going to keep my eyes on this Fenrir-Susano matchup there. The Jingwei as well. I think this is very heavily dependent on what gets drafted by a team with 5 M's to answer back to it. Again, Jingwei herself, not a bad character, does absolutely fine. I see no problems with the god. It's just all dependent on what your immediate matchup is do you get time to ramp up to that late game state?
I'm excited to see maybe not just the late game state, although like you said, if we see a lot of pressure on a Jingwei, maybe that late game state doesn't show up. But also and I said this in game 1, admittedly didn't turn out as well as I had wanted, whoopsies. The Hecate lock-in, something that is always incredibly exciting for me. But knowing that Susano, who has like a little bit more of a propensity to stick to gods, maybe causes a little more trouble there in mid. You got a Neath now, that World Weaver. A lot of the damage that we saw early on in that last game as well comes from that Neath. And as you build up the items like a Transcendence, items like a Book of Thoth, if that's the route they decide to go, suddenly you're not necessarily one-shotting people, but you hit them with an ult to a third, or take down a third or half of their HP, and suddenly your team has a much easier job ahead of them just to jump in and try to get the rest done.
My biggest worry for Name in Progress right now with their draft is every single one of these gods just gets hard shut down by Ares. Susanoo loses out on the ability to use 2 of his primary escapes. Jingwei doesn't get to use her agility. Neith doesn't get backflip. Hades can't dash in as long as one of those chains are connected by this Ares. Thankfully for them, he can only connect 3 chains onto 3 different targets at the time, so at least one of them will be safe. But also, there's a couple of gods with a lack of CC immunity in their own ultimates or in their kit to some degree. So purification beads might be an option here for the Susanoo or the Neith to try and escape from this Ares. But it's even still a bit dangerous to draft these kinds of gods into Ares. And if this is PBM, Polar Bear Mike, who's going to be drafting up this Ares for himself, that is a player who has had quite a bit of time on this god and has quite a bit of practice with it. So it's going to be a tough matchup for Name and Progress. What seems to be left is going to be the support. With Bacchus already gone, I don't think Athena would be the viable option here, because again, you then get your initiation or your escape shut down by Ares, which really kind of just leaves Ymir, which is an okay matchup. You can stop the fire. You can maybe, if you time it right, stop a second or third chain from popping out, but it's not a great matchup. Man, look, if you're comfortable on Athena, I understand it. At the end of the day, sometimes picking the meta isn't always the way to go. Sometimes you just want to pick what you're really good at. But this entire team is just going to get ran at by an Ares. All it takes is one chain to shut down anything that every single one of these members of Name and Progress wants to do. It is going to be tough. You want to do everything you can to fight away from the Ares, around the Ares, but you also have to be careful not to just outright ignore the Ares so you don't get pulled in by an ultimate or stuck with a couple of chains here. This Name and Progress team is going to be very dependent on how they play around PBM on this Ares pick, because from what I'm seeing right now, this is not going to be a fun matchup for Name and Progress.
We also get a good look at Chalk and Kernos, who we don't get to see a ton of, but as you kind of mentioned, the deeper in the pocket you go for some of these, right? When Jingwei and Neith are already picked up, you got to go somewhere else. You get the Kernos, you had mentioned the Athena, and if played well around the Ares, I'm going to put that asterisk just as you had said, if played well around the Ares, I could see a lot of very devastating like taunt into damage combos coming out from Name and Progress. If they don't play well around the Ares, we'll probably be having a different conversation in just a few minutes, but it's all going to be up to, again, the play on field. But it's also fun to see the Chalk getting locked in, because one thing that we, can talk about, and there's lifesteal, and, you can see that a little bit with Fenrir and maybe some itemization later into the game, healing that you're going to have, like even on Hades, but like having someone very similar to, I guess, like the Odin that we saw in game 1, but instead of a shield, being able to just heal all that damage back and potentially pull them into scenarios where it's like, hey, we've got the upper hand. Oh god, he's full health again. What do we do? I think that's going to cause a little bit of trouble for him. We'll see if they can adapt to it, though, as we jump into the game here and now. Team with 5Ms on the left-hand side of the screen. Name in Progress. Locking in the right side, top side of the mini-map as well. And the other half of this conversation, and J-Mac, I want to talk about starters, but I'm going to talk about it after this potential invade era that we have, because it is so simple to just walk into the jungle and maybe pluck what you want away from them. I'll also mention the relics, and this is something, again, maybe kind of opening the floor for you. Choose which one you want, starters, relics, things like that. But I see 4 pairs of beads. I do see Sunder on both sides, so a lot of options overall, and it doesn't seem, I'm looking at you, Soup, that anybody's going to be getting too aggressive on their invade, but Soup might have some very different ideas for what the Athena is going to accomplish.
I think we're just kind of seeing Soup sit around, see if they're able to steal this speed buff. But as long as PBM has eyes on what's going on, that invade's not going to be able to happen. In fact, PBM might go for an invade, but should recognize that there is a Sundering arc on this Athena. So anywhere that Mike goes, it is just going to have to be dependent on, do they know their numbers better than the Athena, or just go where the Athena's not, walk up and steal a purple buff. Actually, do see Mike able to get a successful steal on one side, but unsuccessful for Soup on stealing purple, so instead might just go for a speed buff of their own, grab that Pathfinder, get a little bit for themselves. I think they may have even mistimed their Sundering arc or got there a little bit too late to try and steal that one away from Cyclone Spin. So a nice early start for PBM on the Ares. You can already see what he's starting to do with this god. Walk around the jungle, grab speed buffs, grab purple buffs, grab any of this jungle farm that you're able to, just to get those extra levels and get those chains online as early as possible, because every single god on this map for the name and progress is going to struggle into that matchup.
And that's going to be, I think, the struggle they see all around is what PBM is going to be doing just in terms of rotation, in terms of pressure being applied. You know, you can look over into solo lane. I feel like Cheerio is just kind of on a god that is going to hold their own. Same thing can be said for the other side, but I think duo lane is in a little bit of danger the more aggressive they get. And you can see Mike, admittedly, when you just fired your chains from over here, they kind of know you're in the grass, but still utilizing the grass to hide in. Just for a little extra shots, a little bit of extra damage. And more so, setting them up, and JMac, we've already seen it on the right side, or I should say the left side, but the right side of the left side lane, which is getting extra damage. Now a leap in from Scream.
Oh, with 5 M's.
Doesn't seem like they're gonna, oh yeah, but with 5 M's. Very, very, very important. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't necessarily lead to anything. So first blood still kind of being dangled out there by both these teams, though not for lack of trying.
Yeah, Teambo with 5 M's for a time. I'm just going to start calling them Team.
Team.
To shorten things out, it feels like it's probably going to take the same amount of times, but it sounds a little bit sillier. They're going to want to play on the offensive. They got a great team comp to really play this early game offensively is what I would say, but right now Scream's losing this trade.
Yeah, has to fall back. You've got a lot of people looking to collapse in on you. Luckily, there's no World Weaver just yet. And so you're in a good spot to back away. But 3 people right now in mid, just hanging around, getting a little bit of extra pressure. They finally back away. And it goes to show, like, again, what we saw the Fenrir doing just a little bit ago in that last game. That amount of damage only came from such a massive lead. And while they have been able to pick up a little extra gold compared to name and progress, Team But with 5 M's do not have that same level of comfort just yet. They do have the Warhorn on their side, though. And again, that was, in my mind, maybe half of the equation for pushing. Of course, we see now it's pretty easy to take care of the minions if you are still committed to it. But it could be dangerous if that solo lane gets to be too dominated by Cheerio or by Arc Atlas. There's a lot that can go wrong for either team, assuming that right-hand side of the map has a dominating presence.
Yeah, this Chalk has a lot of, I'm not going to call it carry potential, but just a lot of threat on map. I think the biggest thing that we're going to see coupling along with this Ares is going to be threat on purification beads, because there are 4 of them and only 2 gods that don't have any kind of innate CC immunity with themselves. Those characters are going to be severe careful with their beads. Unfortunately for Stoop, or maybe fortunately for now, the taunt to keep it going needs one ability just to get away, though.
And now look at this. I mean, encircling, one goes for the jungle buff. I admire walking back in, but I don't know if that went the way you wanted it to. First blood, Team But with 5 M's, and now a full, more pressed invade as they get to step in and start stripping away these jungle buffs wherever they want. You've got pressure on the tier 1 and left now. Still going for an invade right now is Scream. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. But with the ult available, doesn't seem like too much is going to be on the line. Cheerio should have enough healing to deal with this aggressive gank. Still has to play dangerously, play carefully. It could be an ult from Arc Atlas here in a second, but it's just going to be a little bit of damage. Forces the Blink Rune. Maybe even a little bit of a dive. You get the pull back. Is the tower going to be enough? No, it's going to be a party for party person 1, 2, 3. Hey, get a kill. Put one on the board for name and progress.
It puts the 1 in their name for the time being on old party person. Evens up the scoreboard. Gold's starting to go a little bit towards Team with 5 M's for the time being. Some of that being the pressure, at least that Cherry had on the right side to try and go for his gold camps. Mike has essentially left Cyclone Spin by himself over in the left lane just to free farm while PBM has been scouring through the jungle, grabbing any buffs or any potential fights that were there. I do respect the idea that Professionally Soup had earlier. Go back, try and secure your speed, your Pathfinder buff by making sure you sunder it, but was late on doing so, and in turn wasn't able to secure the buff itself, and then still died after. Small moments like that will eventually be able to, kind of bring you back if you're able to get those secures, but just have to be careful on when you do go for plays like that one. Losing your life this early, it's not the end of the world. Potential Hex Seal, but does bring back 1.
And that's going to be perfect timing as well. Picked up by Scream and brought into the tower. And I'm sorry, Professionally Soup, there's just not a whole lot you can do about that one. It is a double ult combo, but a kill nonetheless. And that's the kind of pressure, again, you had mentioned this earlier, at the, well, maybe let's say 6-7 minute mark in game one. There was a conversation that was mainly about what is the team doing after they get those kills. It's not just getting the kills, that's opening up a lot. And I look up and I see Scream literally walking back from the enemy jungle. I see pressure still being applied in most lanes, although a numbers advantage right now in the left lane for Name in Progress maybe changes some of that. But this is more or less what you expect to see, which is Scream getting aggressive on the side of the map, looking for the Warhorn. Now you've got an ult for ult combo, but a little bit more help on one side than the other, and the Hades just can't run away from that one. The tower, not enough. Gold Fury goes the other direction though, but PBM gets one kill, forces CC immunity, gets a pull onto another. They're chasing them down. They need a little more to make this go their way, and that's one picked up on the Kaidon. But can they chase a little further? Might be able to pick it up, especially as they go into the jungle. They find the Susano farming. And the Susano, they'll get away. Maybe it's too soon. What a heck of a ult. But there, yes, the teleport. But he's right to the waiting option of Fenrir. No! All things go wrong for party person. Biddy Q gets the kill. And just like that, the floodgates are open 6-1.
The ultimate Lemony Snicket thought he made a fantastic play. And granted, if
He
Scream
did.
was not there,
A fantastic play.
if Scream was not there, that was a perfect play from Party Person. They throw out the jet stream,
no.
they get pulled back by the Hecate ultimate, and say, cool, my jet stream's over there, port back to it. But then Scream was just chilling out saying, here's a Fenrir, bring him right back into the team. Just so unfortunate for Party Person. A great attempt at an escape, but just met with too many bodies by team with 5 M's. PBM wasn't able to steal away the Fury during that engagement, was able to take down one to start that fight out. And then that just opens the door for the rest of the team to teleport over. Benny Q already starting to stack up some damage with that Book of Thoth on the Hecate. Already seen a couple of really good ultimates from him. One on the Susano, but the other one just earlier by being able to bring that Athena towards the tower, setting up for Scream. And that's the combo that we'll probably be seeing a lot of is, can I grab an enemy player? Is Scream nearby? If both of those boxes are checked yes, you're going to have a massive amount of displacement. And if you throw an Ares into the mix with that as well, there's an insane amount of just displacement and kind of just that moment of discombobulation. You know, it's when you wake up in the morning, you go, where am I? What's going on? Like, this isn't where I remember going to sleep. You know, you thought you fell asleep in the bed and all of a sudden you're on the couch. That's the feeling that they're going to have when they get pulled back by a Hecate into a Fenrir, into an Ares. It's like, wait a second, which apartment am I even staying in right now?
What dimension am I in? Where am I? Who am I even? Well, right now, Cheerio, maybe gonna remind him that he's Cheerio. Maybe gonna get reminded that it's not the end-all be-all. Chalk. Good survivability. Uses the axe as a secondary getaway, right? Cut the path off, run one way, teleport the other. Walks up a little bit. Now you've got PBM. Good chain. Goes for the ult. And that's going to be the beads with the damage. Oh my god, the damage was there. That's all that matters. Susano not able to get the kill onto the Chalk under the tower either. Has to fall back. And with PBM over here, this 2v2 is looking a lot more deadly on the side of team, but with 5 M's. And that's not the only place they're putting pressure. You've got it in mid as well. Tier 1 tower falls over there. And JMac, it feels like that last fight, despite losing the Fury, really was what team but with 5 M's needed to kind of kick the door open and march their way in.
Gold Fury was Name in Progress saying, we can still do something even if we don't have the lead, even if we don't have, you know, maybe the level of tenure that some of these players have had from their Smite 1 era. But what it did for a team with 5 M's was open a door for another potential team fight. And right now, team fights are what are going to start winning the game. And having that Queen Naga, the Naga assault buff for Benny Q, you saw as soon as he hit that tower, 2 little snakes popped up, two little serpents jumped in there. That's whenever you take down the Queen Naga, you get that assault buff. And anytime that you attack a tower or another objective, such as the Fury or Fire Giant, it will spawn 2 of those little minions with you. Now, you can't just stack up a ton of them. And unfortunately for this Jing Wei, pretty much going to be stacked to death at this point. First one of the game, though. Hostile Puppy's going to do a good job of staying alive for the time being, but it's everywhere else around the map that has been dangerous for Hostile Puppy's team. Name in Progress, not really able to find too much so far, as Team with 5M just continues their tirade across the map.
It is pressure And that is just going to be the name of the game right now. When you're up 10-1, you're up 7,000 gold. When you're getting stunned in mid lane, I guess as well, pressure is the name of the game. And speaking of pressure, they've got the damage coming. They want Benny Q. He's going to be able to be CC immune for just a little bit. You might have this go 1-for-1, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. And I do think that Party Person will be a little happy shutting down Benny Q. It's just whether or not the team can get away after that is going to cause a little bit of trouble. Damage, flames, things like that. Ares getting a little bit done, but the Hades might not be the easiest target to try and lock down. Good taunt from the Athena. Keeps the engage going a little longer, but it's not in your favor. Scream, but with 5 M's, he gets the kill. And now he's looking for a second double. Locked in for the Fenrir, and a chase still going on in terms of the jungle camps. Invades have been what Team But With 5 M's are living on, and that's not going to change anytime soon.
Cyclone Spin in the 1v1 on the left side of the map. Agility used by the Jing Wei, but Cyclone Spin pops the Dagger of Frenzy. It's all about who can hit more in hands, or maybe in Name and Progress this case, who has more bodies to keep fighting back. Quick blink rune from Cyclone gets him out of dodge for the time being, but in the jungle, it's just going all downhill. Unfortunately, this need came and get back to try and help out on the fight on the left side.
And I have to talk about it just because you mentioned it there. That Dagger of Frenzy is something I like keeping my eyes on and seeing it locked in. Solid. We might have to wait to talk about it though, because oh my god, the damage. It is there. The kills, they are there, and the team, they are there. Left side of the map, that is where Team But With 5 M's are going to put a little bit more pressure on the board. J-Mac, I'm not feeling too good about that tier 2 tower, at least its survivability potential. Maybe not feeling too good about this gank onto Cherio either. In a 1v2, you've got the damage advantage. And I like this. Cover the option. Cherio's just going to opt to try and run away, but the CC is slow. Good nonetheless. Can Susano show up? Can they get the kill? Still covering the option, still causing trouble. And should be able to pick it up, but no, now he's out. Now you've got a Fenrir, and now things are getting a little more dangerous. Fenrir in the ult missed the first chomp, goes for another, not able to lock him down. Right now, Cherio's still alive. Good stun. Being able to create more space. You're going for the pull. Party Person finally gets the kill. And there you go, Hades. Just enough space, just enough created to make sure that the Susano gets out of here. And it is a kill for Name in Progress, a massive one to get on Cherio. Forces him out of the game for 30 seconds.
Cherio puts on a good pair of juke boots, but unfortunately for him, they're a size too small. And Party Person is able to finally nail down that kill and get out of dodge as well. So nice little play there from Name in Progress to keep themselves alive. But unfortunately, the gold lead is starting to dwindle on their side. It is now sitting at 11,000 up for Team With 5 M's. And that's affording them some really nice pressure, specifically for some of the big hitters on their team. Benny Q has been a silent killer on this team. We keep seeing him, and we really have only been calling his name when those big open the gate ultimates, those big portals drop down. But he's been able to fire out just a ton of rapid fire damage with this Hecate. You even see him throwing away a couple of those little minions to start stacking up that second ability on this Hecate. Up to 12 charges that pop up when you have that second ability out and active, and each charge amplifies the amount of damage that you're going to be doing. So any ability that's cast within it is just going to keep charging that one up. So if you got nothing to do as a Hecate and you're just sitting there going, where is everybody? Just start charging that up.
I just wait and charge, and I think he's been pretty on top of that. Speaking of on top, oh my god.
Yeah, that's what it does.
So you were talking about something about damage with Hecate. I feel like maybe a little more than I expected, even after the discussion. And unfortunately for Arcatlus, where do you go, man? Where do you run? Where do you try to hide? Because there are 3 that are looking for you. One covered the option. Right now, it is Fenrir chasing down. Jing Wei pulled back, killed off. And that is 2 more added to the death toll, as well as 12,000 gold pressure, potentially on a Phoenix here and left as they go for more kills. Cyclone Spin left and right. And you know what, J-Mac? Active items, specifically the Dagger Frenzy, one that I've been a big fan of on carries. And Cyclone Spin's getting his money's worth.
Yeah, I mean, this Dagger of Frenzy is just such a clutch item for carries in general, just because you get a lot of good stats from it. Obviously, you get the power from the strength that comes with it, which is going to scale well with just about every god that is going to be playing in that carry role. You also get a nice little bit of attack speed with it, but the most important thing is whenever you pop that one, you get basic attack damage added to your already pretty high hitting, and even more attack speed on top of that one. So you're going to get a total of 45% attack speed, the 40 strength, and then the 40 basic attack damage added on top of that one. It just means that you can go for these objectives, these towers, without really any fear. That's to say almost 800 from Benny.
Yeah, you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy to see that Benny Q got shut down because that damage has been disgusting so far. And realistically, Name and Progress need all the small wins they can get. That is a big kill. But unfortunately, it is, again, just maybe a small clip overall in the grand scheme. We've seen Furies go 1 for 1, but Fire Giant hasn't been part of the conversation just yet. Cyclone Spin steps into the pit, and the team is going to join. Everyone sans Benny Q 23 seconds before the Hecate is back. So maybe 23 seconds. No, never mind. The team's not going to be waiting. They're going to just go ahead and pick it up and utilize this where they can. Every single tower for Name and Progress is now off the board. Phoenixes are the only primary target, and next one, still a Gold Fury, but J-Mac, we're getting into the conversation where we might see a little bit more than that, especially if this game goes on long, if Name and Progress can mount some good defenses.
Name and Progress, with how far behind they are, they really do need some good CC, a good pick more than anything. The kill on the Benny Q is great for getting the shutdown there, but it's not quite enough because you have people like Scream who are currently sitting 8-0 on the Fenrir, who are just running rampant. And Scream not really going for a very high damage build. Went for the Tekko Kage very early, which is a nice item to have. But then it's just gone into essentially a triple defense. We'll call it a full double defense and then a little bit of a hybrid with that shifter shield in fourth slot. So it's not like Scream is out here critting and doing 1,000 damage with a brutalized. He's just hitting reasonably hard, but being just tanky enough to where he doesn't really have to deal with the targets he's choosing. He's constantly going on to Hostile Puppy, to Kaidon, to Party Person. You know, these physical damage characters is where his defense is oriented towards, so he's not taking a lot from them and still dealing a reasonable amount back to them. I think getting a shutdown on Scream is going to be a great way to slow things down. But the big thing that's really been hurting Name and Progress has just been the lack of ways to get purification beads to your team, the lack of ways to cleanse from all of this CC that Team with 5Ms has.
Well, now pressure. Left side, Phoenix is the primary target. It seems to be going pretty well. Oh man, the Hades had a good heal, but unfortunately it is not enough. A lot of CC. And there, we also have the Anita Charm, something that has been very, very prominent and good healing opening up for Team But with 5Ms. And maybe we can break into what it actually does if they give us a break. But J-Mac, they're not giving us a break. Instead, it's chains, it's pulls, it's fountain diving, and it's damage all around Team But with 5Ms, unrelenting in their onslaught, in their damage, and in their victory, because with a 26 kill on the board and a double for Cyclone, a rampage to end it, this game's gonna end.
Game goes to Team But with 5Ms and with about 18,000 at the end to spare in gold. I mean, this one just came down to they really had no big answers on the side of Name and Progress to deal with the level of CC that Team But with 5Ms has, because they ran into the ultimate problem. Sure, we have 4 sets of purification beads. That's really good. We can cleanse out one really good ultimate. Okay, so who do you cleanse? Do you cleanse the Hecate to make sure you don't get pulled in by that open the gates? Do you cleanse the Fenrir so you can't get pulled back single target into something else? Do you wait until the Ares is ulting you and try and cleanse that big one? There's just too many options available for the side of Team with 5Ms and not enough purification options on the side of Name and Progress, which became the ultimate downside for their team.
Well, the good news is, well, while that one ends, and I guess if you were rooting for Team with 5Ms, the good news is they win and they move on in the bracket. But we still have more Smite 2, and instead of anything else, we're going to watch another round 2 match that's actually still going. We've got the Bakery and D-Gens, I believe, who are up against each other. They're only 9.5 minutes into their game, so J-Mac, we're going to take a peek see at what's going on, and this is going to be a little fun for everybody. We get a lesson in reading the UI and figuring out where everybody is. I see a couple tier 1s, tier 1 in left, tier 1 in mid, just knocked down by the Bakery. Of course, Donut Doug, Dishonored, a couple of names that I recognize on the Bakery, as well as 2 Sunders on the side of D-Gen. So when we're going to start talking about maybe objectives, Potential to steal is there. But where's the potential for the fight? Especially with an on her, not someone who we've gotten to see a whole ton of today so far. But he's looking to chase down a kill. And what a pillar! Oh my god,
wow.
what a pillar! Holy, I don't even care if we watch the rest of this game. That was worth it for that one moment. My god, that was beautiful.
And now you already see God King just on the top side of the map at the tier 2 tower going for a kill themselves. We may have tuned in 10 minutes in, but the state of the game very similar to what we were seeing in our previous matchups here from the bakery. Aldona Douglas here on the on her doing a great job going for the double hunter comp on the side of the bakery. This double carry style of play means you are going to have a lot of ability to just go for objectives like these Furies, but if I read that correctly, that may have just been a little objective steal there for Cosmic Vibes on the Ymir. Walk up, take it, easy peasy when you have the Sunderings arc.
And sometimes, look, that is, I mean, that's what we've talked about. And, you know, J-Mac, I'm going to throw a relic under the bus here.
Oh, no.
I gotta talk about Shell, because what you had said earlier,
And the lack thereof?
well, yeah, the lack thereof, because realistically, and I tried it a couple days ago when we were playing, and it's nice. It's just no Sunder. Yeah, so you can see it, right? Getting the shield for yourself, being able to run through player-made walls is pretty nice, especially if you're up against like a Ymir and Odin, things like that. So maybe there are going to be some more niche scenarios where we see it. The downside is because you have to choose at the beginning of the game. Like, let's say in this game, if you had picked it up, you just really hope that Dishonored starts hitting some 6 ults later, or if we start seeing Dishonored drop some 6 ults, now you're just kind of SOL. You don't have anything to counter that as strongly as you would. But when you look at it compared to, as you had mentioned, you know, going for the Sunder, it just feels like there's a pretty easy choice maybe to go for these more support style gods and players. And speaking of damage, oh no, just off the mark. It's not going to slow him down. It's not going to stop him. We also, my brain finally catching up to it, Mordred in the game, someone who we haven't gotten to see a whole ton of and is looking for a kill right now, gets it alongside Donut Doug, who manages to weave in an auto in there. Exactly what you need to see, but a new god beyond even just, you know, new that we've seen today, new in that it's just recently in the hands of everybody involved. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Dishonored trying to stay alive and actually maybe baiting them into a really bad fight. The teleport from the right side to the left means that now these low health bars are in a lot of danger. Walls get dropped, 2 kills get picked up, 9-2, and the bakery, woohoo, man, they are cooking.
Had 4 people on the right side of the map to kill the solo laner, and then Dishonored says, okay, well, what if I just hang out on the left side? Gets 3 enemies from the side of Degens to go over there, and then just makes the call to his team and says, hey, guys, y'all want to come over to left lane for more kills? And that's exactly what Bakery does. They teleport over using those purple little pads on the top and bottom right and left side of your screen, kind of the 4 catty corners of the map. Use those teleporters, goes to the adjacent one on that same side. So use the top one on solo lane to go to the top one on duo lane. And he just baits the team. He just baits Degen, staying there as long as possible, essentially unkillable at this point, has that Shield of Phoenix, so gets a ton of sustained back, has that Mystical Mail to deal decent damage back to them, and is just not concerned at all about what Degen's damage is like, and holds them there for the rest of the team to show up and just go for the cleanup. Kuku Ultimate used to try and go for what appeared to just be the Queen Naga, but by the time it's even thrown out, Queen Naga is already dropped and in the hands of the bakery. So now extra siege potential. Mordred Ultimate through the wall picks up 1.
And that should be enough lockdown. It is to get rid of Cosmic Vibes. And that's something. Hey, you know what? Go to youtube.com/SmitePro. Check out this week in Smite for this week when it comes up. Specifically because Mordred, at least I know I brought a clip. There were a ton of Mordred clips. And it's for that exact reason, right? I mean, there's just so many great plays you could make with this god in terms of setup and maybe even in terms of follow-up. And so being able to see this team have that, not only setup, J-Mac, they get the Bacchus. You've got, you know, 2 really heavy auto attack based carries to have on your squad as well. It just feels like a recipe for success when you get ahead. And they are nothing if not ahead right now.
Yeah, ahead has definitely been the name of the game for the bakery this time around. Volg might just be in danger once more on this chalk. 3 people rotating over. Use the ultimate to try and stay alive, but I think it's just delaying the inevitable at this point. Bakery picks up their 11th kill of the game. 5 of them going over to God King. But the answer from Dgens has been strong. Go for an objective. You see 3-4 people on the right side. Go ahead and take a Fury and use that Sundering Arc to secure it once more. Dgens now with 2 of those Furies on the map, which means that Ancient Fury will be the next one to spawn in and could be their option to try and get back in this game.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive opener. And realistically, when you look at map state-wise, and maybe I'll hold that thought depending on if this Mordred decides to try and get something done. Good wall from the Ymir, good freeze from the Ymir, good ult over the wall, just off the mark though in terms of hitting the Mordred, but it does not seem to matter. It's a kill nonetheless for Dgens to be able to pick up. It just might cost them a little bit in the mid lane. Under the Phoenix, Dishonored dives, Dishonored gets a kill, and Dishonored dishonors that guy as they lock him down in the dive. Oh no, J-Mac, the dive seems to be more than enough as they start locking him one by one. Again, you have to play carefully here. You're diving the Phoenix, you're taking damage in the process. They've got the kills, they've got the zone, and now they've got a minion wave to push forward with.
I think God King just a bit off the mark there, trying to land that ultimate. Instead, we see the Chalk ult used once again, but doesn't really get any value from it. They're still trying to push into this Phoenix on the side of the bakery.
I admire this. The get the kill, recognize, well, that Phoenix, actually, now I'm looking at its health bar. Whew, you might still be able to get it, but they have low health bars, and I admire this from the bakery, which is mostly self-control. There's a lot of teams who would have dove under there, died, potentially, and opened up a conversation for Dgens to be back in this game just for the sake of getting the bird. But as you had mentioned, if we're talking about conversations for Dgens to get back in this game, I'm looking towards the right side of the map, a very specific jungle timer for the Fire Giant. And as you had mentioned, I'm looking towards that Fury Pit because that change, when you're only down technically 2 tier 2s, realistically, if you shut those down, if you can start diving them without worry, you're really, really able to get a lot done on the map that otherwise would have been impossible.
And there's the one benefit we see from that Pursue the Weak ultimate out of the Mordred, is you move really fast when charging that one up, but you also have the ability to run right through those walls. If he was on a longer wall, could have had more time to extend it, but got more than far enough in order to get away from the Dgens. Unfortunately for Volg, nowhere that they go is safe on the map. The bakery just has 2 people at any given opportunity stacked up together, and it'll fall down once more in the mid lane. Dgens at this point, it's just going to be a defense. You have this Ymir, which throw out that wall is a great defensive option to really stop sieges from going through as quickly, because you throw it in front of your tower, in front of your Phoenix, and it blocks those basic attacks thrown out by Doug, thrown out by God King. But it's just taking the team fights has been the problem for Dgens. Their defense under Phoenix's, good so far. Team fights has been where they're starting to fall apart. So I'd love to see some use, maybe bait out an ultimate. You know, if you can get God King to waste another wild hunt whenever that comes back up, will be great. If you can keep Monster B from having access to that Intoxicate, we'll do a world for you. Most importantly, making sure that you don't get caught out more than one person, or even one person at all, by that Pursue the Weak. That's not a great start to the defense, losing out on your Spirit of the Nine wins.
And one thing I need to see, actually beneficial, they have the Warhorn. Admittedly, we see how easily those minions got dealt with, but they had the Warhorn for a second to at least help alleviate some pressure. But it's actually, yeah, watching God King Balding, and very specifically, how much damage some of their abilities are going to do. Because I just peeked down at the build, and I'm now really, really curious about some of them, and at least when we see them. We've seen, you know, the 2 thrown out, the Thorns, just seeing a little bit of extra damage, but a nice big polymorph could go absolutely insane. Mid-Phoenix, it goes down, and that's the big deal. Mordred brings 2 up into the sky, and God King Balding with a rotation in is able to pick up 1. You lose your Mordred in the process, and now you have to decide what's more important. Seems to be the Phoenix. They play the objective, they get the objective, and now they get to fall back. Well, not even rest on their laurels. They probably just have a whole ton of gold to spend, and a lot that they can still do on the board.
Yeah, I believe Ancient Fury seems to be the call. Now, I'm glad that you brought up this build, because I looked over at it too for God King Balding. This is not a traditional build for a god that is kind of classified as that carry. This isn't free, though. Sundering Arc could steal this one away.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure. You need to be here, standing all around. It's still low. Well,
Good kill.
yeah, I guess you can't really steal it if you're dead, and that seems to be the exact line of thinking the bakery have. So they pick themselves up the Fury. Admittedly, J-Mac, of the two teams that could maybe utilize it the strongest, it's only going to affect the Degens right Phoenix for now. So realistically, it opens up more siege potential for the bakery. But the Degens would have been stoked to pick that up. But unfortunately, like you said, falls flat. But you were mentioning specifically, I think, God King Balding's build, especially now that he's picked up a Soul Reaver. I think it gets even more interesting.
Yeah, so Kernanos is one of those interesting gods, similar to Neith, where they are classified as like a carry. You know, their basics are supposed to deal a lot of damage. But there's a lot of intelligence scaling with both of their kits, and even a lot of mixed scaling that goes with it. You can see God King Baldwin or Balding is going more towards the intelligence side of things. Did pick up the Transcendence, which I think Transcendence plus Book of Thoth is just the best combo for any damage dealer in the game right now, especially in that mid lane, because of how they synergize together. You get a lot of mana. Book of Thoughts is going to give you intelligence based off your mana, and if you get a lot of mana, Transcendence is going to give you strength based off it. So you're getting the best of both worlds because they're both benefiting each other in that case. But because Kernanos is scaling both ways, he has int and strength scaling in his kit, he can go either direction that he wants to. His first ability is going to scale most heavily off of intelligence, whether that be the amount of healing, the amount of a debuff, the scaling of the slow is also intelligence. So it's an interesting build for sure, but it's working out for him at the very least at 9-0 and 5.
And maybe we can talk about at least one more item I see in that. But first, we have to see if they can continue this siege. They knock down the right side Phoenix. They knock down a couple of members, no problem. And they are damaging them as best they can inside the fountain. But you can only do so much when the rest of your team is taking down the Titan, the bakery. Well, they come out with all sorts of baked goods and a win here in this game. They get to move forward. And J-Mac, I'm gonna take it for a second just because. But I saw, something I hadn't even considered, and it's actually that third item. If we're talking about damage, he's 10-0 and 5. Cosmic Horror, something that is a newer item, right, that comes into this. More than 225 item intelligence, which, look, I'm not going to do the quick maths, but I think he might have hit it.
Oh, yeah.
15 cooldown rate. Suddenly, you're talking about it, best of both worlds, and just an absolute menace to the other team, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, no shot that he's not sitting at a 225 by that point. It also just has a base 10 cooldown rate, so you're getting essentially 25 cooldown rate from there. Now, the cooldown rate doesn't translate the same as it did in Smite 1. In Smite 1, it was cooldown reduction, just flat percentage. If you got 10% cooldown reduction, your abilities are reduced by 10%. Now, it has a little bit of a different play. There's a whole different formula goes with it, so building cooldown rate still is good. But the more cooldown rate that you build, there's going to be a bit of diminishing returns once you get past kind of what was the original like 40% style that Smite 1 had. So you can build a lot of cooldown rate, but eventually it's not going to net you nearly as much. But having an item like this just to give you kind of that base 25 essentially will mean that those abilities are up more often. Most importantly, though, just getting more mana and more intelligence to make those abilities hit just a little bit harder. Those Wild Hunts, that is a pure intelligence scaling ultimate for Kernanos compared to the rest of his kit, which his dash is based off his strength. The rest of his kit has kind of that mix of strength and intelligence thrown in there. Those Wild Hunts are going to be hitting hard, and we are seeing just how hard they were hitting during those matchups.
Well, now that we're looking at the bracket, I am looking at some interesting matchups. In fact, one that you had even mentioned earlier, I think it was the final of the last closed alpha, was Cowabunga versus Dashboardians. And that's a matchup in the quarterfinals. That is happening. Teamed up with 5Ms, Garf's Goblins. The Bakery, who we just watched win, they're going up against Having Fun, which has a lot of names that I recognize. Same for Garf's Goblins. Sunprod, I believe, on that squad. And then up at the top, Stewie's Fisho and just known as W. They're going to keep looking for the W as they move forward. But we are down from a massive, massive full bracket down to quarterfinals. Semis, of course, coming after that, and a lot of upset potential in many regards based on what I just saw lined up in the quarterfinals. So I am excited to see what continues going on. And J-Mac is there. Well, you liked the name, so I'm going to assume that you're maybe kind of keeping your eye on Garf's Goblins.
Will they make it too far through the rest of the bracket, specifically because they go against team but with 5Ms? Not quite sure. They do have some powerful names on there. Death,
Yeah.
Sun, Prodigy, Strat kind of pop up to mind immediately for that squad. But I think name-wise, that might be one of the funniest names that we've had so far, just because hearing the name Garf is, I don't know what tickles that for me, but just a fantastic name there. But I think we've got some really solid quarterfinal matchups ahead of us.
And you would be absolutely right. And I imagine that we're going to have a lot of fun, but we have to let the players get set up and as well swap some things out behind the scenes for us. So, real quick, we're going to kick to a quick break. And then when we get back, it'll be time for the quarterfinals.
Still remember how you sound and the way you calm me down when we went behind the bar, taking what we thought was ours. I was wasted, it was late, but I knew I met my fate. You were all I've waited for, guess I can wait a little more. Yeah, yeah, it was just one of those nights when it's better than in all the movies, perfectly aligned. I fell into you and you into me, just one of those nights when you wake up after thinking it's a dream. Now it's just a memory. I've been waiting for your call ever since the summer, waiting for your call. Know you know my number, waiting for your call. Winter, summer, spring, or fall. I've been waiting for your call. I've been waiting for your call. Didn't ask you what's your name, and the fun we had is to blame. There was just no time for small talk. I was busy in your arms, love, frustrated to this day. You're the one that got away, and you took my heart with you. Now I don't know what to do. Yeah, it was just one of those nights when it's better than in all the movies, perfectly aligned. I fell into you.
Hello and welcome back for more Smite 2 esports on the closed alpha launch weekend. It's a tournament with a prize pool on the line, $2,500 for North America. Malum and Trelly to bring you the continued action. Anthony Squared for the knowers out there. Trelly, it's been an exciting day so far and only more exciting games to look forward to as we get further into the bracket in that quarterfinal and semifinal stage. But it's all being done on Smite 2. And you might be wondering, how do I get into Smite 2? Have some fun? Well, of course, there's those founders editions that you can pick up today, but also going on in chat. Make sure you check out those pinned messages to grab yourself through the Gleam.io link a code for basic access to Smite 2 with code SMITE2 esports. Just a couple simple steps, and you'll be on the battleground yourself. And Trelly, I mean, how could you not want to get in there after watching these games?
I mean, yeah, if you were holding out for a way to get in, wait no longer, right? When you're watching this action, I can't see a reason. Maybe put us up on a second monitor, cue some Smite 2, watch the games. Everybody wins. But to answer your question, I can't imagine not wanting to jump into these queues, man.
It's hard not to, especially because I've been getting to see some people who have been tormenting me in queues get a bit tormented today. So that's been a little bit fun. Watching their SR being taken in a tournament is almost better than losing my SR in a game.
And
So
you have
I've
like
been
a
on the
live
better
audience
stage.
roasting them, which you have to imagine
Exactly.
goes into it too.
I'm like the Muppet judge getting to get my my comeuppance. It's great. It's
Mhm,
fantastic. But no, so far the bracket today has been it's been an interesting one. There's been a lot of games that have been way more one-sided than the
mhm.
rosters might show, which is kind of shocking considering the makeup of a lot of these rosters, especially if you're more familiar with SOC or SCC team makeups. Looking at the bracket so far, Trelly, what have been some standouts to you?
I mean, of course, you got to pay attention to Cowabunga. They have won a couple of our tournaments in the past, so that's going to be a scary one. But I'm so glad that Skibidi Riz got taken out because I didn't like that name one bit. Nothing to do with the players. I just like seeing that name with a zero next to it. And I think we got a pretty stacked quarterfinal. I don't see your Malum. It should be an exciting round to see exactly who gets to advance to the semifinals because, you know, looking at some of these matchups that we've watched, we know Team But with 5Ms is going to be an absolute stacker. Dashboardians we've seen in the finals before. We already watched the Bakery recently, so there's a lot of good teams to be watching here.
Yeah, chance for Cowabunga to match up with team with 5 Ns. And also you talked about you didn't have to say the team name Skibbity Riz. You didn't have to say Goon Squad either. So all of your stuff came true
Thank
today. We're getting
goodness.
closer to Vegas, so the everything on Black Bet is getting better and better the
Hmm.
closer we get. Your odds are just stacked up there. But looking at that bracket as we did with having fun in the bakery, being on tap, why not waste no more time? Let's just get it right into picks and bans and start seeing where we go.
So far, Trelly, there's been an emphasis on a lot of Loki bans. Bacchus has been a big character of discussion, kind of a first pick or a first ban if you're looking at it. But going in, we had a lot of curiosities about ADCs, and that feels like it's sort of seeped out of mind.
Yeah, I think that Jingwei is probably one of those characters that you should still be afraid of, but what I've noticed is a lot of these more seasoned teams, they know exactly the items that you should be building to try and counteract that high crit chance, especially if you're stacking double carry, which, takes a while to get online as is. I imagine that's the mindset here. The bakery does actually take away that Jingwei, so maybe they were still worried about it, but I've seen answers to the Jingwei, so maybe that's the reason that hasn't been the top priority. But Bacchus, I mean, makes a ton of sense. From what we've been watching, just being able at level 1 to run at your buffs with Sunder Up, with your flop, you have a lot of survivability and a ton of damage. So definitely a smart call. Fenrir, gonna be the first pick. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest either. I mean, with beads being kind of in the wayside, right? When you have Blink and you have Aegis and you have Sunder, things like that, these guys that can exploit you not having beads get so much stronger.
Fenrir is also in a spot where he's sort of a flex pick at the moment. You could see him solo support jungle, and none of it would be weird. Brutalized to get some changes, now proccing item effects as well. So you could see crit brutalize coming out. I know Kinsblade on brutalize is a path you could go also. So gives Fenrir some extra kind of pizzazz wherever he may go. Soul will be accompanying the Fenrir on the side of having fun. But Ares and Kern enough. Kern was somebody who we didn't see hardly at all yesterday in the EMEA tournament, but today, towards the latter half, really starting to pick up a little bit, but Ares has been a constant.
Yep, Ares has been an absolute threat no matter what, just because, again, gods that can exploit you for not having beads. But I think CERN, being able to swap between strength and int builds and just really not let the enemy team know exactly how you're going to be playing, I really have liked the Transcendence Book of Thoth start, just because you're going to get a ridiculous amount of intelligence, you're going to get a ridiculous amount of mana, and then you're 2 and 4. I mean, that Wild Hunt is going to do so much damage. The Polymorph as well can be so impactful. So I don't think CERN deserves to be like top echelon of picks, but just that level of unpredictability can be extremely prominent. Susano, still one of the better junglers in the game for sure, and not going to ever roast that pickup. But the Loki and the On Her towards the latter half of the draft here for the bakery, that's some scary stuff. Already, if On Her gets off to a strong start early game, which if you facilitate him with an Ares, certainly can, but still has that ability to hard carry late game with some of that crit chance we were talking about.
Gives a lot of options to the bakery as well. You could see a Kern mid, On Her mid. There could still be another selection that could maybe put somebody like the On Her in solo and put the Kern with the Ares for some aggression there. A lot of options for the bakery. Seems to be the path they want to take. Having Fun did finish out their draft with 2 tankier character selections, going with Odin and Chalk. Chalk has really been showing up strong in this tournament so far this weekend. Odin, for me personally, has left a little bit on the table, though. I mean, the Phantom Shell being the borderline required pickup for some characters feels like one of the better things Odin has been bringing to the table.
Yeah, forcing someone into Phantom Shell has been decently impactful. I think most players are just grabbing Blink, right? If you don't, yeah, you always have the option to get out of the cage one way or another. The Phantom Shell can really only be used for that extra HP or to get out of the cage, whereas Blink has so many uses. But Chalk and Odin is what's interesting here. Probably going towards like an Odin support. You have the option to go Chalk. You have the option to go Fenrir. There are so many different avenues that these characters can be played just because of how you can build a little bit tank, a little bit bruisery, get an Amanita charm. Anyone can be a support at that point. But I'm looking at CC, right? What are you trapping inside of this Odin cage? You got Supernova from Soul, you got the Typhoon from Susanoo, and of course, Chalk, that Stormcall ultimate can do ridiculous amounts of AoE. It seems to be that's the call, but a tail end Mordred is interesting. Mordred was pretty high prioritized yesterday in EMEA. Here in NA, only be a 10 slot. Certainly good initiation, not a bad time in lane, but you can also get bullied, I feel. Mordred is one of those characters that plays a bit snowbally in that regard. If you're able to just win lane and get your big ult stacked up as quickly as possible and then just pursue the weak across the map, you have a field day. But if you get behind and you're not really stacking up that ultimate, there's other characters that can really bring a difference.
which is really surprising. Mordred was a character I was personally looking very much forward to seeing on the Battleground this weekend, seeing how he might be prioritized before Vegas, and it just feels like he's not surviving through the laning phase as well as he needs to. There's been a lot of discussion about builds around Mordred and how he's a bit better if you go tankier, able to stick on people, but it's just so tempting to want to go a more damaging route the way we're seeing with Chalks and Odin's, for that matter, where it kind of just leaves him feeling a little bit in between.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of the hybrid Mordred. I don't love the full damage. Hopefully we see a little bit of tank stats just so he can really get up in there and sort of scrap around and not worry about just getting blown up.
Well, we'll see how the laning laning phases go in all three lanes. Let's get into game here with both teams having fun and the bakery and see how things go. Malum, Trelly, and Doug to bring you the action, and already the bakery are rushing towards the order side of the jungle, looking for an invade, and Soul unaware and in a lot of danger.
And that's a possible invade. You have to look towards relics pretty much immediately. There's 2 Sunder pickups for having fun.
3 Aegis.
1 Sunder pickup for Monster. And then, of course, as you said, 3 eggs is definitely fearful of Stuart, Pagon's damage. Those are the kind of things that you have to watch out for. And especially that jungle matchup, right? When you are, you know, able to just run around as a Chalk with Sunder, I'm really wondering how much... No sure, man, that's gonna bug me. Obviously, shorthand for Sino sure, but I'll call him no sure for the rest of the broadcast. No sure. We'll be getting the better end of those jungle trades up until Loki hits late game, right? If you're able to get to like level 20 even with Chalk, that's when Loki can really start dishing out the real damage. Early game though, not gonna see too much of it, and because No Sure has the Sunder, doesn't actually have to worry too much about getting invaded. Monster B is here. Maybe a Sunder battle. Looks like no. Just going to use it immediately and confirm that buff for himself.
Meanwhile, Jake, awesome Jake, grabbing the red on the Chaos side, looking to grab a blue from Dishonored as well, and we'll get them both. Enjoy the 2 belts on the way back to jungling, Jake. That's tough for the bakery as a start out on that solo side. We already talked about Mordred not feeling great if he falls behind, but that's kind of the worst case scenario and how those buff battles could have gone.
I was wondering if Jake was going to teleport back over to duo lane, because of course there is a true duo lane over and left. You could try and help out Stu, but it seems like no. Awesome Jake is going to sit over in right lane and just play through Delny. Yeah, I mean, this make a true duo over in solo lane and say, hey, Stuart's fine. He's got Blink. He's got plenty of sustain. No reason why you can't just hang out over in... No way Stu gets gold camp too. I was about to say, that gold camp is extremely important. And letting it come through with a 1v2 would be ridiculous. Like, you get so much extra gold. If that's
it really is insane. You get so ahead if you can grab it over your laner, and if you're already getting solo farm, if you are that soul, to grab that too would have been detrimental. But there's that teleport you were looking for, Trelly, from the Fenrir, and Jake will have an angle from behind on the 2 of the bakery, and they're jumping in on Stuart, already dropping cooldowns as well. Jake will initiate, but it's just on to the Ares. Now the jump over.
Blink.
Doug gets the blink across, pulled back by Pagon, and a lot of damage will equal a first blood, and credit goes to the Sasana.
Yeah, and make no mistake, Pagon is mid. He just made the rotation anyways. This is how Pagon likes to play. I mean, you play a mobile mid laner that can get across the map quickly. You let Sino just cover the jungle in the meantime, and then you're able to go over and get the gank. By the way, 3 blinks go down, not including Donut Doug. So 4 blinks go down just to confirm that first blood. So a lot of relic cooldowns that will be expended at that point, but it ends up working out. Jake heading over to solo lane. This is something that I've been waiting for. Just someone who is able to use these teleports pretty consistently. Unfortunately, it looks like it gets called out and Dishonored goes back to base, but was on the Warhorn at the time of that teleport. But now look at that. Jake is actually hiding in the grass over in solo lane, possibly looking for an engage whenever Dishonored gets back in the lane.
And even if you don't get direct results or pressure from that. It causes so much chaos across the map for the side of the bakery to have to respond to Jake going back and forth between the lanes that it gets impossible for them to get comfortable in their own jungle, as you can see right now. I mean, look where Loki is, about to run into Jake, who's just waiting. There's the jump and the brutalize to follow. That damage is really strong. Jake might stick with it, but will choose to just back off, but we'll get buffs from it.
He came here for the red buff. He didn't come here for that kill. Would have been nice, but I think Blink gets you a kill. Sunder gets you the red buff. Jake's cool with either. No sure, though. Does have that level 5 Stormclaw available. And here comes Pagon. Oh, no. Who's your target? You go for both, or you just go for Monster? Looks like no. I think the correct call is to just go for Ares there, but does not matter. Purple buff is the target they are after. And Doug steal it? No. And that belongs... No sure. And still, Jake has a left. This is duo lane now. I'm done pretending that Stewart has a team. He's on his own over there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's working out pretty well. Stewart's getting a lot of farm in pocket on the Soul, and Soul's build is pretty expensive at the moment, so that's a really good combo. Having fun or rotating around, they're making the map feel so much smaller for the bakery when you're already in a pretty tough matchup. That only makes it worse, and you can already kind of see from items, from looking at the already pretty significant gold lead, that it just, what are you supposed to do in this scenario?
I mean, the bakery has to choose their battles, right? You have to study where everyone's going that has their Sunders up, and then go elsewhere, because you're not able to contest those buffs. It's just going to be a free insta-kill. Speaking of an insta-kill, Pagon should be able to pick this one up, or give it over to Jake, either or, another kill. Stepping forward, though, a little bit of trouble. Pagon, will the Podmorph do it? No, they don't even have the ultimate. It's not going to come through. Pagon lives to see another day.
And Sino is there, so it got too scary for the bakery to even try to grab their first kill, so they will back up and give it away. Pursue the Weak used onto Delny, but that Odin is doing way more damage than the Mordred. The stun didn't hit. If it did, that could have been problematic, and they will back away. One of our first short moments to look at itemization so far. A lot of Teko Kagis, not surprising. We're seeing the dev gloves early. And starters, one of the least crazy selections of starters we've seen so far.
Yeah, and if you're used to Smite 1 Devourer's Gauntlet, you might, understand why it's being built in a carry role. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Pagon or No Sure pick it up, because this is an item that I see a lot in the jungle, just because the extra strength helps out a ton for the jungle style gameplay that Pagon's going to want to go. And you also get that extra life steal, sort of like an old Smite 1 Solier type of build. So just pay attention. You might see some more Dev Gauntlets get stacked up. Oh my goodness, Jake does not care. Aegis comes through, but Pagon doesn't need it. He does
Yeah, I don't
not
think
care.
it's going to matter. Cool guys don't look at their jet stream, get the kill, but they do look at Typhoons. The knockup will hit. Jake going to commit for some damage, but not overcommit, looking for a kill. Having fun, just continue to dominate every little skirmish that's happening across the map, and Jake continues to be a nomad as well.
He doesn't care, man. Like I said, this was never a duo lane. And unfortunately for Stewart, does take a little bit of damage, returns it with the Supernova. Do you look for the 1v1? Both blinks are available. It looks like the rotation from No Sure. Gonna be a little bit of trouble for Doug. Does he have the blink to get away from Stormcall is the question, because remember, he already leaked in. Gonna have to play this one as smart as possible, but he's got help on the way.
The Loki is almost there, looking for a target, but just a bit too far away. And having fun will disengage before things get too crazy. So still, Stewart keeps that advantage in lane. We've seen solo lane trouble for the side of Dishonored. And dude just supersonics out of there. No worries whatsoever. Pagon, plenty of worries in mid lane. Should go down with the chain on, and does indeed. God King Balding, aka Nehu, will be the one to grab the credit.
Yeah, well played there by Monster B. You gotta make sure you hit that chain to cripple Pagon, or else he just jet streams out and does not have to worry about it. So clutch to make sure that goes down immediately. However, you gotta look at the farm elsewhere, right? What was happening while the scrapping goes down? Of course, Dishonored had to ult out. He's having a rough time over in the semi-duo lane, but look at this pull. Gold Fury started up. Jake Stewart on the way, but can they even contest? That's the question.
Jake certainly wants to try. Will jump in, but can't get there in time. Will get there to grab Monster B. A Ragnarok to bring down the Loki as well. So having fun didn't get the gold, but they do grab 2 instant picks in response.
They dive tower here. Jake doesn't know where Donut Doug is, or just doesn't feel confident diving the tier 1. Oh, diving the tier 1 in duo. That's ridiculous. Diving the tier 1 over in mid lane. That's light work. Jake picks that one up, and Pagon starts working on the tier 1 tower. Does Stewart have a potential to dive this? Probably not. Again, Blink not quite up for Stu. Used it just a bit ago. But man, I love the aggression from having fun. Sure, they weren't ready to defend an objective, but they're always ready to go for a tower dive. And shouts out to the bakery, man. Despite being down this much, still finding time to pull objectives under the nose of having fun. That's how you build your way back into a game like this. That is how you try. Wait, hold that. Dishonor just barely misses.
That could have been a game changer for what may be this looming fight. There's the engage, a nice stun, and a kill for the bakery. One of their best looking fights so far, if they can get anybody else back, but it may just be that one singular pick they do get. The Mordred ultimate was so close to grabbing another member having fun. That fight could have been even better. But, you know, you mentioned it earlier, Trelly, kind of not overdoing things, finding the little things where they can, and then making maybe some ambitious plays for gold as they did. And the bakery's doing all these little things, clicking all the boxes. But the gold lead hasn't changed much. It's more of just kind of a pressure feel that they've alleviated.
Yeah, from what I've seen, I think if the bakery want to try and make a comeback gold-wise in this game, it's going to be a lot off of Monster B just sitting around mid lane and looking for pulls onto Pagon, right? That's always going to be a solid time. Stewart winning the trade here against Donut Doug. Does he have the chase potential, though? Doug wants to try and answer back. Be close, but again, you don't have the blink to engage, so Stewart just can't chase him down. Doug's been holding on to it for quite some time. Can he use it to get away from No Sure is the question. Or just back. What is back?
Just back. looks like No Sure thought about it, maybe considered trying for that fadeaway axe, and thought better of maybe going for a rotation instead that may be needed in the mid lane, because having fun are taking a lot of damage and quickly. But the Ragnarok grabs the Ares, and the Typhoon will knock him up in the tower. The jump to seal the deal, and Monster B will go down. Now No Sure is here, uses that Storm Call, gets good damage across, but doesn't force the fight any further. But the Loki still wants to fight some more. Lots of damage on. Will the decoy be enough? No. The heal comes online in time.
Wow, wait, hold that thought. Come on. You gotta go for the dive now, Gold King. God King Balding is not going to step forward. I love that peel from Jake, though. Had the opportunity to Ragnarok, decided, who am I gonna go for? Am I gonna peel for Pagon, who's probably gonna die to Monster B, or am I gonna get aggressive? Does decide to go for the peel, and ends up getting the kill anyways. Pagon weasels his way out, despite getting pulled in by that no escape. I mean, we've been scrapping for quite some time now. Gold Fury is almost back up, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Jake teleport back over, or maybe just try and stall up, get some more farm before that objective gets pulled. Because of the fact that the bakery was able to pick up the first one, and wards aren't exactly the strong suit of anyone. You can see the Pagon's got one and Jake has one, but they're not down around the objective just yet. I expect at least hovering around the left side of the map in the next coming minutes is going to be on everyone's mind. Because you can do that objective pretty darn quickly if you give just, I don't know, about 10 seconds without any vision. It could just be blown up.
Only 60 seconds of vision do come from Ward, so there's been debates around that, but no debate around the Queen Naga being fantastic. Spawns randomly in the jungle and will assist significantly so in grabbing a bigger objectives as the Queen Naga minions spawn to help you out. No Sure certainly could have used some minions to help there. An easy kill for the Loki, and the bakery regroup looking for more picks. They see Jake, and Pagon. There's a jump from the Fenrir. Not out of dodge, but does have enough tankiness just from the selflessness alone to be okay. The bakery, they're pulling gold.
They sure are, and they should be able to confirm it no problem with Jisoo just zoning out awesome Jake. No Sunner can get close. Monster B picks that one up, no problem. And this is what I was talking about. Immediate cripple onto No Sure. Easy pick, pull the objective. If there is going to be that gold deficit shrinking up, which it certainly has been, it's going to be off the back of this Ares pickup, and it's been working extremely well so far. 3 kills, 3 assists for Monster B, for the whole team of the bakery, I should say. So it's been a part of all of them. But something that I find interesting, if you remember the way that Sino used to jungle, it was just tanky warriors in the jungle, right? That was Smite 1. Nowadays, still playing like shock in the jungle, but going just essentially full damage. Tekko Kagi into the Transcendence. I definitely expected more of a hybrid build. Maybe he goes into tank stats later on, but doesn't quite have them online yet. And that's why he just gets blown up in the jungle like that. Hasn't quite invested into the, you know, the protections that you might need as a chalk jungle.
And even so, depending, could go a book. We'll see. And we'll see how the spike breaks out. No escape used early. The Storm calls the answer. There's the knock up. The damage trading on the Monster Bee quickly. The Ares still is yet to go down. A blink committed too, but they still haven't killed that Ares in the backline. Meanwhile, right in front of us, No Sure can't get their own kill. Finally, Monster Bee dies. Jisoo will follow. It's trades everywhere with No Sure going to Dishonored, but Dishonored has been left in no man's land as the only man, and having fun will chase that out to try to bring down the Mordred, who's attempting to get back to the Kern for some support. Anything? The Kern backs. You're on your own, pal.
Yeah.
Enjoy seeing the world in black and white.
And that's what I'd be doing. If I'm God King Balding, I'm going to say, don't bring them to me, bro. I am out. I don't want
I don't want that smoke.
Yeah, I am still stacking Transcendence. Like, I've got damage. Like, there's a lot that I have to live for, and it is not trying to save you. So I do respect the back there. Probably not a fight that you're looking to take. However, having fun, able to pull ahead just slightly after that scrap. But man, Monster Bee lived way too long. That Amnesia Charm definitely caught Delny off guard. You know, you think you just go in for the Raven Shout, get an auto attack or two, get your kill, rotate to the squad. But the extra level of sustain just made that dive take a little bit longer than you would have hoped. Jake does have the Queen Naga buff, but has not really had an opportunity to use it. Remember, Fire Giant spawning in here in 4 seconds, and that may seem like a tall order, but when you have those extra soldiers to help tank and DPS, I don't think it would be the worst call if you had vision, but not going to be the call. Instead, Monster Bee taking some damage, but he could get a big ult here.
Does have the cripple on. The Ragnarok peeks out, sees if there's anybody around. Maybe if the Loki had been seen earlier, but look at the damage. Going on to having fun. They've got to back up, and Pagon going to go into the back line, see what's doing. What's doing is you're pulled back into a bramble and almost dead. Having fun are falling apart in the mid lane, but Stewart is here to break those odds and going to find 2 right away. Man, that was a big one for Stewart, but how long did it last? Dishonored did not let it be a problem. The Bakery traded back. They take out 3 of having fun, and Delny's just going to back up.
Yeah, Delny has no choice but to try and retreat here. The rest of the team already gone, but you want to make sure you can defend your buffs in the meantime. And that was a big rotation from Donut Doug, because Stewart showing up was already a bit of a question mark, right? Can we win this fight? Can we blow him up quickly? Yes, absolutely happens. But the difference maker, Donut Doug lives, right? Not only does he get to rotate back over to duo lane, pick up some farm, he grabs his tier 1 tower, can get the tower offerings, which is going to be even more gold in pocket. And it's no coincidence that Gold Fury is about to spawn in for the 3rd time any minute now. Left side of the map, still where you want to put your attention if you are the Bakery. And I'm trying to fight not only around Monster Bee as I've been hyping up, but I'm trying to fight around Donut Doug now. Has some crit chance online, could be scary stuff.
A pick onto the Mordred, 2 ultimates committed. Pursue the weak block will bring up 3. It looks cool, it's doing damage, but it might not be enough to save this Mordred. The Brutalized, they still haven't killed Dishonored. Finally they do, but they took a long time to do it, and they expended so much. And now the Cavalry has arrived at the Bakery, and they're doing numbers back, and No Escape will take 2 right back to what could be their doom, and it will be indeed a double kill for Monster Bee on the massive rotation.
Good damage here on the Stewart. Donut Doug running forward, doesn't have a fear in the world. Does Stu have the juke shoes? Goes immune right perfectly for the Desert Fury to not land, but Fire Giant is the call here for the Bakery. They've got time. No Sure is nearby. Do they feel confident pulling this? The answer is absolutely yes. It's going to be all on Sino. Does not have Sunder, would have to steal with just damage.
It's gonna be close. Monster Bee has that Sunder ready to go, and it will indeed be picked up by the Bakery pretty quickly at that. Having fun couldn't even get there to make an effort to contest. We talked about the gold lead this whole game kind of being 5,000 consistently. No matter what the Bakery would do to bring that gold lead down, it would always stay. A couple big fights, a few Gold Furies, and it's now a 2K swing. Positive for the bakery, Trelly. And with a Gold Fury respawning here soon, that could potentially be the third one for the bakery, but the third one in general, which will make the Ancient Fury spawn. If you're rooting for the bakery, you are getting dividends right now.
I mean, you're happy because this is what you were playing towards through the bakery, right? Look at their team comp. They've got double carries. Sure, God King Balding is building full intelligence, but has that late game. That's what you were trying to play for. Donut Doug finished that Hasten Fatalis, is able to run down just about everyone at this point. Whereas Stewart, sure, he's matching the build quite well, and farm-wise is okay, but has not been able to have that same level of impact, at least recently in these scraps. But not only that, Hagon has been getting eaten alive by Monster B. Look at the active item for Monster B, right? He's got that purification, as we get to see Jisoo using that ultimate just to get out of that cage. Has the purification, the squad-wide purification for the whole team, whereas Jake is essentially going a bruiser. You're not getting that level of support from having fun. Every single time Pagon gets ulted, I've seen him die. That's 3 times now that Monster B has been able to connect on to that ability. And it's just a death sentence. Because of the build path that Pagon chose to go, he's in a little bit of trouble. Jake trying to find Ragnarok. Looks like surging forward. Donut Duck doesn't care.
Donut Duck doesn't care about anything, but does get pulled by the Ragnarok into a storm call, but is yet to die, and no escape's gonna bring everybody down. The bakery make that fight work. Pagon looking for Donut Doug, who still hasn't died and will not die. A double kill for the On Her, and the bakery are stepping to the Phoenix. That was crazy from Donut Doug, and they might step all the way up. How much more can Doug get? Pursue the Weak will bring Odin up into the air. The Soul there for the defense as well. Titan being started up, down to half health. There go those relics. Plenty of Aegis, plenty of feeds, and plenty of damage. Stewart brings down one, but God King Balding will take out Stewart. Delany still trying to hang on, but it'll be for naught. Donut Doug leads the bakery down the duo lane and on to the semifinals.
Bro did not falter. He sieged forward, just auto attacking, hits the beautiful impale, says, "Shut up, Pagon, get away from me." Everyone tries to slay the On Her, but he's the slayer of enemies, man, and it works out perfectly. You could call it a bait, call it what you want, but he just killed everyone. And I'm sure, fantastic peel, by the way. It can't just be Donut Doug. Monster B does a fantastic job. God King Balding also was there to try and peel with DPS for his team. I think it was a entirely team-based play, but it's hard not to just give shouts out to Donut Doug when he hit everything. The impale was crisp. The auto attacks made everyone retreat. And of course, he survived. And that was the big part.
The objective popped up and said survive, and usually that one's not supposed to complete, you know? Usually that's the one that's just the time buyer. But Donut Dog took that as a challenge there, and like you said, everybody else was performing perfectly in that scenario. They were just uplifted by the survivability of Donut Dog. You know, yesterday, Theeks on the Jing Wei made me a notable believer of Fatalis, where before I know there was a lot of, you can grab it in that now 7th item slot if you really want to. But after seeing Theeks yesterday in the Jing Wei and seeing what Donut Doug just did with the On Her using that Fatalis to step up and get so aggro, man, there's good reason to see why it's been a move on here for the bakery. Let's take a look at that bracket to see who the bakery will be meeting in the semifinals. That'll be W, a team that you might be familiar with if you're an SCC watcher. A lot of members of the Shabala Storm on W. And then at that bottom, semifinals. Hard to say it's shocking, but Cowabunga will take on team but with 5Ms. And Charlie, I think that's kind of been one of my most anticipated possible matchups today, and I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that.
No, that it could easily have been a finals matchup, but it's even better that we're seeing it in the semifinals because, you know, you get best of one. You got to leave it all on the line. If you want to get to finals and get that prize pool in your hands, or at least get the ability to play for that prize pool, then you got to show up right now in the semifinals. So fantastic 4 teams to try and duke it out to do so. But I mean, after we just watched, I will say, loading up into this tournament, I leaned heavily towards team, but with 5Ms and Cowabunga, how can you not? But man, the bakery showed out, man. I'm very excited to see what they can do in the semifinals matchup as well.
There's something with the recipes in that bakery that are just they leave a little something that makes you have a bit of belief in it. Absolutely cooking, absolutely baking. But with that, we'll be right back with more action here on day 2 of the closed alpha tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Like I speak to another, the sign to constantly see through each other. You love that, you know that, you love that, you know that, you love that, you know that. You love that, you know
It's never been done before.
What's the plan?
When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to host an esports event in Vegas for SMITE. SMITE 2. Now you're talking.
The hi-rez Arena, Las Vegas.
Some said it couldn't be done.
Are you guys out of your mind? The J Dragons winning worlds can't be beat. Not shouldn't be beat. It cannot be beat.
This January, see SMITE like you've never seen before.
You clowns are gonna need a team even crazier than you. Who'd you have in mind?
Coming this January, Hindu Man's 11.
You're either in or you're out.
I'm in.
Welcome back. We missed you. Hope you missed us. And SMITE 2 Founder Series is around the corner, and Vegas at that. Tickets on sale September 13th. You saw the hype up there. You got Dolson there. Trelly had the same shirt on. The glasses must have been nearby. I mean, did you just film that? That was an impressive turnaround from production. I gotta be honest.
Just got back from the studio. I had to do it quickly, man.
That's insane. I mean, the production quality here is just out of control. But SMITE 2 Founder Series around the corner, January 17th through 19th. Those tickets do go on sale September 13th. So make sure you are ready to snab those up. It's going to be an insane event. $300,000 prize pool. Come on, insane. And the Founder Series itself does get started on September 14th, which is my birthday, which makes it even better of a day than it already could be, Trelly. There's just too much to be excited about right now. It's kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be excited about the Founder Series starting up? And how can you not be excited about half of Anthony Squared is getting a year older on the
crazy.
14th? That is just, mark your calendars, man. It's going to be high.
Yeah, only half of your calendar day, though, for that
Yeah.
in particular. But what matchup do we have coming up next? Let's take a look at the bracket, see where we're at. We are in semifinals at the moment. You just saw Having Fun versus the Bakery, where the Bakery took the W to face W in the semifinals. We will be viewing what is an insane matchup, certainly on paper and in history. Cowabunga versus Team, but with 5 M's. Kind of one of the craziest matchups that we could have had today. You said it before break. This could be a grand finals caliber matchup, but we get it in semis.
And not only that, I think there's another fantastic matchup on the top side of the bracket. So it's not as if, it's going to be, whoever wins this wins the whole tournament. I think, we're going to have 4 teams that could have easily made it this far and are going to definitely perform for us. But with Cowabunga, and I'm just going to call them team, like the team with 5 M's makes sense, but it gets a little bit too long. So I'm just going to hum M for the entirety
Okay,
of
I'm ready for that.
just for the future. You don't have to, but I'm going to.
Future will work on harmonies.
Exactly. Trying to dethrone. They're not the kings, but Cowabunga has they've won some dough already, right? They've been here before. So they are certainly treated as the favorites, at least going into this matchup.
Hard not to, especially with what we've seen from Paul and all of Cowabunga. But let's see what characters get prioritized, what bans are the necessity. It's picks and bans between Team, but with 5 M's and Cowabunga. This might be one of the more interesting ban phases we've had, because Bacchus and all that fun stuff, it's all kind of expected. But these are 2 teams and who I would expect have a little bit deeper of an idea of what they want and what they're okay with letting through.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You can sort of force the enemy team into some of those comfort picks, or more specifically, what relic you want them to pick up. And I think that might be the idea here. The Morgan ban, to me, makes a lot of sense. You do not want that going into Paul's hands. He has been leaning more towards the Hecate, but when the Morgan's open, he's able to take it, no problem. And Fenrir taken away from Team. So they're going to have to look a little bit elsewhere, depending on where they want to go. But for me, it's obvious.
Of all the realms we could visit,
And that was
must
not
it be the
what was
mortal
obvious.
one?
Bro, where's
Well,
Bacchus? Are
I
you kidding me?
protected
I wanted to
nonetheless.
see Mike pilot Bacchus and just invade and own and be annoying. But instead, There's no way Paul's getting his hands on Hecate, so just first pick it immediately. Scary stuff. She is an absolute menace in the mid lane with someone who knows how to play her. And yeah, there's someone on this squad that knows exactly how to play her.
Understandable. I mean, you focus your ban to the Morrigan, which is a character that is rightfully associated with Paul. Then you grab Hecate, you double your control of the mid lane. But as you talked about, you opened up the Bacchus, which this might not be a support Bacchus for Cowabunga. Sada's already played the Bacchus solo in this tournament. A lot of the players, Sada obviously included, are streaming their POVs of this tournament, and the Bacchus solo has been purely disgusting. The damage that can be done, especially building full bruiser, full tank, is just out of control. And we'll see if team, excuse me, can make this work. They'll grab the Odin and the Jing Wei, a character who's been the topic of discussion for ADCs, and kind of, is she super strong, too strong? Is she a bit of a bait pick, and where she falls in that category?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, you don't have to say team. That's just my thing. You know, you can join with me. It's totally acceptable.
I might say 5Ms.
Don't feel pressured to do so just because I am. And also, this is what I was talking about earlier, about when you see Jing Wei through, there's items that can specifically counter all of her crit chance, all of her crit damage, and all you really have to do, at least from what I've seen, is pick a tankier build. You can go a little bit of a tankier jungle, tankier frontline, and then just sort of run at her with that anti-crit, and it certainly helps alleviate a bit of that hard carry potential that Jing Wei will bring to the table. However, you got Loki, you got Hecate, and now you have the Chalk Odin. It's not like Jing Wei's the only threat on team side.
A lot of Chalk Odin combinations today. It's sort of funny because Zeus is in the game, but the lightning god that's being put with the big circle plus big circle equal damage is Chalk. And that's been a constant throughout this tournament. We see it again now. The Soul will follow up the Neath. I would expect a Neath mid, Soul ADC, not insane analysis to predict that in this particular game. I am interested in the Ares, though, from Aurora, because that's been such a strong pickup for everybody, but Aurora seems to have this character fully unlocked in Smite 2. Obviously not that different from Smite 1, but having that extra level of comfort and that extra level of understanding of how the character functions in Smite 2 with the additions to the character's kit is very important and not to be overlooked.
No, definitely not. And again, we already discussed this early on in P's and B's, but you have to talk about relic selection. You're going to have a Sunder, at least one, on both sides. That's just how support is played right now. You are actively giving up buffs and pressure if you don't have it. However, Ares is in that conversation. Loki, Odin, there is so much CC, there is so much damage. And if you are going Blink, think about what we just saw from having fun in the bakery. You can definitely get just hard focused when you don't have that purification beast, or if your support doesn't go that purification relic. So something to keep in mind. Probably still going to see a lot of Blink and Thunder though.
Lots of new teams and new faces will show up, but for now, let's take a look at what everybody knows and loves from Smite 1, but in Smite 2, in prep for the Founder Series. Let's get in game. Malum, Trelly, and Doug, and 10 players with ridiculous accolades, ready to do battle in the semifinals of the tournament here so far. Scream will see the army coming on the left-hand side and back away to the teleporter. I don't know if you got time for all that. Cowabunga are running full speed to chase out Scream. If that slow hits, does not though.
Well, now I was gonna say, do they all just teleport over? Or do they all just head on back? It seems like that's the call. I just love the idea of Scream. Like, guys, I'm
screaming.
Guys are here. Guys, they are all here. Every single one of them. Not gonna end up netting too much, but the full-on retreat, and we can do a relic roundup. Benny Q does grab the beats. Smart call. Hecate needs that extra CC immunity. Even having opened the gates as a bit of a teleport option would be scary. But look at BBM. This is what I've been waiting for. Deep in the enemy jungle. Who's he trying to own? Seems like Sa. So T, check his relic. Does have Sunder, so it would be a bit of a scrap for blue buff. He could just go for red, though. Mike has options, and it seems like he wants to try and steal Sot's buff.
Gonna be close on the attempt, and I believe that goes to
yeah, Sa got it.
Yeah, so that was close, but not gonna be good enough there for PBM. More commitment though onto this red, where PBM sticking with the attempt, but gets that one away from Sot. So not a double defense for Cowabunga on the right-hand side.
Yeah, probably a smart call. I think what Mike was doing there was just trying to force out the Sunder just so it's used, right? Like, hey, I want you to use it so I get one of these buffs. And because he used it, he was able to confirm red and do a little bit of a gank over towards Paul on the Neath mid. I forgot to mention, I've been seeing BennyQ play a ton of Hecate as well. It wasn't just like, let's take it away from Paul. I'm sure that was the forefront of their conversation. But BennyQ also absolutely loves this character. Much like myself, man. Hecate is the most fun character in SMITE 2, in my opinion. And also, ridiculous if you have dive on your team. If you can just cast that shield on someone that is going in, you're going to have a good time. And there's a lot of the team that is going... Oh my goodness, Aurora.
Cyclone spin, barely getting away. Same thing for PBM. They will both live. However, got very dangerous. Right-hand side gate coming out. A lot of damage on the Sot already from the Loki, and the commitment's going to be there, and Scream will get the first blood. 4-5 M's. And a Warhorn will be grabbed as well. We'll see how much pressure they can put on Panatom, who's still hanging out. Not enough for a kill, but plenty of damage. Panatom going back in, gets the pull. Damage real good, trying to stick on to Scream, but has to get back out. Otherwise would have been picked up. A close play there from Panatom. That was crazy ambitious, but it almost worked out.
Panatom is so real for that. He really said, like, you think just because you killed my solo lane, you think I'm gonna be afraid? No, goes steps forward and tries to fight. I love that call. So risky and could have really ruined the early game, but ends up going for it anyways. Misses out, unfortunately, did not quite hit that dash damage, but at least showed Scream, you know? You can't just step up to me, bro. You can't just try to walk forward, Jerry. Taking a lot of damage from SOT here. This is what you were talking about, just how much of a bully Bacchus can be, especially in someone's hands who knows what they're doing with them. And yeah, I would add Sot into that conversation. Knows exactly how much damage he can tank and still dish out without, you know, fearing for his life.
And a lot to be dished out right now. Sot was even talking about if you use your drink, you can get 2 hits of Bluestone. So lots of damage there. Lots of damage in duo about to be had. Scream here on the gank attempt onto Soul. A lot of damage. But the Aegis will handle with a lot of it. A greatly timed Aegis there from Yark. You can't really time it any better.
I mean, he went immune right for the immediate damage, and then afterwards just said, you guys aren't doing anything to me. Like, I got 2 health pods. I'm staying in lane. You didn't even push me out. I will miss 0 farm for this gank attempt, but still.
I live here.
Yeah, you got to give respect to Scream for getting active, right? Goes to the right side of the map, comes back over to left, invades a speed buff in the process, just trying to get as much done as possible, whereas Panatom still able to get some farm, stay relative. Oh no, level 5. That's a little bit different. Hold up, remember when your relics are down, Yark? No, you played it so well, man. Unfortunate.
Scream said, whose lane? Where's the Aegis now?
The assassinate. That was the call there. Like, this is a level 4 Loki. This is a non-threat. And then he turned into a level 5 Loki and said, I regret my decision entirely.
Yeah, those level ups do be sneaky.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but Scream on top, man. 2-0. Not a care in the world. At least not yet.
Bach is getting a lot of pressure out onto Chalk, as we've mentioned a couple of times. So level 5 ticked over for the Chalk. Should be less of a worry. BBM look to make something happen onto Paul. We haven't talked a lot about Paul so far on the Neath, which feels like a cardinal sin. But Neath is a character who just gets going so late at the moment. But when she gets going, Trelly, oh man, is that damage a sight to behold.
Yeah, I mean, Paul's going to go Transcendence, Book of Thoth, so we don't have to yap about him too much. He's going to send a World Weaver out, you know, every once in a while, but I don't imagine he gets too active for the time being. This is one of those situations where Paul's going to follow Panatom, at least with his targeter. He's not going to physically be there, but he will be following him with the ultimate saying, hey, can we go in? I do want to see BennyQ just yoink Panatom under the tower here, but unfortunately, too little too late, man. Does not matter at all.
Open the gates to the grayscale, maybe, is the case there, as that's an erase of BennyQ, but Paul not in too much better of a spot, but the blink is good to get Paul away. Screen could not secure that one for 5M, so the score will remain 2-1 for the time being.
Yeah, that is just ridiculous. Unfortunately, I mean, I can't see the reason for a beads pickup when I think you're just going to get camped regardless. I usually on Hecate just grab Aegis because you can always ult yourself off the Ares, you know what I mean? Like whenever Ares pulls you, you ult where you're going, and then you just use your own teleporter to get out. I think that's the best call. Benny Q is going to be getting camped though, man. 50 seconds on the beads. You just have to sit in a corner, send World Weaver, and send Panatom, and then repeat the process. Remember, Panatom doesn't have beads, so you do have to worry about the actual open the gates teleport. But besides that, as long as you're able to use some of your mobility to get out, Akate is going to be free pickings, at least for a bit, until a little more damage is locked in.
That shield certainly helps, but it doesn't do enough to survive all that a Sasano-Neath combination can bring.
And it does
towards
nothing. I know, like, you just don't have to worry about that
it's
at all.
just it's more cute than anything else. It's nice animation on the way out. That's kind of the main thing. PBM on the left-hand side, the main thing is looking for buffs, but doesn't want to get picked off. We'll get the jump away. 4 on the left-hand side for Cowabunga, making sure they don't give up any of that jungle pressure, give away free buffs. One thing we've seen today is a lot of the kind of higher caliber teams, Trellier, rotating around the map at kind of an insane rate we're not accustomed to seeing even in Smite 1.
Yeah, just trying to play the map as well as you can. It's still very early days and trying to figure out map rotations and things like that. But what's going to make the difference between a good jungler and a great jungler is knowing where to be and where you can find your ganks. And I think
Like
Scream has been pretty clean about it. Beautiful ultimate there from Benny Q. Trying to stop that initial initiation we were talking about, but that was Paul's ult. Phantom still had ultimate. Did not end up dropping it there. Didn't feel like there was a kill opportunity, but that's what I was talking about. Your self-peel, open the gates, go under tower, try and just yoink the Susanoo under. Ends up working out just fine for Benny Q, so ends up living one of the dives. But look at this up top. Look at Scream. He is so deep in the enemy jungle, and he's about to find Panatom.
We'll get the shield. Phantom aware now. We'll see what the dive is like looking for Scream, who will go in.
Win this?
Yeah, Scream actually interested in taking the fight. We'll play it out slow, gets the damage across. Paul here, the ult away, but loses track and loses Panatom. So no kill there for Scream, despite how good the setup might have looked.
Yeah, I didn't hate the attempt, but again, Panatom has so much movement. It's gonna be difficult to land an ultimate really ever in that situation because of the blink, because of the assassinate, things like that. So don't hate the attempt. Scream just showing, hey, I do win the 1v1, especially if the teammates don't get involved. But noticeably, Scream going with a more established start, just getting Jotun's Revenge first item, whereas Phantom has to stack up that Transcendence. Really doesn't come baked with all that damage just yet. It's gonna be a bit before he really gets that strength online. We do see the Queen pulled immediately by Aurora, but probably not something he wanted to do with PBM watching, and decides to reset.
PBM, knowing he's in danger with not many teammates nearby, will step away, which opens a door for Cowabunga to pull that Queen right back. It is pretty tanky, but with everybody there, will go down plenty easy. And now with the Queen Naga minions in pocket for Cowabunga, we'll see how they choose to utilize them in any soon-to-be-had fights. I mean, it's good gold in general, but the Queen Naga, I was really interested, Trelly, in what these higher caliber teams would do with the Queen Naga, how much emphasis would be put on fighting over it, and it's already kind of interesting to see it play out.
Yeah, my strat that I've been using in ranked, and I think a lot of these teams can follow suit, is just immediately pulling an objective when you have the opportunity to, when you have that buff. Unfortunately, in this case, Panatom actually picks up the buff. I think it would have been better on Yark, because if Yark gets like one crit item, you just get one lazy back from Cyclone Spin, and you just immediately go and blow up Goldfree. That's the kind of potential this buff can grant you. Because wards are not as prominent, you can just go for a pull immediately, and you have the burst damage and the shred to go in. But speaking of burn and shred, Panatom in a little bit of trouble, has to blink out. Not going to be able to confirm the buff. Is going to have to retreat from the jungle. Remember, PBM is here with a cage if necessary, if the chase continues. And Cowabunga, they were looking like they wanted to chase for a second, but they decided against it.
There wasn't a simple get out of my jungle. That was a walk back and a making sure that team had fully left, and they do. 5M's got away. 10 minutes have crossed. That gold lead has been no more than 1,000 at any point this game. One kill separates both teams. You wanted to see what high-end Smite 2 would look like. This is where you had to go. Storm Call used on Bacchus. Scream here as well. Damage on to Sot. Meanwhile, Paul gonna find PBM elsewhere as Sot will go down to Scream. So a trade across the map.
Wow, I immediately thought the Cherry was just done, but either Sot lost track of him or just didn't have any sort of cooldowns to step forward. And then, of course, ends up getting baited. And when he does finally decide to go in, backup was there. Scream, not too far away to confirm that kill. Yark is thinking about a Gold Fury pull. But looking at Aurora's HP, that seems like a sketchy play. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you don't want Panatom to have that buff. He's on the other side of the map. If you did want to go for an objective call, much better to have it on your ADC. Regardless, not be the biggest deal trading out kills there. Scream, ult for ult in the jungle. Once again, though, not concerned about the ult for ult, Malum. I'm concerned about the 3 buffs that Scream is wearing around his waist because he's just been invading Cowabunga's entire jungle. Man is stacked out at this point.
One of my favorite things about Smite 2 is that you can have those multiple buffs, because sometimes you just have that person who you want to have multiple, and Scream is a great choice for that. For 5M, Cyclone Spin also rocking 2 belts over in the duo lane. Definitely one of the more interesting aspects so far, and seeing how it's utilized. It can add so much to a character, and especially with Loki having the Caustic buff, that red buff, it meshes very well with Loki's already established kit.
Yeah, you're just going to be stacking poke on poke. That's the idea. And it's very annoying to try and keep track of, especially when Scream is just constantly in your jungle. A little bit of a scrap over in duo lane, or at least could break out. Panatom is here. Seems like Aurora also has a flank if possible. Do you look for the ultimate? He does find it. Doesn't seem like too much comes from it, though. Just going ahead and use that ultimate and PBM channels his third ability. But I want to see a fight towards gold, man. I want to see a pull. I want to see something. Just because of all the presence that's been put over to the left side of the map. Why not some fight towards mid? Paul blinks away. Does the dot damage have it? No. You were talking about that caustic buff.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That extra tick would have been what put Paul down if he found a kill. But now he's charging up. The only wants revenge.
And he gets sent right back to the fight where Aurora has started and Panatom's on the way. Odin Cage drop. Will that be enough displacement? So far, yes, to save the member of 5M's being Benny Q, who gets away, and Aurora will go down in response. Perfectly executed play from 5M's to get their player out and take one with him.
Man, it is not easy to kill Paul, but you can kill his team after they try and save Paul. That's what I've noticed. Man gets out with a sliver of HP, sends in the ultimate, but Aurora could not find the kill and ends up going down for it. It's the best idea, but again, you're just trying to farm out. You're just trying to stay neutral here. If you are Cowabunga, you're looking towards the later stages of the game at best. Go ahead and take a look.
Countdown clock for Paul, right?
Oh, I was gonna say take a look, but look, they just go for the Gold Fury, man. There's no one here. This is what I was talking about. There's just no vision. Get in, get out. All of Cowabunga was back in base. First Gold Fury of the game goes to the team of 5Ms.
We were looking for that from Cowabunga, but instead, the blue side is the one to grab it, and I will give an even bigger gold lead. Looking at just about 3,000 right now, which is, again, one of the bigger leads we've seen. It's been a very close game up to this point. And Cowabunga, you said it, Trelly, they're playing for that late game, playing to kind of control the pace and keep it slow until things like their Neath come online.
It's the best call at this point. You have to try and slow down Scream specifically, because Panatom was a little bit behind farm-wise. He's been able to catch up. Itemization-wise, isn't looking great as well. This has the Transcendence, just finally got it stacked up, and the Tekko Kagi. So needs a little bit more itemization before you're trying to step up to a character like Loki, especially with the penetration that he's trying to build into. Just doesn't seem like a 1v1 you're really ever trying to take, even with the help of Paul, because that World Weaver has been blocked every single time I've seen it sent out. Not easy to land it onto a key target, especially when there's these many frontliners that are always in the know, aware of that possibility. With that being said, doesn't seem like aggression towards the mid lane is the call. I mean, Aurora's around. He's looking for those ultimates whenever possible, but I think Team of 5M is okay just coasting for a bit, man. They have enough of a lead.
Open the Gates has already been used by Benny Q, so down for this next fight. Aurora just forced it. Aurora has taken a lot of poke, but it looks like 5Ms don't have quite the opening they want. Benny Q gets pulled back, takes some poke, but survives. Cyclone Spin dashing in, looking for the solo kill. Won't find those 1 of 12 of those autos there to bring down Yark. So no solo kill in duo, in the fight in mid. Definitely slowed down. Paul was considering an ultimate, but not going to use it ultimately.
Nice.
You know, thank you. It's so
Yep.
tough. I wanna find time to point out these new exciting items and looking at like the things like Dagger of Frenzy on Cyclone Spinning. Wanting to mention how much items like that mean in Smite 2, but these fights are so sporadic, Trelly. They just keep popping up, like this one right here. Supernova not gonna find Scream. Yark not gonna die and Scream will, but Cyclone Spin finds the opening to clean up the soul, but on the landing will join their teammate. That's a kill for Aurora on the Ares.
Wow, I mean, and that was a perfect bait. You could tell that team with 5Ms, they thought they were unstoppable leading into that fight, but unfortunately, so much damage comes out from Yark. Paul's ultimate finally starting to hit Pater, getting a little bit extra damage online to make use over on that side of the map. And now, with Scream getting shut down, the 3-0 shutdown, or the 4-1 shutdown, whatever you want to call it, Phantom has free reign, man. He can finally go into the enemy jungle, start getting aggressive. Just look to see how much damage he can really do, but you don't want to take the Hecate damage, that's for sure. Phantom immediately learns that one and decides to back up. Keep your eye on Gold Fury, though. We'll be spawning in here shortly. Team by 5Ms was able to grab it the first time. And now Cowabunga's finally got some swagger in their step after getting a few picks. They might be able to at least contest. Remember, they have double the Sunders that team, but with 5Ms has. So just a little bit easier time stealing, confirming, whatever you want to call it, or just TPSing that objective.
Big focus on the solos on doing just that. It truly has been an island so far this game. Once they start rotating over, I think this game has an entire new dimension to it. The Bacchus and the Chalk are going to bring so much. We have seen the Chalk a couple of times, but the Bacchus really, we've yet to see the full impact of what that's going to bring to the team fights.
A little bit of scrap in the jungle. And finally Cherry gets to rotate out, man. We haven't seen much from the solo laners. Like, Sot and Cherry have probably just been spamming abilities, going back to base, and repeating that process. But SOT over towards the left side of the map, near that Gold Fury, thinking about going for a pull. Speaking of, I love this build out of SOT. Has the Gauntlet of Thieves, still trying to stack that one up, but he's going to be doing a ton of damage. Not because he's building damage, of course. You already mentioned this early on, but Bacchus gets tremendous scaling off of protections, and that's kind of the idea here. You get as much prot as you can, and then you chug, and then you just smack some of these carries.
Yeah.
Pay attention to Bacchus, that's what I'll say, because he is going to one-shot carries. That's the idea. That's what he's trying to do. Not necessarily going to work, right? There's ways to peel Bacchus off, but I can assure you that is SOT's plan. He wants carries dead.
Yeah, the Blaster Chug build has been serious. Gold Fury was pulled by Cowabunga down to about a quarter PBM here to contest. We'll see how it goes. Paul able to get the last hit and secure onto the Gold Fury. The charm from PBM will be enough to survive. Great use of the Amanita charm. Just to keep that little bit of damage from being too much. That matters a lot, especially with the amount of abilities that are doing dots and pokes in Smite 2 so far, Trelly. It's in trouble for Cherry. We'll see if you can get away. Plenty of damage back, though. We'll be fine.
Yeah, what I've learned is the tech with Amanita charm is just spam it off cooldown, man. A little bit of poke, use the charm. A little bit of damage, use the charm. We just did an objective, use the charm. You want that extra heal. Cherry goes forward. He was in trouble before. He might be in trouble now. Typhoon not enough to confirm, and he blinks out. Can anyone chase
Still
him
alive.
down? No, they can't.
I can't believe Cherry lived that and was able to get the heal, so there wasn't even a fear of Cowabunga diving back to try to secure what they almost had. And that's been the case with a lot of these fights so far, where it's kind of just like, how are people living to the extent that they are? And, you know, zooming out and trying to stop focusing on the kills and the fighting that's been so consistent, the gold still has not grown as much. It has grown for 5Ms, despite the Gold Fury for Cowabunga, but it's still not insurmountable, sitting around that 5,000-6,000 mark. Earlier, we were talking 3 and 4K. In Smite 2, with the way a lot of item power spikes can quickly get you back up there, Trelly, that's not a bad number to be at.
Not at all, and not to mention the DPS that both of these teams have allotted. At any moment, we could see a Fire Giant fight break out. Like, I believe that wholeheartedly. Scream in the backline. Cherry getting owned. The chains from Aurora and the double carries are close by. Now Cyclone Spin's in trouble, but is it actually Cyclone Spin, or is it Sot who's in trouble, trying to turn the tables? No ultimate coming from Scream. It was Cyclone, by the way. That was a ton of damage that ended up heading his way, but I thought Bacchus might have been a target. Aurora sticking around just trying to play zone duty. But either way, Fire Giant is still the target here, Malum. Not necessarily getting pulled just yet, but actually it is. They go for it immediately. Amina Charm goes down. They need some stain.
PBM nearby, same thing for Scream, so here we go. Cowabunga daring anyone to step in. The first one in is PBM, but Aurora will get the secure on the Fire Giant first. Now the chase goes on to PBM and the damage there, but they've yet to kill. Speaking of charms, one dropped from the Odin to help stay alive. So Cowabunga do secure the Fire Giant, but importantly for 5Ms, they do not give away any free picks while trying to steal.
Yeah, I did not see a lot of value come in there. From the Hekate ultimate, unfortunately doesn't able to get any pulls, and of course Mike was just trying to play peel duty there. Wasn't able to find much action either. That was just a great time for Cowabunga to pull the FG, and to me that just shows their experience so far on this game. They have a ton of hours in Smite 2 so far, and they knew we have Soul, we have Neath, we have a ton of DPS. Cyclone Spin is going to take 800 damage with the help from Sot. Do you have a blink? Do you have a chase down? Of course not. He has Sunder. Can anyone catch, though? That's the question. I see a lot of red health bars trying to find Cyclone Spin.
Aurora will have the cutoff angle. Cyclone going for the dash, not going to find it, and goes down. There were reinforcements on the way, but as Trelly said, there was many more red jerseys who got there before those blue ones could find their way. Now 5-6 in a tier 2 tower, being pushed to 22 minutes. So good use of that Fire Giant from Cowabunga.
And that's the benefit of just using your DPS. They knew for a fact that Paul was about to hit for 800. They said, hey, we can chase down anyone if they're caught solo. As a Jingwei player, you feel safe going for that split push, right? You're like, anyone comes near, I airstrike, I dash, I'm out. Not necessarily true anymore when you don't know where everyone's at. Sot in the backline, getting some damage off of the tier 2 tower, maybe the target.
No escape use will bring back both of the tanky members of 5Ms, but were they ever tanky at all? PBM might not think so, as Sot will get the credit for Cowabunga. A Supernova was dropped onto Cherry's head, but not going to find the kill. Paul does charge it, lets it go, and there goes Cherry-O. And Cowabunga will use that to grab the tier 2 in mid lane. 5Ms back up to their Phoenix. They don't want to overplay their hand here. They've got to try to defend as much as they can because they're going to lose a lot. And they seem to know that. Cowabunga will get the mid Phoenix, and 5Ms retreat to the Titan Roof.
My goodness, Malum. This just seems so calculated to me. Like Cowabunga said, hey, we might lose a bit of the early game, but we know exactly how we want to play late game, and they are doing it flawlessly. Paul finds a place to charge up World Weaver. Always safe, never in the middle of a team fight, never taking damage, anything like that. Finds it on key targets, they get their pick, and then they surge forward. SOT and Aurora seem to have perfect synergy. They are always in the back line together, chaining their CC. And again, Panatom may have had a bit of a rough start. 3-0-2, level 20. You wouldn't be able to tell looking at where he is currently. I mean, I'll give the early game to team with 5Ms, but man, late game is all Cowabunga, and they have made very little mistakes since like the 15-minute mark.
Very, very little mistakes. And there was a lot of talk about Cowabunga and how real they were going to be. There's, you know, the competition has been different, sporadic, different teams in a few Alpha Weekend tournaments. But this is serious, and that was a serious number. 1,000 onto the head top of Scream. And I think that's got to be a respect back, if nothing else.
Archmages, Soul Reaver, extra rod proc, like that. If any of you were questioning the Neath pickup, this was the point Paul was trying to get to. And with no one grabbing Aegis, hold up, the gates are open. One pull back, but can you find the kill?
Nice ultimate from Cherry will slow down the fight of Cowabunga and set up Scream to bring down Panatom. Paul, here around the side, runs into Scream and deletes him. Remember that ultimate? Take my backflip too. Yark did find Cherry on top of that, so that's 2 members down for 5Ms, just 1 for Cowabunga. The tier 2 in solo won't be long lasting, and now it's a Phoenix Siege attempt from this solo lane for Cowabunga.
Paul leading the charge with this team. Full HP, wants to find an engage, but Phoenix has to drop first. That has to be the call. SOT. You don't want to flop aggressively, but he decides to do it anyways. They find 1 kill for it, but Sot should go down. Still, Phoenix has to be the target with Yarkor beaten away. It will drop.
Double kill for Paul at that Phoenix line, and it might be a call, a consideration of what they can do. Paul charges the ult, but Cowabunga will choose to back up here and take the safe Brute. Benny Q was alive, does have open the gates. It's you. The World Weaver just does so much damage. That was half the health bar of Benny Q in base, probably more than that. Paul's different so far on this Neath, and we were talking about taking away those more magic-focused characters. The Hecate was gone, the Morgan was banned. This Neath has really worked out.
I'm very curious. We'll never know. I mean, maybe in the finals, if we end up seeing Cowabunga go to it, if Paul would have taken the Hecate, right? That's because he has went to it time after time, but he looks so clean on the Neath, man. You know, it's like to me, it seems like this might have been his pick all along, but I know for a fact Paul loves the Hecate. Benny Q finally hit a very clutch ultimate there on the Panatom, was able to shut him down, but after Open the Gates was down, kind of forced into the retreat call. Fire Giant started up once again. There is not a Team But 5M's member in sight, so it will certainly be going the way of Cowabunga. Question is defensive capabilities. What can Team But 5M's do to try and keep their birds, and more specifically the Titan, alive? They do have great lockdown. I still think the empty the gates into an Odin cage in the Titan room could find a pick if you're not paying attention on Cowabunga. But I'm just a little bit worried about the burst damage from Paul and the burst damage from Yarkor specifically. That Titan is not going to live for very long. We see any go to it, but look at this, Malum. This is an aggressive play. They know Aurora's on the right side of the map. They want to fight now.
We'll see if they can find the picks from it. Sot gonna go aggressive, but they've already lost Yark. Will that aggression pay off, and can they find Cyclone Spin? No. The ultimate is good. Cowabunga's still fighting in that back line, trying to keep anybody alive that they can. The Odin cage to separate everybody out in this fight. So Benny Q goes around the side and still has plenty of cooldowns, but he stepped up to Sot, and Aurora is there, and they'll combine to blow up the Hecate. A big-time mistake there from 5Ms, and Cowabunga take advantage of the chaos. You've got Scream in the jungle. PBM is left behind and sent to the grave. And Cowabunga continue to look for picks, and Sot will survive, which is just as important. They can continue their siege.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Cyclone Spin survived, so minions can still die, but it seems like Cowabunga are sieging forward. They know they have plenty of time to play with here, and they at least want one more bird. Amulet Charm goes down, a little bit of regen, and the Phoenix is the target. One pick here, Malum, could be the game.
Will that be the case? And how aggressive will 5Ms defend in this scenario? Cyclone Spin postured up at the mid Phoenix already. Wow, almost 700 damage from the second ability of Paul. You know, we talk about the spirit arrows of the World Weavers, but 700 from that?
You gotta watch out, man. you gotta watch out.
It's scaring me. I know I'm gonna run into Neaths now in my games, and I'm a little upset about it.
Well, I've been running into Neath. It's just the you know, Paul is playing the character to its full. You know, Paul's gonna bring everything out of every mid laner he plays, and of course, not everyone is building this way. I think the Book of Thoth Transcendence build has really started popping up in the ranked queues, that is, but the Soul Reaver is tech that I've only really seen in the higher level games. That's an item that was kind of slept on towards the later half of Smite 1's life, but you can see Scream has a Soul Reaver. Benny Q is working on a Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver already picked up for Paul. This is an item that gets tremendous value, especially when you have an ability like World Weaver that can just chunk you from across the map. So, you know, definitely think about picking that one up in your games, even if you're a strength user, even if you're a Loki, the Poke. The Heartseeker Soul Reaver combo Rooney can definitely do a ton of damage. But Fire Giant buff still available on 4. Everyone but Yarkor. And now the Ancient Fury is haunting the mid bird. Yeah, might as well go forward.
Here they come. The Hexstone leads the way, and the Boar sets it up. Cowabunga looking to imprint that name in the semifinals. They almost find Cyclone Spin. They continue to step up. Then mid Phoenix will go down. Paul with the credit. Maybe gonna have the kill too. Panatom will take out Cherio, and 5Ms retreat back into that throne room. That's at this point feeling like their only possible defense, as all the Phoenixes are now down, and Cowabunga are not stepping away from the throne room.
Yeah, pay attention to ults. All they have for defense is the cage. Mike is gonna have to stall for some more ultimate abilities. Benny Q's got some CDR, so maybe he'll be able to open the gate, send someone into the well, possibly. That's what you have to think towards. When the Titan is your target, Cowabunga can play this one slow, maybe play for another charm, maybe wait for Paul's ultimate, but ultimately the Titan has to go down, playing this one as carefully as possible. But Mike, waiting, where's that ultimate gonna fly?
Titan's already at half health, and team with 5Ms, they're looking even worse than that Titan somehow. But Cyclone Spin gonna pull up clutch. Erase Paul, a rare death for the mid laner. Will that be enough? Can Cowabunga recoup without it? The charms get dropped. Sot's got 2. Cherio gonna respond by taking out Pentatom. Will that be enough? The Storm Call gonna find 3, but the up down from Sot is there, and Yark will one hit Cherio to send Cowabunga back to the finals. Every tournament leading up to the Founders Series will include Cowabunga.
My goodness, man. I mean, it's a tough defense to make, and I think Team with 5Ms did a great job given the resources they had trying to keep their Titan alive. But it was just too much was allotted towards that Chaos side squad, right? Paul did ridiculous amounts of damage. He ends up falling down. Cyclone Spin kind of went crazy. Almost found the kill on the Pantom, but almost doesn't count. And SOT also almost died. Just jumps over the Storm Call at the last second there, avoided so much damage. And of course, having Aurora there with you, having your buddy of a tank just there to peel you some damage, give you the auras, ends up being ridiculous value for Cowabunga. So if you're looking at the finals, you're looking at your competition, that's what you're gonna have to deal with. And man, well played by Cowabunga.
As well played can get, especially because there's been so much hype, and understandably so, because, you know, we all know the saying that Paul's better. But the death of Paul, I thought, might be the turning point in that fight, where 5Ms could push through and make the defense happen. But Cowabunga regained, and without that, we're still able to put together such a great siege on the throne room. And that does send them to the grand final. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how that is stacking up to this point. W did take the W over the Bakery. So if you're a Shabala Storm fan from the previous Worlds qualifiers, you've got a decent matchup on your hands. I believe these two rosters met in one of the previous weekend tournaments as well. So a bit of a revenge tour here for W, looking to pull off a massive upset of Cowabunga. This is the last of the closed alpha tournaments, the weekend tournaments, Trelly, before we get to the Founder Series. $2,500 is on the line, so there's no room for mistakes for Cowabunga, no matter who they're up against. And I'm sure W understand the same thing.
Yeah, and just in case you're unfamiliar, W, of course, being Tegveer, Happen, Globe, Valo, and Karmic. Definitely a force to be reckoned with in the grand finals. But again, you got to look at what you're up against. Cowabunga trying to win for, I believe, the 3rd time as far as their early SMITE 2 Alpha tournaments. So they have a lot of tenure playing together already on this new game. And man, they make mistakes, though. Let's be clear. Their early game was not perfect. I did love what Scream was able to do. Mike as well, just able to pick them apart farm-wise and put them behind. But it's the late game where this team gets scary. It's the late game where they know, hey, Yark, rotate out of duo lane immediately. We're going to play around objectives. Paul is going to be facilitating just about every engage with some sort of big, massive ability, in this case, the World Weavers. So it's not as if they can't bleed. If W brings it to them early, I could easily see them snowballing away into an early lead, something like that. But this team late game is extremely dangerous. Keep that in mind.
So play for the early game to snowball through an attempt to make a name for yourself. That's the game plan potentially for W, and we'll see that in the grand finals soon. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with those grand finals. So don't go anywhere. Be right back in SMITE Game.
Welcome back, everyone, into the NA 24/7 Conquest tournament we have going on today. Of course, we've been, or at least I've been trying to hint at it. I know they talked about it a little bit, but everything kind of leading up, or at least JMac, I'm keeping it as a warm up, right? Because we know that the open bracket stage for Vegas is starting in just a couple weeks. So this is a nice little taster of maybe what we're going to get to see throughout that long 12-week competition period as we make our way through the Founder Series. But for now, we've made our way through a whole lot today to this exact moment to get towards the finals. But of course, if you are watching and enjoying this, then I have a sneaking suspicion, and J-Mac, you can call me out if this seems wrong, but probably like watching Smite 2 as well. I mean, that would seem to
Probably.
like track. It's maybe you're just like really into esports and you just grab whatever tournament you can. But if you do happen to like watching Smite 2, I've got some great news for you, because right now, and including after this, you can go to pretty much any of the creators in the directory. And as long as you're watching as well, and of course, as long as they're a partner, you can unlock special rewards. You can earn legacy gems, viewer points, the God Champ badge, title, and if you can watch for 5 full hours, Meltdown Soul skin as well. Very important, though, that you read the bottom line of this. You need to visit link.smite2.com to connect your Twitch and whatever platform of your choice that you happen to be playing on for Smite 2. I will also say, while you're doing that, probably smart, if you haven't already, to link your Smite 1 and Smite 2 accounts, so that you can get a lot of stuff that is going to, transfer over in that regard. So link your stuff first and foremost, and then watch some people after this or right now, wherever you happen to go. Again, for those exact moments, you do need to be linked in order to actually get them, though. So that's why that one's really important. But make sure you go hang out with the partner channels, and of course, hang out with us as we move into the finals, which we just saw Cowabunga will be going into. On the other side of the bracket, and you know what? This will show it just as well as I can speak it. The Bakery finally got taken down, and it is W, seeking a full W, J-Mac, in this weekend. A lot of familiar names. We just saw Cowabunga on stream, but Happen, Tegveer, Globe, Valo, and Karmic on this W squad, which should lead to a very spicy matchup.
Yeah, W is a team that has been grinding up through the last couple of these tournaments that we've had, but this is the first time they've been able to make it to the finals. If you were following some of the old Smite 1 esports, these are some of our SCC guys that have been rising through the ranks for quite some time. I believe it was the old Shabalba Storm roster or some incarnation of it at that point. But now here in Smite 2, trying to see if they can make for them a name for themselves against the team to beat. And I think that that's the point that I'm going to put out there immediately, that is going to be constantly hashed upon, is that Cowabunga right now is the team to beat for Smite 2 esports, whether it be from the previous alpha test or now in this alpha conquest tournament. Is they've been undefeated, not a single game dropped all the way through. Paul has been one of the hardest players to kill in general across the board in some of his previous ones. I don't have the full stats, at least right now, to see how Paul's performance has been today, because we've only gotten to really watch one of his matchups so far. But these are the guys you have to figure out. You got to figure out, how are you going to stop Panatom? How are you going to stop Paul? How are you going to stop Aurora from walking at your entire camp? What are you going to do about Sot, who's doing God knows what over in the solo lane? I mean, these are players that have been around the Smite competitive scene since Smite 1's origins for some of these people, and even some more recent, even world champions that have popped up from some of these guys. These are some of the best that Smite 1 had to offer, and are showing that they are some of the top players that Smite 2 has to offer in these early stages.
Now, and you know what? As we get into picks and bans, I'll mention this. This is a team, as you had mentioned, not just the team to beat in Cowabunga. This is the time to try and do it. It's a best of 3, so even if you slip up in one game, you still have 2 other chances, ideally, unless you slip up in 2 games, in which case, but best of 3, which means you have more opportunities than you would otherwise in order to try and take them down. And worth mentioning that when we talk about them being hard to take down, I want to say 4 for 4 in every single tournament, at least in every one they showed up for. I know that they have won, so that is going to be the big question mark I think that W has to answer here. And I'm gonna be J-Mac, I'm gonna keep it absolutely honest with you. My brain keeps going between like W, like if I was spelling my name to people, I'd say W, and just wanting to call him W, which is probably 20 years too late for anybody to really whatever. Fenrir gets banned, Susano gets banned, and now it comes up to this first pick. Now we've seen Hecate up here, we've seen Bacchus up here, we've seen Jingwei up here. I feel like there's a lot of options, and realistically, that's kind of the glory of Smite 2 right now, right? There's just so much open, and so much that's good that it kind of depends on how you feel, although I think the consensus right now is Bacchus be real good.
Yeah, I would say Bacchus is probably number 1 pick overall right now, just because of how good he is. And as we saw in the previous game, the ability to flex to a second role outside of just support, still be as tanky as you would be because you're running him solo lane, and be able to do an absurd amount of damage, have great survivability as well. I think that Bacchus is, if he's not the number 1 god, he is definitely in the top 3 right now. But I think shouts towards Hecate. I think Jingwei, if she can get to late game, definitely stands up there as being one of the better gods as well. So it's not surprising how these picks go. I think what surprised me most are the 2 bans that got put through. Normally, we've been seeing a lot of Loki bans throughout the day in our early sets that you and I were watching. It was Loki for first ban, no matter what, just go ahead and get rid of that guy. But now there's the option for Loki to be picked up here for Cowabunga, because it said it was a Fenrir and a Susano ban, which means if you're going for traditional junglers, you really only have the Thanatos left on the side of W, unless you want to run something like a Chalk in the jungle that we had seen a lot during some of our previous alpha tournaments. So option is kind of over to W if they want to maybe try and pick up one of those 2 gods really early, either try and solidify their jungle pick, or if they got something else up their sleeve.
Well, Soul gets locked into answer. I'm kind of curious to see what their pick and ban strategy would be, because like you said, when you've kind of limited the pool that heavily, you don't really got to pick them up right here, right? You could pick it up in the bottom 2, grab some maybe other coveted
If
gods
danger sets
away
foot on
from
my doorway,
Cowabunga, and that's exactly
I'll
what they're going to
destroy
do. We had been talking
quite
about
simple,
it, but
really.
with Jingwei, Loki, both of those being very prominent picks, it makes sense. Paul does like going to the Hecate, though, so it is something that I think is smart to take away. I know I've seen some conflicting opinions, both I think today and her win rate, but also people, in chat talking about it, people online anywhere talking about it, whether or not they, think Hecate has that performance. We'd even talked about it a little bit, and she can kind of go where she wants, but I'm excited to see what W have to offer, especially with Bacchus and Soul. Definitely creates an interesting dynamic for their team.
Yeah, look, I'll put my neck out there on the line and just say this: Hecate is good, whether it be as a mid laner or as a support. Hecate as a mid laner is really good and does a lot of damage. The thing is that Hecate's bulk of her damage comes from her second ability in that Spell Eater, and you have to make sure that you're getting charges allocated towards it. If you're just standing by and idling in the lane and not expecting a gank to come your way, throw out your 1, throw out your 3, get a few stacks on that thing, and then start seeing how the damage that it can start blasting out. We saw Benny Q earlier was dropping 800 damage spell leaders at people. That god does a lot of damage, is really good. The only downside is the lack of safety necessarily with herself, because the shield that she puts on only protects magic damage, but it is still burst damage in the area around you. So if you're getting ganked by a jungler, while the shield won't necessarily save you in protecting damage in that right, you're still doing a lot of damage, you're getting some extra movement speed, but also you have to make sure to be able to utilize the open the gates differently depending on your situation. We've seen a lot of Hecate just fire off open the gates, I'm going to pull somebody in, no big deal, we're going to be great. But watching players like Paul, like Benny Q, and some of these top level middlers who understand this pick, open the gates can be used both offensively and defensively. If you're getting ganked by a jungler, drop the open the gates portal 1 at your foot, portal 2 at your tower, and they now have to make a decision. Do I travel with them to the tower in order to try and kill this Hecate when she goes back to tower? Or do I avoid it and hope that she doesn't teleport and then try and punish her there and then wait out the teleport after? There's a lot of utility with this god that works so great as a mid laner, but as mentioned, as well as a support, because she has the ability to mez people with the purple form of that triplicate clone on her first ability. It does give her at least a little bit of CC in that regard, and then the shield obviously helps out as well, and then the ultimate as mentioned as well. But I think that just overall, this god is really good, and I think that people need to finally stop sleeping on her, especially when you throw some of the gods around her. Ymir and Thanatos, really great gods to help support her.
Well, you had mentioned the Thanatos, not just right now for supporting her, but also earlier is maybe the only option they had for the jungle, unless they wanted to go for a very different route and different style. But Thanatos more well equipped for it than a lot of the others, and like you said, Fenrir, Susano, Loki already off the table. Have to go for something. Ares as well gets locked in alongside that Neef, and based on what we just saw, I can again say with some good confidence that Paul likes running Neef mid, the Jing Wei. It feels like this is a comp that Cowabunga are going to want to get very aggressive with. But as you had just kind of highlighted, both with Hecate, but also I want to say to an extent Bacchus and the Ymir, you could get punished if you get overly aggressive against this comp.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be an interesting one here. One thing that we have been seeing is that Bacchus does have a little bit of a nice matchup into Ares, just because that ultimate from Ares is no longer classified as something like a pull like it was in SMITE 1, where pretty much unless you have like CC immunity, you're going to get yanked back. It's now considered as displacement. So a couple of gods can actually hard counter that Ares pull. One of those being Bacchus with the Belch. It is displacement immune, so you won't get pulled back. I believe Odin has the same style of tech on his third ability whenever he's charging up that spear. So there's some interesting matchups that can really come from this. I think for me, I'm looking at Cowabunga, especially on this Loki, to start getting aggressive pretty early in the game. Try and chase down the Thanatos, get as much damage as you can, force out these executes, these hovering deaths to be used defensively just to escape from the Loki. And then as well, at least for Cowabunga, making sure that Paul is safe, get him his first 2-3 items online. Usually once that Transcendence, Book of Thoth, and Cosmic Horror gets fully picked up into his build, that is essentially Neith is online. Her ultimates are going to start hitting for 600, 700 damage. We were seeing nearly 900 with only 4 items in the build in the previous game that he was playing. So I think a lot of what is going to come down for Cowabunga is keeping your carries safe, getting them to the late game to where their damage really comes online, and just kind of holding back the aggression of W. But that's the good nature of what W's composition is they can kind of live up to it with the W key. Is Bacchus is great at just running at your opponent. Ymir is good at running at your opponent. Same thing with the Thanatos. And you've got 2 great gods to support it for damage with Hecate and Sol as well. So I think that this is a very powerful composition both these 2 teams have put together. And I think a lot of it hinges on how kind of the early and mid game performs for them.
Well, a lot of that early game we've seen can get absolutely blown out of the water in some circumstances. And in some others, like we saw last game, it can get drug out the distance. Now, again, best of 3. So let's see what happens in game number 1. Who puts their best foot forward? Will it be W or will it be Cowabunga? Now, JMac immediately just glancing I've mentioned this every single time. There's a lot to talk about, and a lot that I want to get into, because starter items, they have a dedicated slot, and that's such an interesting concept because you can get a full 7 items in a way. But realistically, at the beginning of the game, I'm going to ignore everything else and instead look at this, which has been very commonplace, an invade style, right? Walking into the enemy's jungles. Can you catch anybody off guard? Are there some wards? Cowabunga have dropped a little bit of vision just to make sure you could catch people out, things like that. You can see it as well, W. dropping a little bit just to see, can we find people? Can we get a kill? Unfortunately for him, the answer was no. So it was a lot of investment so far. But we might see a skirmish on the left side. Let's see if Aurora Hardcore can beat out the other side of a Soul Ymir, as well as the fact that you're kind of missing out on camps right now if you're in mid. And this is where it comes down to like Sunder fight more than anything is. If you're gonna clear and if you're gonna fight for this buff, who can Sunder a little better? Who can get that last hit? And are you even gonna go for it? Seems purple will go the way of W. And that is gonna be a disengage from Cowabunga. So no big follow-up fight after.
The triple Sunder, though, does just spell the potential to invade an insane amount of buffs. You do still see one on Valo, so if needed, Valo can rotate up and try and steal something away as well from the Cowabunga roster, only 2 as a response from Cowabunga. So these early game invades are very important just because they kind of get you that early XP bump. You know, you get that first buff camp to your name plus the first wave. You usually only need like 1, maybe 2 melee minions in order to hit that level 2. But if you lose out on that first buff, you need the full 2 waves, maybe even sometimes a little bit more in order to hit that level 2 spike, which level 2 spike is really nice for a Ymir. Ares, not as much. You still get decent clear, but you're just going to get ran at like this.
Yeah, damage pretty much cut and dry right there. First blood over to W. Although it looks like it's going to be answered pretty quickly by Paul in mid against Globe. Little help from Panatom as well to make sure that it goes 1-1 in the early. Keeping our eyes over on Duo. Hardcore forced to fall back. Again, play it safe, play it careful. I'm watching Loki right now, hanging out in the jungle. In fact, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to plug this week in Smite 2 again. It was a Loki pentakill that we saw on there. You can go find out when and where in the video it was. Go into youtube.com/SmitePro. And you might be able to see a highlight play right here. Karmic unfortunately caught out. Loki going for damage, and it's the leap from Sot that gets the kill.
Nice little play there from Sot, just kind of baiting the Bacchus forward. Once that leap is used by the Bacchus, not a whole lot of safety. You can use the belch. That's usually a nice little easy form of CC, but Loki's able to pretty quickly pull himself away from that. And obviously with an Odin, you can jump right over the CC, so it's not that huge of a deal. So nice little bait there from Sot to start the game out. 1-0 for him, 1-0 for Paul in the mid lane. And I'm curious how Sot's going to build this game, because in the previous one, went for like Gauntlet of Thieves very early, just try and get some of those early tanky stats up, which really feels sometimes counterintuitive because you're like, oh, well, Gauntlet of Thieves is a great support item because you want to sit there and wait for the last hits to be taken by, you know, your carry or whoever, you know, you're roaming around with. But as a solo laner, you're kind of stuck there for a while. So you're really kind of just giving up those last hits to the minions or sometimes to the tower if need be, to make it move slow.
Well, damage so far so good. Crippled though right now happened. Low health, Panatom chasing it down hardcore with the last hit. And you've got a rotation. The Thanatos comes in to help balance this out. Tegveer is in a dangerous spot. You've got Panatom going in. It's just enough of Valo. Finds 2, and Valo does not seem to be done. Silence good, but you need a little more. So the sight chunks out that damage and up into the skies, crashing down. Stun is there, but the Executor was just shy of hitting it. Now do you go for the long-range scythe, and can you hit it? No. Valo recognizes sometimes you just gotta take the L. It's gonna fall back there. Instead, go for the purple buff. Now Roar's right here. He's gonna be able to pick that up, but you've got chains, and flames burning through your health bar. One more. All you need is a little bit of a close gap, but Tegveer's back, and Valo's out of there.
Aurora gonna have to walk away, and now the Ymir on the way. This could even be another gank to the dual lane. Aurora might just go down. Your car should be fine, but it doesn't seem that the duo is on the same page as one another there. As you see Tegveer give up the chase to try and get some extra poke damage onto Aurora. So for now, Aurora does get to live. Your course, same situation, and just barely out of that XQ threshold. When I saw Valo go up to the sky, I was like, this is maybe a bit overzealous considering they're not in that XQ threshold. And you saw on landing, it actually put him into the range that would have done so, which is not the easiest thing to read here in Smite 2, exactly when that execute is going to be ready, just how close they are. Back in Smite 1, you could look down and go, okay, cool, they got like 2 little boxes left. They got 200 HP. It's a little tougher to tell here in Smite 2 exactly what that point is for that threshold unless you just see the marker immediately. But I like the early aggression from W. This is what I wanted to see from this team to try and counteract the more late game style of composition that Cowabunga has.
Like you said, being able to balance things out this early on, that's a big deal. But can you stop the Gold Fury that's been started up? Cowabunga, Paul's gonna destroy that one, no problem, and gets to back up the rest of the team. Unfortunately for W, that means a little bit late to respond. Gold just shifting ever slightly in favor of Cowabunga. It's still pretty low right now. And J-Mac, again, earlier, we were watching a lot of games where we didn't get to see a ton of the early game making a big difference because by 6-7 minutes in, one team was already up a tier 3 item. Now you get to see how it matters. Knockup was good. Leap is solid, but there's the execute. So solo for solo, Valo putting a third up on the board. Killing spree now for the Thanatos. And you really do get to, I think, now enjoy. I'm going to say enjoy the pace of the game because we can look down at the builds, although maybe, again, it's going to have to wait. You're right. Pulls one in. Uses the beads of roar. Chains are good. And there's the damage from Paul to get the kill. And sometimes, J-Mac, all you need is that little bit of push. And that's what Paul gave him.
The unfortunate part for Globe during that engagement, not having access to the Mez form of that triplicate. On that first ability of Hecate, there's 2 forms of it. There's most simply put, there's the blue and there's the purple. The blue is a damage enhancer whenever you hit somebody. They get hit by that and they take a little bit more damage. The purple one is your CC that mezzes them, which is sort of like a stun, but it can be broken by other forms of damage. So it's a great tool just to interrupt abilities, or if you want to lock them under the tower real quick for that next tower shot to guarantee. Didn't have that there, so Aurora was able to quickly turn around and refire some CC, and we saw the ultimate use just to get that pull right back in. And this is kind of the weakest point of the game for the Hecate. You really want to get a couple of items online, get that second ability to get some points into it before you really start getting that extra damage. But with the lead that Cowabunga has built, it's not that drastic right now for W. The fact that they're still taking fights and still able to do these 1-for-1s constantly does show that they have some confidence in their composition.
Well, Valo, wow, takes to the skies, stays alive, and should be good. He's going to be able to disengage. I was actually just looking at it because there's some of these items, and I'll admit, J-Mac, I, as you know, and as you are as well, play a lot of support, which so far in Smite 2, well, actually for Karmic right now, yes, he's solo, means getting ulted by Neath, but a lot of what it means in Smite 2 is roaming around, right? Obviously, you're going for ganks, you're helping your team out, there's CC, there's the good stuff. It also typically means you're not picking up any buffs because your team's going to take them all from you. You're a little bit further behind in farm, but because of that, learning some of these other items, especially ones that are a little stronger on, say, the junglers than they would be on a support, has been interesting. And looking at this one, the Tekokagi that has been picked up by Valo, and if I'm saying it wrong, just yell at me. But being able to get some cooldowns, some movement speed, like we talked a little bit earlier, maybe it's worth getting into again how cooldown has changed, but that feels like it synergizes so well with what you want out of an early game Thanatos.
Yeah, making sure that you can get faster movement speed just at any given point and having that extra cooldown is so crucial for a god like Thanatos, especially if you get kills. The big thing with Thanatos is the cooldown reduction that he gets just from getting kills, whether that be from his execute or just walking up and hitting them with a couple of basic attacks and whatnot. Tegavir losing out on a lot of his tier 1 tower here to these Warhorn minions, but now it's a team to help him out.
Well, there he's up and down. Aurora is in execute range, but it doesn't seem to matter. Oh my god, yes, the Aegis is well-timed, and so far, people are still alive. Paul gets a tower. Can his team get out alive? Good silence, good damage, great shot from Tegavir. Hecate looking for a little bit. And are they going to teleport in for the kill? Are they going to leave this one be? It looks like they're going to have to walk away. At J-Mac, that felt like it was about to be catastrophe for Cowabunga. And it's still not going well. They lose one. Gold Fury started up. Paul spots it, but won't be there in time. So they lose the Fury as well. But compared to losing 4 kills, which is what it felt like it was about to be, and the Fury, it's a little bit more damage control.
Nearly a kill over in solo lane. That tower hitting Sot a little hard at this stage of the game. And even the Sunder used by Karmic just to try and get that little bit of extra damage at the end. And I think that's one thing to kind of bring up with the Sundering arc, is that we talk a lot about what Sundering arc is used for when it comes to the PvE centric side of the map, is that Sundering arc does a lot of damage to minions. It does a lot of damage to these jungle buffs, these jungle monsters. It still does do damage to enemy gods, but to a much lower degree comparatively. You're talking like 30, maybe 40 damage per tick over a course of a duration. So using it offensively for PvP, not usually the most ideal, but sometimes you just need that extra little bit of damage to make sure that you can secure that kill before someone goes down. And this is the luxury that really both W and Cowabunga have, is having multiples of these Sunders, is you can have one player be using it offensively on gods and still have access to it if you need to go for a Gold Fury or go for a Fire Giant. Because we're now kind of past the point of the game where you need to use it for invades. Really, it's those first like eight or so minutes of the game where you would really want to have that just available to you to steal away maybe a Pathfinder buff, or go ahead and try and grab that red caustic buff away from them. But now you're doing enough damage that you should be able to kill those camps in maybe 2 abilities and a couple of in-hands after, if you're the jungler. If you're the mid laner, maybe a 3rd ability, just to kind of guarantee that one to you. So having that luxury of having multiple means that once we get to these late game objective fights, Gold Fury, Fire Giant could be seeing all 5 of them that are currently built from them being used to try and secure this for themselves.
And there was a moment not too long ago, Aurora put his juke shoes on. Might need them again here. Good wall from the Emir, just to force a disengage from the Ares when recognizing that maybe things aren't going to go as well as we want, especially with Aurora's ult coming back off cooldown soon. Although, how soon, I think W not fully aware of. Trying to figure that out. CC Immune up into the sky. Perfect timing coming out from Valo to make sure that you don't get Loki ganked. And now it's about the fight over in left. You've got a good rotation. And Tegveer is hitting incredibly hard. You have to be careful here, but it's Valo who goes down, and now the gank is off to Tegveer, and it doesn't matter how hard you hit. If you're dead, the damage is done. Cowabunga put up a few more kills, and now the world is their oyster. This Hecate needs to be very careful where you're walking, because they are out for blood. They just killed 4 of your teammates in Globe. They are coming for you as well, and now you are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Backflip in, and then Spirit Arrow for the kill. A full-on deicide right now for Cowabunga.
Yeah, the difference maker on that one being Sot pulling that cage up into the middle of the fight. Aurora knew he wasn't going to be able to pull everybody that he had chained up. So instead, what you see is Sot drop down that cage. So anybody who does get pulled is being pulled out of the Odin cage, taking extra damage. Anybody left in the Odin cage, well, now they're just stuck in an Odin cage. They're not going to be healing up. Their attack speed's going to be a little bit lower, and they're not going to be as effective, especially trying to attack people who are on the other side of a wall. You saw, at least for a moment there, Tegveer was trying to hit some of the targets that were further away, but there was a Odin cage wall in between them, so he wasn't able to hit those gods, wasn't able to hit those players. So it's a nice little combo that Aurora and Sot set up for that dual lane, and then just having the man advantage in that case as well also comes in big. Sot on that rotation. Love what I've been seeing from the Odin this game, and well, now we're unfortunately if you're a fan of W, gonna be seeing a W going the way of Cowabunga in that kill. 3-man rotation just to get a kill on the solo lane Bacchus.
Well, Fury, so far it's been 1-1 in terms of these objectives. First one Cowabunga, second one W. Now it's, can you secure it well? You've got a little bit of presence from a Jing Wei right here. You've got a little more damage, and you should have the secure, but there's going to be a kill nonetheless, and it is too late for the secure. Gold Fury goes to W. Kill goes to Cowabunga. Now with Karmic still not back, happen 20 seconds away. Should be a little bit of a go button. But I don't know where Cowabunga can get aggressive and feel confident in it. Minion waves need to be pushed up. And so all across the board, it feels like we're just going to play a very small waiting game looking for a pick.
Of course, level 15 right now on the Jing Wei. 3 full levels up.
Oh my
over
god.
Tegveer on the opposition in Seoul. We're seeing these leads, not nearly as drastic as that one, kind of across the board. Supports are pretty even. Panatom is actually technically behind Valo in XP, but has been getting some nice kills to match up to it. Paul, having that 1 level lead, really it is just that ADC combo, that carry is really where the deficit is right now, just between the XP of the two teams. Gold isn't that bad at this point. 6,000 gold, 15 minutes in, kind of as mentioned earlier, is about a tier 2 item for each person on the side of Cowabunga that they're up over W at this point. And there aren't any massive, like, huge power spikes that at this point in the game where you really need that extra bump. Maybe for Globe, getting that third item online will be his big difference, because that's where I'm noticing at least the biggest gap and deficit is that Paul has 4 full items online, and those are not cheap items to get online either.
No.
Rod of Tahuti is a very expensive item. Cosmic Horror is a very expensive item to have as well. I mean, you're looking at 2650 for Cosmic Horror. For Rod of Tahuti, you're looking at 3,000 gold that he has to spend for that. Meanwhile, Globe has kind of just been sitting at this Book of Thoth and Spear of Desolation for quite some time, still holding on to those couple of tiers before that tier 3. But Globe is so far behind gold-wise compared to Paul that his damage just can't compare to what Paul's able to do immediately.
Speaking of Paul, able to push down towers, and this is something we've kind of been talking about, but like being able to kind of get a lot of int and a lot of strength really helps facilitate characters. Like it feels really good on Neath, right? It feels really good on the Kernanos. It's actually very similar, and if not the exact same as the build we saw earlier. Just in terms of the damage, your tower push capabilities, it's all going to be there. And right now, it's kind of dangerous to be around Paul in a fight. It feels like if you let him set up a couple of weaves, you might get detonated for most of your health bar, if not all of your health bar. Now you have to be careful as well, because Paul has shown up, and Paul is going for a little bit, and it's just like that, gets the kill. But has to play a little carefully. You've got Happen nearby. You need a little more help. Valo gets a kill, which gets a little bit of healing on board, but not enough to get out of the engagement followed thereafter. Good route from Paul, but you need a little more backup. 3v3 in mid, and Paul just can't stand the heat right now that is thrown his way. Odin Cage locks in W, though, and that makes it a little bit easier to lock in the rest. Now Jing Wei up into the skies, looking to chase them down. They need a little more space, but the tier 2, he's here. Does not seem to be enough to stop Sot, but it is enough to stop the rest. It's going to be a small reset, trading out 2 for 3. Cowabunga still slightly on top.
Well, the Queen has spawned in, the Queen Naga that is, and it's in a perfect position for Cowabunga to follow up after it. Make sure to get that buff, get those minions to really help you out on sieges and objectives, which one of the most important objectives on the game in the map is about to spawn in. 3 Gold Furies down means it's Ancient Fury time shortly here for either W or Cowabunga, and Fire Giant available for both the teams to go towards. That team fight, I mean, this is just starting to fall apart for W. They're getting individual picks. Valo's able to snake his way to the back line and get these small picks on the carries, but he's just not able to get the backup or the follow-up for the rest of his team in order to really start closing out this damage. I like what we've been seeing out of Happen so far on the Ymir, but as the Ymir, he's not able to get as much done unless the Bacchus really teams up with him. So I'd love to see Happen and Karmic kind of split their attention and team fight as this Fire Giant gets started.
And so far, Fire Giant, again, very important. Sot, low. Cage, good, but Sot loses his life for it, and you need something more than just the Cage. Karmic is going to be the one who gets the hit, and it's going to be W with FG around their waist. Now it's going to be maybe a little bit more to deal with. Hardcore goes down. CC Immunity Aurora is now surrounded by 4. You don't have any help. Anatom's too low to come in. Ball is just Neath. You can only do so much. And yes, you can help get a kill. Yes, you can try and turn things around, but this is the only true play you can make when you're by yourself up against a team like this. It's turn around and run. Just hope that you can survive and do it for as long as you possibly can. If you can make it into the stealth grass, maybe you could set up a play here. You've got a weave, but it might be too dangerous. And I don't know, J-Mac, he might have overstayed his welcome. Ball, good backflip, good disengage, and maybe better discipline on W's side. They're going to go for the tower instead, and they're going to knock that one down.
But what more will they get? Players are starting to respawn. Sot's back up on the map. I'm not sure if he has his Sunder. Well, doesn't matter for Panatom. He's down. Grayscale screen for him for a bit. And now the Ancient Fury is the call for W. This can get them back in the game. Ebony to Charm will heal the team back up. But can they out-secure SOT? Sot's got to be the one to try and steal this one away. And he does get the Gold Fury in a battle of Sundering Arcs. It's Sot who comes out on top to steal the Ancient Fury away from the side of W. A nice little silver lining after a bit of gloom in that fight around the Fire Giant. And I like what Sot tried to do at Fire Giant last time. Get in there. You've got to do something, either slow him down or try and steal it away if it's low enough. But 1 against 4 is a great discipline from W to kind of just stop DPS on the Fire Giant. Say, guys, there's somebody here who can steal this away. We should probably kill him first. And that's exactly what W did. Then they're able to secure the Fire Giant and take the fight afterwards. But now, what does W even get to do with this Fire Giant? They took the tier 1 in mid. That's all they've been able to get from it so far, on top of the few kills that followed the fight after. There's still so many options for Cowabunga to try and collapse back in. As Panatom has respawned, and it seems their grouping is back in mid.
There's some decent damage. Oh my god, more than just decent. They get a lot out there from Cowabunga. Valo forcing the sky, falls back. Should be good for a disengage. They might turn on Karmic, and that would be devastating, losing the Bacchus this portion this early in the fight. But the team groups up. Amanita Charm thrown onto the ground, a little bit of healing spread all around.
Oh,
Roar needed it more than anything. The wall locks him in though, and now it's exactly what happened around the Fire Giant for Cowabunga. They're set up into a great spot on the side of W to just pick off one, then another, maybe even another. Karmic leaps over the wall, knock up onto Panatom, forces out the ult as well, just for the disengage. And J-Mac, that's just the tip of the iceberg, it feels like, for this Order team. They get to keep pushing, and while they didn't get that Fury, they didn't get the capability to just run rampant, they still have Fire Giant on 4.
It's 10 seconds till it roars back up, 31 for Hardcore. That means that at least the tier 2 tower will be on the chopping block for W. Cowabunga. Aurora, unfortunately, just getting caught around the wall. You see him use his Cersei's Hexstone to try and get through the gap, but even the pig is not a small enough hurt box to try and get through that one, so that one will be down on cooldown for a little while. SOT has also picked up a Cersei's Hexstone, which to me is a very unique item that is in Smite 2, because Cersei's Hexstone, while you don't get maybe the greatest stats from it, it's the passive that you're really looking for. I mean, the health is nice, the regen, a little bit of movement speed and cooldown rates, it's nice, but you're not getting like real true defensives. It's that polymorph for yourself that turns you into the pig, and it gets you the ability to reposition yourself. Either charge forward, you can just charge out and get the small knock up to it, but it's as well as gaining CC immunity during all of that. But it also has a lot of really crazy potential with it, because you can channel this Cersei's Hexstone while charging other abilities. If you're using a Ymir ultimate and you're standing there, you're going, oh no, they're going to get away from my ult. If you have a Cersei's Hexstone, you could actually just chase them with your ultimate still charging up, and you'll get the effect, you know, once the duration of it ends or you hit somebody. There's a lot of crazy tech that can be used with this item. I'm so excited to see how this item starts evolving over Smite 2's lifetime. On the current comp, it's not the craziest thing. Maybe for Ares, you use it to try and pull people a little bit further back with your ultimate while you're channeling that one. Not sure what you do with it on Sot. There's not a lot of crazy tech and specific case use, but the extra CC immunity is probably the biggest factor for it, more than the stats and more than the small knockup that you get from it.
And, I mean, being able to go in, maybe? You could use it as an engage. I'm curious, much like you, what Sot's going to be using it for, as well as use cases. And more so execution for the Ares and how it's all going to roll out. Right now, though, you have to be careful if you're Loki. Panatom in the jungle, surrounded by 5, forced to use the ult just to get away. Fire Giant, it's going to be the talk of the town here. If one team feels confident, W should be feeling confident. They have won pretty handily the last couple of fights when things have been grouped. They are still down in gold. But as we're starting to get towards these last few items, it's going to matter maybe a little bit less and less, although those tier 3 power spikes that we're still seeing, massive right now in comparison, especially in the face of a full fight. Panatom on the left side of the map, and if this was spotted, maybe it could cause for something. And something we've seen a little bit of discussion, but right now, J-Mac, like, wards have not been as prominent, right? They don't last as long as people are maybe used to for wards. And maybe that's down to change, but because of that, it makes them a little harder to use all around. And so we don't have as many on the map right now, just one in the FG pit, giving a little bit of vision, one a little bit further beyond. And maybe a jungle 1v1 happening in mid, with both of them being spotted. Fire Giant started up. Tegveer dealing a lot of damage. Good wall from a Ymir. Ares walks in. You've got low health bars. Execute almost finds two, but it only picks up the one. Again, Fire Giant slow. Panatom comes in, though. He wants to clean up. Globe is already gone. Up to the sky goes the Jing Wei, but you have to be careful. Fire Giant goes on to 3. The only 3 survivors right now of Cowabunga, but one of them falls down, and you need a little more. It is a 1v2. It's Paul now in the 1v1. Has to chase down Valo if he wants. No ult to his name, no abilities, no chase down to try and get there. And he is gonna have that ult. I mean, soon enough. Can he get there? I think the movement speed that Thanatos has is gonna be more than enough to get away. But Paul with a big opener, also last man standing with the FG buff. What a wild fight. And unfortunately for W, not only do things fall apart and kills JMac, they don't get the buff at the end of the day.
Yeah, Fire Giant is only going to be on Paul at the end of this all. And I mean, it's a good player to have it on, don't get me wrong. You'd probably most likely want it on your core just because he's going to be the better one for your objective pushes. But Paul's already doing an absurd amount of damage to begin with, so having it on him is going to be fine. But ending all of that in a 1v1, the consistent back and forth, is we're now at the stage of the game where players are starting to upgrade those starter items. They're getting into their 5th and their 6th item builds. Eventually, we're going to be at the point, if this game goes on, I want to say for about another 7 or 8 minutes, we'll be hitting full build across the board. Ancient Fury, can this one get secured? Sot does do so. Happen. We'll have to be careful. Drops the mushroom down, and the damage from Paul starting to slam.
Well, so far, we've seen what it can do, and it is going to continue to chase people down. But Panatom loses their life, and now you're in a dangerous spot. No execute again, but the stun from Val is pretty solid. Sot lives through and doesn't seem to have any qualms about the damage he's taken so far. Now leap forward, looking for a little bit more. Crits ringing true from the soul, and you gotta be careful about that. A couple autos from Tegveer turn things around, but like you had mentioned, Paul does a lot. Finally, someone gets rid of him though, and now Cowabunga, they don't have a leg to stand on. It's just Aurora who's left. Meanwhile, you've only lost 2 on the other side. You get this kill. You get the deicide for your team, and W run forward. JMac now, they have so much time and so much opportunity to get pressure on the map.
Get this tier 1 tower in mid. If the minions are pushed up far enough, which I don't think they were because of where that fight was positioned before, maybe go for that tier 2 over in the left lane. Tegveer already working on that tower. Probably will get the Phoenix as well. Still 19 seconds until some of these, actually, just a few seconds till Sotback is up. Panatom, first one to respawn. Don't think you try and go for an end here, even in the 3v1. You don't even know where Panatom is. He just sneaks back in, kills Globe, and might just take a couple more with him before he goes down.
I mean, that, and you cannot overstate how important that was. To slow things down, to rip off momentum. Yes, Panatom loses his life. 5, 6, and 12, maybe not even the most glorious and glamorous looking slash line. But JMac losing 2, losing Valo and Globe specifically, that it feels like a play that you would need to make every single time, and one that Panatom should be happy that he did.
So now Cowabunga, having defended their Titan, thanks to the efforts of Panatom and recently respawning SOT along with him. Means they've delayed the game a little bit longer, but being down a Phoenix in mid means that those enhanced minions are going to continue to push up from W. So someone will have to keep watch on those minions to make sure that they don't lose out on some damage there. Titan, or make sure that if that Phoenix is respawning, they don't lose it on that respawn. Darkcore going over to the left side, clearing out that siege minion. Very important, because having a Warhorn siege minion is essentially a death sentence for a structure at this stage of the game. You don't want to lose out on that tier 2. You don't want to lose out on that Phoenix immediately afterwards. But both those tier 2 towers in the dual lane standing on their final bricks at this point. As we wait for the Fire Giant to respawn back in. The team fighting from Cowabunga has not been on the same page with each other. We've been seeing Paul getting a lot of damage. Yarkor's been using his ultimate very aggressively in team fights. But it feels like Sot and Aurora aren't on the same page for what they want to do in the team fight. Do they both want to initiate? Do they both want to try and go in and kill the carries? But they're leaving their own backline to die, and that's where the benefit of W's team is coming through with this. Happen to saying, okay, well, I'm just going to defend this one carry. Karmic, you go defend this carry, and then Valo just clean up the mess as the game goes on. And that's exactly what's happening in these fights, is you have Ymir on one side of the fight, Bacchus on the other side, and then Valo just ping-ponging back between where he needs to be.
Aurora knocked up, uses some CC immunity, and there we actually get to see charges away. And now, what can the fight be? Panatom immediately goes into the back. Valo's up to the sky, gets the stun, gets the damage, but no one blink. Oh my god, almost enough to get Panatom out of there, but it's not enough. He does end up falling, and now the damage, it's just teetering on the side. Who is going to find those final hits, those last hits necessary? Hiding in the stealth grass right now is Globe, but the rest of the team cannot get away. Globe's able to turn one more around two, but it's for 5 on the other side. Deicide for Cowabunga. And now the march down, what can you accomplish? You've got 20 seconds before Happens back, and then 40 before anybody else is there. So you've got plenty of time, but J-Mac, not a lot of firepower to push it forward, and it seems like Cowabunga recognized that. They're turning their attention towards the Fire Giant.
The Fire Giant's probably the better call here, especially with the staggered respawns on the side of W. You might get a Phoenix if you're lucky, but there was only the very low HP Siege minion walking up mid lane for the side of Cowabunga. So this is the best call for them in order to get a little bit of pressure for themselves. They'll at least get the Fire Giant buff for Panatom. Not sure if they hold it the entire duration to make sure that Yarkor can get it as well. It's 10 seconds, and they won't do so. So 4 members of Cowabunga with the Fire Giant buff. Yarkor sitting there, hands in the air going, curse you team, why did I not get this buff? But it'll be all good for the time being. We're starting to hit that point of the game where we are getting to final slots. You do see the Obsidian Shard by Paul, final item picked up. Yarkor gets that Deathbringer for themselves. It's really only Aurora who isn't 6 slot on his team. Meanwhile, opposite end, it is Tegvir sitting up for his full build as well. This is going to be coming down to a lot of how the team fight gets spread like it was before. That was actually the better team fight for Cowabunga, and they might just be able to get a couple more picks.
They come in. Good wall for Happen, but it kind of leaves him stuck between walls. It was just blocking damage for a little bit. And unfortunately, all the damage still find him. Happen, gone. Little under a minute in the penalty box. Fury started up by Cowabunga. And J-Mac, talk about back and forth. This is a best of 3. This is only game 1 in a best of 3. And man, it has been incredibly close. Hardcore, last hit on the Fury, goes over to Cowabunga. You had mentioned, looking at some of the finalized builds, a lot of damage that's going to be on the board. The Deathbringer big for both Hardcore and for Tegvir. Those crits from Tegvir might honestly be the saving grace, but right now it's this Fury shutting down Phoenixes that is maybe the saving grace for Cowabunga. That might have been the easiest siege that we've gotten to see.
That's the benefit of Ancient Fury this late in the game, is you're able to walk up and essentially just do a couple of points of damage to these Phoenixes and knock them down with just a few in hands. If Yarkor had the buff with him on this Fire Giant, would be no problem knocking it down in a heartbeat. Yarkor has to use his ultimate defensively because the Hecate ultimate landed right on top of him.
Well, there's going to be a setup for a weave. Damage seems to be good. Blocking out and stopping the teleport in. Happen goes down, but you are in a dangerous spot. You managed to pick up Globe in the process as well. Look at Saw. I mean, Cage, forward, aggressive. That just seems to be the way the team wants to play. Belly flop, knocks up one, causes a little bit of trouble, but not enough to slow them down. Hardcore might be gone, but everyone on W has been eliminated, and game number 1 after 30 hard-fought minutes, it's going to go to Cowabunga.
And this was not an easy fight for them, and we came into this matchup kind of thinking, how close will this one be? You know, that's a group that really hasn't got to break into what was the former SCC very much, even the SOC time, versus a lot of world champions and world champion caliber players on the side of Cowabunga, the team that has really not looked like they've struggled throughout any courses of their time in these alpha tournaments. But we have finally found a team that is able to stand up to Cowabunga in a grand finals match. And I think that their previous matchup with Cowabunga and the team, but with 5Ms, was also a really close one here. So we're starting to see the competition catch up to these guys. And I think that's probably starting to weigh a little bit on the team, going, well, maybe we don't just get a run for free through these tournaments anymore. Now we're going to have to start putting a little bit of effort and really start thinking about our team fights, start thinking about our initiations. Paul has a ton of damage going into these late stages of the game with this 7-slot build. Yarkor struggled a bit throughout the early and mid game, to say the very least. And even in the late game was kind of just getting bullied by Valo and by some of these frontliners as well. Bacchus is such a great god to really disrupt the backline, because he's just going to build tanky, so you're not going to do a lot of damage to him. But because he's building tanky, the bonus damage from the chug auto that you get and the prot scaling that you're going to get from the belly flop just give him so much damage to threaten the backliners that it's almost putting them within range for Valo to just come through for those clean sweeps like we saw in a lot of instances like that. So I like what we saw from W. I think that they had what it took to end that game. They just made a little bit too haphazard of a call to try and jump in and end the game in the 3v, what was at the time the 3v1, without keeping check on where Panatom was. Because Panatom spawned in and immediately goes stealth behind them, gets past all three, kills the mage immediately by taking Hecate out, and then was able to get one more before he goes down. You can't be making a mistake like that when you're that late into the game, because Panatom is already 5 items deep in his build. And I believe, to me, that was the turning point for Cowabunga, was getting that base defense, getting a couple of kills, and really kind of shaking up what W thought might have been a secure win for themselves.
And really, you know, something that you had touched on in that is the fact that for Cowabunga, it's not as easy as it was the last few times, and that was shown in this game. That was shown the game before this. I'm pretty sure it's going to be shown in game 2 as well, and potentially even a game 3 after that. This is not even a full week of 24/7 access, so I cannot wait to see what the Foundry series has in store. But we're not there yet. We still got to finish this again 24/7 in a Conquest tournament that is going on right now. That's game 1 of the finals. We've got 2 and at least 3, or potentially 3, I should say, on the way. So we can see how it all shakes out right after this quick break.
Just wah, 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 wah. Oh, baby, say it and make it a daily brighter day. I like it, I go la, 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 la. I like it, I just wah, 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 wah. Oh, baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah. 뒤투얼 한 개 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날 그 그랬었길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날 언어의 문자 사탕 같은 말 숨길 수 없는 payday 고소한 coffee yes could go on and on collect them all I don't care what they say I like it I go la 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 I like it I just wah 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 oh baby say it and make it a daily brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just wah 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 oh baby it's alright to be right goes on and on yeah 사라질까 두려워 fight for it to make it stay just fine yeah yeah I like it I go la 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 I like it I just wah 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 oh baby say it and make it a daily brighter day I like it I go la 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 I like it I just wah 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 oh baby it's alright to be right goes on and on yeah
Welcome back, everyone, as we get geared up for game number 2 here of the finals on this beautiful, well, I say beautiful Sunday, but I've been hearing like tons of thunder outside personally,
yeah,
so
you
hopefully
too,
it's
huh?
beautiful where you are. But at least for me, I'm assuming that window behind me is probably going to be filled with rain or just maybe dark clouds, who knows. But weather aside, beautiful gameplay nonetheless. And J-Mac, man, I don't know. That last game was just such a blast to watch. And it gave us something that I think we hadn't maybe expected a little bit of, right? I feel like Cowabunga has this air about them right now that even though we've seen it tested prior to this, it was kind of this like, okay, we need the vibe check of anybody who's facing them every single time because they won all the other tournaments. So who's gonna stop them? And they didn't necessarily stop them yet, but man, was that one close.
I think that one was a lot closer than anyone was maybe thinking. If you look at the rosters, if you look at maybe the compositions, this one really kind of felt like it skewed a bit more towards Cowabunga, especially just given their record and given the tenure of these players in Smite 1's era, and even given the tenure of what they've done in these first 2 Smite tournaments during the Alpha weekends. But I think that it also came down to a little bit of build on the side of Cowabunga. While again, I talked about, loved, and praised the creativeness that Cersei's Hexstone can provide to a team. I felt that those were maybe 2 of the worst gods to try and utilize that with, because most of the time it was just being used as a second form of blink for like Ares or for the Odin, which as long as there wasn't a Ymir wall was easy peasy. You use it, quick dash, get out of problem. But a lot of it was used defensively. I think I only saw maybe 1 Cersei's get used offensively by Aurora, and it wasn't even in the middle of a fight. It was just used to close the gap a little bit more to try and get to the actual team fight. So I think if you're going to go with the Cersei's, you have to be mindful of which god you use it and how you're going to utilize that in a fight.
Well, one thing some items, the only way to get to items is gods there. That kind of works, right? Yeah, let's jump into picks and bans. That's what matters. And that's where we're going. Game number 2 between these 2 teams. And immediately, J-Mac, the thing that stands out to me, we'd kind of talked about it, but like Loki, who has been banned heavily, wasn't banned. Bacchus as well, who's been heavily, was not banned. So that means that we're technically in a world where there's potential to pick up and grab either of those. Fenrir being banned out first and foremost, and Cowabunga now being first pick, gives a pretty big shift to that dynamic. And a Bacchus first pick, we've seen a couple people on Cowabunga. I think SMITE, if you check the time, is going on like hour 24, 25, whatever of a stream right now.
This man again.
Yeah, after doing, I think, 25-hour stream on Tuesday. more dedication to not sleeping than I think I could ever show, because I yawn once and it's hard to not go dive into a bed. But those changes, and now with Bacchus banned, means that it's going to be even more of a change. It could mean a lot for Cowabunga in terms of what their draft looks like.
Yeah, I didn't even take that into consideration.
Susano.
Like, we started the broadcast, maybe not like to each other. Maybe it's just like, before we actually even started up, just kind of talking amongst the group, going like, oh yeah, SOT's like on like hour 17 of his stream. And I just like re-dawned on me when you said it that, yeah, SOT has been streaming for almost 24 hours by this point. The fact that this guy's even able to still make like, what's the worst, concise thoughts at this point and still be able to hit buttons properly or anything
sentence.
like that. I can't believe this guy can do anything 24 hours deep and is still being able to find success in his lane, being able to find success in his games at this point. So a testament to Cowabunga's solo laner for being able to keep going at this rate. But seeing the Fenrir band out, the box on the opposite side, I think it's a smart move by W to take this Loki away from Panatom. He's been doing great things on this god. We had the 3v1 base defense that Panatom was able to pull off a little bit earlier. So making sure to pull that one away, but at the same time, it's because Panatom already went with the Susano, which was a crucial pick and really a namesake for him in the previous title. Now here in Smite 2, it seems to fit the bill just as well for him.
Well, we see, like you'd mentioned, the Susano, Loki, Soul. And I gotta say, Tekvir's Soul was maybe it was a lion's share, it feels like, although it was very much a group effort. There was a lot of damage coming from the Soul. And of course, that was created space by the supports, things like that. There was a lot going on around the Soul to allow that to happen, but auto damage, crit, etc., from Tekvir on Soul was just hammering through Cowabunga. So I'm excited to see what that's going to bring back to the table. And well, if they're going to be able to deal with it a little bit more. I feel like the Jingwei, and you had kind of mentioned this, if you looked at Cowabunga's draft in game 1, it would excel the longer the game went on, although we definitely saw it still stumble. W needed to find a lot of early game presence, and I feel like the Jingwei kind of struggled against the Soul in the early game.
Yeah, Jingwei is still just one of those gods that really struggles throughout the early stages of the game, where Soul kind of just hits the ground running. It's kind of been her namesake for such a long time throughout the franchise. Has been, as soon as I get like one item online, maybe not even necessarily one item, I can just kind of keep running. I can just hold the W key, hold my left click, and be able to kind of coast through this early game. Especially now that Soul is able to build crit, she becomes even more oppressive than she already was. Where before it was just, okay, my in-hands are just doing a stupid amount of damage because I'm a mage and I'm able to get that. Now in this era where she can build these crit items, these strength-based items, it allows her to really be able to be even more oppressive there. So W has a really strong top 4 right now. This Ymir taking it back into Happen's hands and then getting this Neath away from Paul, I think is a really smart call. The problem is they've left Hecate open, and I imagine that if Paul is just going to do Paul things, he's going to go right back to that pick, and we're going to be able to see this mage kind of flourish back in the mid lane once more. So I would love to see how W adapts to playing around Paul, because I think that really has been kind of the thing that's held this team together, has been Paul's performance in mid lane. Sure, he died a couple of times last game, but those times where he died was where W was able to really start making the plays. You get Paul out of the fight early, whether that be sending him back to base or actually getting the actual knockout on him, has made team fights go so much better for W. So I think that these are some great gods to be able to bully Paul, because Hecate's not really going to be able to escape a Neath ultimate. That's dealing physical damage. His shield's not going to do anything for him. And fighting into a Loki, that shield, again, is not going to do anything for him. So if you can double dip Neath plus Loki into Paul, you should be able to kill him more often, more frequently, and make these team fights go a little bit better for W.
And so far, we're trying to figure out where they're going to go. Ymir gets locked in again, right? Ymir, pretty solid performance. In fact, the Ymir Soul, I'm pretty happy to see returning and picking up the Loki, the Neath. Maybe doubly so just to strip it away from Cowabunga, but also for the strength that it can provide for your own team. Feels really solid. The Neath we've seen, you know, when you talk about global presence, we haven't had as much, I think, overall in Smite 2, but Neath's ult has to be discussed in that, hey, I can just shoot you from anywhere as long as I've got vision. And with the damage numbers that we're seeing out of a Neath as the games go on, you know, after pretty much item 4, right? I mean, we've been seeing, you know, picking up the book, a Transcendence, Cosmic Horror, and usually by then you're pretty solid, but then you also see Rada Tahuti, at least that's what Paul was building last time. And by the time you've hit that, you're essentially just launching a bomb at somebody every time you pull the trigger on your ult. So we'll see. You know, again, I think partially what build
Of all
W
the
go for on
realms we
this,
could
but also
visit,
how
must
they
it
want
be
to
the
play
mortal one?
this Neath all around, whether
I'll
they're going to
protect it
lean more into like
nonetheless.
our ability nuke, or if they're going to go for auto attack or what have you. Ares, Hecate locked in, and you had kind of already mentioned it. While there is some fight back potential, and the Ares definitely can help shut some things down once he's rotated in, there's a lot of opportunity to try and collapse in and cause trouble for this Hecate.
Yeah, the Hecate, again, the shield only blocking magical damage will be good against the Soul, will be nice against the Hades when it comes to that point, and even the Ymir should happen to be able to get some good damage into the backline. But it's primarily just going to be, how do you keep Paul alive when dealing with a World Weaver ultimate from the Neath and a Loki diving and lurking through the jungle at any given opportunity to collapse on that one. Paul is going to have to be really careful and really mindful of his use with Open the Gate as a defensive tool throughout these early and maybe even sometimes during the late stages of the game. If he knows that he's about to be ulted by Loki because he sees a Neath ultimate coming, he can fire that Open the Gate right behind him, wait for that Loki to land on him, and then as soon as that stun wears off, just portal himself out, no big deal. Or if he's predicting the Loki to get in there, fire it just at what he might think is the last second to try and get that teleport and send the Loki away from him after the stun has already gone through. But it's a very weird and finicky timing with that one, but I trust Paul to be able to make plays like that. He's already shown what he can do on this god before. The Hades getting thrown into the mix is an interesting one, because Hades in like his launch tournament week, he was insane. Like, this was the best god by a mile with how much damage that Hades was able to do and stay relatively tanky. Now, not as much for the Hades, he still has a lot of damage. He has an insane amount of chase potential. If you have something like a Staff of Mirrodin, you can get yourself a double dash and then ult and dash again to really be able to close gap. Throw in a blink if you want to get a fourth extension of range, though not really necessary in that case. But what Hades provides for the team is a solid source of additional magic damage, where Soul is going to be doing the in-hand magic damage. Hades is going to be providing the ability magic damage. And most importantly, sustain is the kind of the biggest thing. The problem is he's fighting into an Odin, which Odin kind of just says no to sustain.
Well, we'll have to see again whether or not that is going to work out well for him. Or, I mean, if they're going to drag this one through the mud all the way to the distance. It's up to W right now to try and get us into a game 3. The question is, how will Cowabunga answer? And, well, J-Mac, I've seen this before, but usually I'm on one of the gods when we've been doing it. Hiding in the stealth grass in the jungle, knowing that the other team only has, well, at least that we know, one ward available to it. And waiting for one person to make the grave mistake of daring to wander in the jungle. But they're not going to fall for it, at least not yet, Paul. Still hanging out, but the rest of Cowabunga will scatter to the wind. So up front, I see a lot of health on the board for a lot of these teams, and makes sense given the damage numbers we've been dealing with. Did you kind of, I don't know if maybe it's just me, maybe I have a bloodlust, but did you also hope a little bit that somebody would make the mistake and trigger the trap?
Look, you always kind of hope for it, especially like
there's always something, right?
At the end of Smite 1's lifetime, we never really got to see invades because Invader's Curse was a thing. You might see a cheeky attempt at like taking a purple buff, but like you're really risking your life to try and do something like that. Smite 2, the world is your oyster. You can just go absolutely wild with it if you really want to. And so you kind of just hope to see somebody might step forward. But after a long day of competitive play, these players kind of understand and know exactly what's happening. They know who's going to be standing where, trying to go for invades. Aurora able to steal purple buff. Might lose his life for this? No, not enough chase back. It was a speed secure on the side of Cowabunga, while Aurora goes for the steal on the opposite end. And pretty much the same. The only difference is that W sent both players to do the enemy purple and their own speed, while it was just Aurora doing purple on their side. So a little bit of extra XP towards Yark and Aurora for not splitting as much.
That, like you said, maybe can open up a little bit. Happened just now hitting level 2, Tagveer hitting level 2. And so for right now, maybe it's not the biggest deal, right? You know, well, level 3 over level 2 is still pretty helpful, right? Things like that as they continue. It's at level 5 that's going to make the bigger difference. But I'm also watching this carefully. Susano shows up in mid. Good damage. Good chase down, but no pullback. And Paul's going to focus the wave a little bit more. But that kind of poke, you had mentioned, the Neath, the Loki, you lock them down, you sit down on this Hecate, and maybe you cause a lot of trouble. Susano needs to be just as prevalent, I think, in this mid lane. And we've seen in the past, Phantom on this Susano in Smite 2, he can get a lot done with very little effort. And in fact, we might get to see it here. Pull back. There's the tornado and the teleport. And that's what he needs. Takes a tower shot for his troubles, but it's still an early first blood over the way to Cowabunga. Now it might be answered, though. Diving the tower, Valo finds a kill of their own on the left-hand side.
Valo was kind of the saving grace of W throughout the early game on the Thanatos in game number 1, keeping his team going, keeping the gold lead pretty close to themselves. So I like the answer back immediately from Valo on the opposite side. But the thing about Susano in this day and age is that he creates the ultimate game of chicken, really. It's who is going to use their mobility first whenever that jet stream is connected onto a god. Are you going to backflip before I teleport in, or are you going to sit there and hold your backflip and then I get to teleport in? Or do you just wait it out the entire way and then you don't get to teleport at all with that jet stream third ability? So seeing him use it on the Hades over in the right side of the map, Hades already using his dash to escape, means that now he just gets a jet stream for free under the tower. And it's just a matter of waiting for that first ability cooldown to come online. That way you can actually utilize that damage. This is the downside of what you're seeing from Paul, and what we were hammering on momentarily was how much damage that it can still be done even with that shield. Phantom not going to give up his efforts on the right side. Another kill over in the solo lane, keeping SOT far ahead, and maybe a nice little gank here against the Ymir, who is a little too early to this purple.
The wall does a little bit to deter things. It might be enough, actually. Wow, for Happen to stay alive. And honestly, should be very thankful that that is, in fact, the case. Falls back and gets a nice little reset. But J-Mac, again, this is where things can get a little more dangerous if they spiral. You can see invades happening over here. Karmic going to go for the fight. But Karmic not winning that one. Panatom, maybe unnecessarily, but throws out the ult nonetheless. They get the buff and they get the kill. Now up 3-1. That's the kind of pressure that you don't want to fall, you know, and be susceptible to. You don't want this to be this kind of repeat, hey, they keep getting a pick, they keep getting a pick, they keep getting a pick. Especially when all 3 kills so far are on the jungle. That's great for Panatom.
It is good for Panatom, but he is going to start hitting that point. Hold that thought. Started with a Gold Fury for W. Got to be careful with the Loki. You don't want to take too much damage. Sundering Arc, and while not doing as much damage as it would at that level 10 point to redo the 1,000 to the objective, still does enough to be able to start getting these early rushes. So nice little response from W. You put a lot of pressure in solo, and it's just the name of the game. You send the team over to the left side and grab the objective there. But as I was going to say, the more effort that Panatom puts to shutting down this Hades, while he is getting kills, yes, while he is keeping XP up and allowing SOT to farm ahead, there's going to come a point where ganking a Hades is not going to be nearly as valuable as maybe ganking this mid lane needs, or trying to get some pressure over in the dual lane. So at this point, I think Panatom has done enough damage in solo to where Sot's probably never going to worry about anything that comes to his way. And it's going to make sure that Karmic is really going to suffer this early, since he doesn't go for protections. Instead, he's going for an offensive style of play in his build. So I think for Panatom, now just put your efforts towards another lane.
Well, there's that is the worst feeling in the world, by the way, when you go for the ult. They just walk out of it. Panatom, though, saved by the Hecate. He throws the ult, goes a little wide so he doesn't get the damage. Wall good, brings Paul back in. They don't seem to have the damage, and there is going to be some immunity thrown out by the Hecate. And Aegis buying its weight in gold, which I guess it's kind of free, so maybe that doesn't work out as well, but making sure that it is, in fact, worthwhile for Paul. And he stays alive to see another day.
And Paul gets to hold on. Does use the Aegis, though. Maybe a bit late during the fight. Could have held on to it a little, or could have used it a little bit earlier so he didn't take as much damage, or could have just held on to it for the next fight. But with that relic on cooldown, what are the shorter of the active cooldowns? I believe Sundering Arc is the lowest cooldown at 110 seconds, but Aegis comes pretty closely after that, along with Phantom Shell. It's really that Sundering Arc and the Blink that, or sorry, it's really the Purification Beads and the Combat Blink that have those very long active cooldown timers. So for Paul, just gonna have to play a little bit more carefully in the mid lane, but with Panatom sticking around constantly and kind of just bouncing between these lanes, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Paul start to get aggressive once he knows that his jungler's nearby.
Watching the farm game, and specifically trying to keep an eye on levels, right? Because that's what we were looking a little bit at earlier. And watching, more than anything, really the supports right now, who it seems to be struggling a little bit for Happen. Meanwhile, flourishing, I would say, for the Ares. Might even be getting aggressive. There's a pullback. Tank here needs to be careful. CC immune is good, but you're not death immune. You get one kill over here, you get another kill on right. Valo trades that out to make sure that it's not just this absolute stop for Cowabunga. Takes out Sot. But realistically, J-Mac, I mean, that went about as well as you could have wanted, plus getting a solo or maybe even a 1v2 kill on the other side. Happen now locked up. That wall blocks the damage for a little bit, forces them to tank the tower. But Roar walks out alive, and the rest get another kill. 7-2. And Cowabunga, they're starting to open up the door. And maybe even open up the floodgates.
Cowabunga make a nice play to get that kill on Happen. I was a little curious as to what Aurora was doing, just leisurely strolling into the tier 1 tower, but had a couple of friends backed up with him, and knowing that the ultimate was down from Happen, used it to immune the Ares ultimate that Aurora had thrown out just prior. For a nice little dive. Sundering Arc used by Sot to try and deal with Valo. Sot can literally just keep chasing forever. Doesn't have to worry about how far and how deep into the jungle Valo tries to go. I don't think Valo can even safely go for one of these Harpies. It's just going to have to be right back to the base to make sure he doesn't get ganked by Panatom or Sot again.
Which means, and as every good jungler would, free harpies, right? Like, you get to walk forward, you get to steal whatever you want. And now, well, actually, with a little bit of a fight here, you get a good knock up. Maybe you could have had a little more follow-up, but that's going to be a clean disengage. J-Mac, Panatom's just hunting in the jungle. He is not... I mean, he's farming. I got to give him credit. He's up a level right now, but he is literally just wandering the jungle looking for fights, and he finds one there. You've got a really, really low happen, and Panatom goes for the risk, doesn't charge it up, so doesn't have the damage, and that's not a kill. Karmic teleports over. Sot just behind, now goes in for the Hades. You're getting a lot of damage. There's going to be he gets in the teleport using the ult. Well played by Paul, and well played by Cowabunga. 9-2, and now 2,000 gold. A tier 1 tower over here. And based on their positions on the map, J-Mac, they might want even more than that, looking for another fight, at least looking to zone things out. Maybe start up this Gold Fury. Dare W to come and step up to it.
I mean, it is 2 Sunders to 2. Auror's got to recognize that Happen is behind him. Could go for this steal if they're not careful, but the difference is that Aurora's got a little bit of extra levels up over Happen. I believe that 3 levels equates to around 75 extra damage that Aurora is going to be doing with that Sundering Arc until the next level. And then it's going to be doing a lot more damage until Happen is able to hit that level 10 threshold and get the Sundering Arc up into its real true and final form at that point. But Cowabunga just playing these well. And part of that damage and rotation that we saw from the solo laners does come from the early efforts of Panatom. Put Karmic a little bit behind, so he's losing out on some of that early gold. Now, unfortunately for Karmic, 6 deaths on the Hades, has not really been able to get his damage, his farm at all. So he rotates over, he catches Paul in the ultimate. Paul very patiently plays it, throws the open the gates at his feet, decides to use it to instead go out of the team fight, and there's just not enough damage from the Hades to secure that kill. And plus, because it's a magic damage dealer, Paul can just throw that shield on him and absorb some of that damage that Karmic would have been throwing at him. And then it's just a matter of time before Sot was falling right into the teleport and able to join that team fight immediately after and turn that one back around fully for Cowabunga. Now leading with about 3,000 gold, a Fury apiece for these two teams. We're 1 Fury away from the startup of the Ancient Fury spawns. But we were kind of at this point in the previous game where Cowabunga started with a bit of a lead, didn't really get anything going towards it. It really came down to the team fights, as Aurora used his ultimate to pull 2 sets of CC immunity away from W. I don't imagine this tower is going to be lasting too much longer. Dash in by Karmic, dash out by Panatom.
Damn, actually, you got to be careful here. Never mind, Sot. Jack, for a little bit there, I forgot what world we were living in. Yeah, I forgot. It is, in fact, Cowabunga's world that we live in, at least for this game so far. And after the back and forth of game 1, and admittedly, it's still 10-2. It's not doing justice to how close this game actually could be, but a lot of these fights and a lot of these picks, and unfortunately in moments like that where the dash gets used while the walls are down and there's nowhere for you to run, suddenly we're reminded that Cowabunga is, in fact, a dominant force to be reckoned with. And we're still, like you said, kind of building for the late game. You see things, Genji's coming online, stacks starting to get finished more on Cowabunga, but really both sides, unfortunately for Globe, gonna be a little longer before some of those stacks actually come through. The chains, the burn, the damage, and now the tower, all for Cowabunga. Means that it's gonna be another backfoot for W. And just as a friendly reminder, grand scheme, this is the finals. Cowabunga are up 1-0, and W want a chance to win this whole thing, get their chunk of the prize. They need to win here. And they need to do something about that Anita charm. Unfortunately, there's not much to do. Now healing, and you're feeling good if you're Cowabunga. Get aggressive. Great wall to delay some damage onto the tower. And that might be enough to slow things down. Sot, meanwhile, is just fighting over here and winning, it looks like. But has to play carefully, can't take the tower, can't go for that dive, forces the Hades back, and is looking for a tower while his team has just been out pressuring and winning in mid.
Saw Paul use the open the gates offensively there, actually pulls the Loki back. Valo gets dispositioned because of it, and then has to use Assassinate just to get out. Fight for the Queen. Naga stolen away by a roar through the wall. Yark and Panatom trying to figure out who's going to pick up the Naga Assault buff. So now, even easier to start sieging these towers, these Gold Furies, these Fire Giants once they spawn in by having this buff and getting those little Serpent minions to really help you out. And the thing that people are kind of sleeping on is just how tanky these little Serpents are. Most of the time you just see them there for the extra damage, but if you back up and let the Fury tank, it doesn't tank the Fury, look how many hits it's taking for the Fury to kill. That was almost 5 hits it takes for the Gold Fury to kill a single one of those, and this is earlier in the game. I can't imagine what it's going to do when we start getting to the later stages of the game, and those Nagas are able to tank up maybe 5, 6, 7 shots before they go down. It essentially just gives you free damage on the objectives.
I mean, I learned, I'll be honest, I learned it the hard way the other day. Where I was tanking, I almost died. I swapped to the minion, and I watched it take more hits than I did during it because I admittedly maybe started with a little bit of lower health than I should have. But that's user error, I guess. But realistically, like you said, it's such a big deal to grab. And I'm curious to see especially as the tournament's gone on, the precedent teams have been putting on like how much they're going to focus it down. Karmic right now, though, getting focused down. Oh man, teleport in. And a kill found for Panatom. 12-2, 10 up. And they are in perfect timing on the right side of the map. Fire Giant's going to be coming in soon. Swarming around the FG pit are Cowabunga. And JMac, based on positioning and admittedly numbers, team fights have been going, I don't know if W are going to show face over here. There's a teleport from Ymir.
Valo has the option if you want to sacrifice your life, maybe happen on the Ymir, he can get in there and get the Sunder off in time. They've got to get in quick. They've got to get either through this door or around one of these walls. And I don't think that Happin's going to be allowed to get through the door.
Yeah, Happin's not getting allowed to get through anything right now. Bullied against his own wall. Damage is there. Kill is good. And now, well, you have a respawn to Hades, so Valo's still hanging around. Karmic here. And look at Valo. I love this. Hiding in the stealth. Watching. Waiting. Deliberating. Unfortunately, that deliberation cut short. Now the damage is there. Forced to ult away as the crits ring true. Defense on the left side. Phoenix needs to be what they're holding onto. Panatom goes 1 for 1 in a 1v2, but loses the Phoenix. It helps the team get the Fire Giant. Pretty massive all around. And JMac, it's hard to say. I feel like Cowabunga still come out on top, but really getting that opening Phoenix on the left-hand side, that's massive for W.
Cowabunga definitely win in the objective play there because they get Fire Giant for 4 of their players. Unfortunately, Panatom dies right before that buff is picked up by the team, or right after. I didn't quite catch the full timing on that one. So Fire on 4, great. Panatom, not the most necessary to have it. But I think that was the best case scenario for W. You see Happen tries to get in there, can't even get through the wall of the Fire Giant pit before the door is opened up. He throws down a wall, there's a cage around him, and he's just being ping-ponged between the walls at that point before he goes down. So then you think, okay, well, your next best bet is Valo. Maybe he can jump in, get an assassinator or something like that, and try and steal that one away. Sod makes the conscious decision to go, it's about half HP, it's getting low. Is there somebody hiding around here? Because there's no ward in that stealth grass. Catches him out, sees that, hey, there is somebody here. Scares them away, forces Valo to walk into the pit and then assassinate out. So for the rest of the team of W, with the only 2 people who have the viability to easily steal it, whether you assassinate into a Sunder or if you just have Happen walk in and Sunder it, they did make the best decision to just start split pushing. Go for the left side where nobody else is going to be, and getting a Phoenix is good. Now what it's going to do is it's going to very, very minorly delay how long it takes Cowabunga to go for a push themselves, because now they have to deal with Fire Giant, or the Fire Minions themselves. But it's not going to slow Cowabunga down too much, because now they just know that, okay, well, our priority is going to be that left lane.
Well, they're putting the pressure on All Hardcore Aurora, that is, left lane. Mid seems like it's going to get knocked down pretty easily right now by Panatom. And Sot seems uncontested in right now, with mid tower gone. Wall already used by Happen. Damage choice between the god and the tower. Tower is the choice right now for Cowabunga. we've got the rotation in. Susano taking a little bit of damage in mid. Caught out by the pull from Karmic. The ult is beautiful. Gets the job done, but there's an ult from Hardcore. Comes back with a little bit of extra damage. Lands in all three. Forced to use some immunity, but oh my god, the shots are ringing true. The crits are there. He's turning a lot around. I can't believe he's still alive. He's still shooting. He takes so many down before losing his life, and the team cleans up the rest. My god, it's a deicide.
Great use of the portal supply. Paul helps reposition to keep Hardcore alive as long as possible. Unfortunately, it's just not quite enough. One too many people still standing by in order to defend against that one. It is 3 up for Cowabunga. Only half been left for defense. I don't think you make the mistake of trying to go in and end the game at this point. So right call for Cowabunga to instead grab that Phoenix and just start pushing elsewhere throughout the jungle. Meanwhile, SOT split pushing by himself takes down the right bird. So 2 great Phoenixes now taken down for Cowabunga. Only the mid one still standing, but this is the objective right call now. You've done everything that you can base-wise. The people respawning, you can't really go in. So grab a couple Phoenixes, take the Queen Naga as well, just to make sure that you can kill this one and get those buffs for yourself to keep up the sieges. That Ancient Fury has spawned in. Not that it's going to do too much for Cowabunga. I think more than anything, it would be a preventative measure in keeping W from being able to pick that one up and get any kind of response after. So wouldn't be surprised if we see really even just your core walk over and maybe solo that one himself. Maybe you throw a roar over with the Sunder just to help it go down a little bit faster. But Cowabunga are in a great spot. They got 2 Phoenixes down. I think Panatom just got body blocked by the minion, so he couldn't actually try and go for the kill on a Karmic, but now it might be a turnaround towards Pan. What am I saying? It's a Susano. Why would I ever worry about a Susano being caught out? I'm just gonna stop myself.
Yeah, maybe something. Hey, I'll give you credit. It's easy to forget about how mobile he is sometimes. And then you see it. And it just breaks through. And unfortunately for Valo, it has been very difficult to catch up. Panatop 7-2-3. Aurora's 3-1 and 8. I mean, they have just been all over the board, causing so much havoc, so much dismay to W. And J-Mac Cowabunga 1-0. 19-5. 12,000 gold. Ult Force from Hardcore, who goes and gets a little bit extra damage, lands, and remember what he's able to do last time. Goes for the damage immunity, stays alive a little longer. The team steps up, locks them down. Wall comes up from Ymir to block some damage, but now you've got your shooters back. Not only do you have Hardcore here ready to hit, but Paul has joined the fray, and the damage is just too much. Foregone Globe has to run the other direction just to stay alive, and it is a wide open field for Cowabunga.
Yeah, I remember when Hardcore was almost in danger there for a moment, then he kind of just like pressed the 4 button and stayed in the air forever. That's a lot of the benefit that Jingwei has. I don't know if you really want to box up against the Neath. You've got crit, but Neath has quite a bit of no, never mind. You don't need to worry about that. You got Panatom in the back line there. But at the end of the day, killing a Jingwei has to be almost immediate, because if you give Jingwei any time to delay, that's what Jingwei is best for. It's one of the safest gods that you have in the game, because you get CC immunity, jump into the sky with an ultimate, can run back and then reposition again. Even landing into a stun from the Neath World Weaver isn't necessarily a death sentence for this Jingwei. And now Cowabunga is just trying to end this game.
Well, there's a freeze. That's going to slow things down on a roar. The wall as well. The Titan is the primary target. The question is, will Cowabunga go straight for that, or will they look for some kills? And even if they go straight for the Titan, can they survive the onslaught of damage respawns that came through? Oh God, Paul pulls it too, and it looks so easy. He makes it look so clean, and Valo locked in, uses the ult to get away, but it is a chase. It is a kill they are waiting and wanting to make happen. And it is just a matter of time, it feels like, before Valo maybe goes into demise. As the slow immunity is able to get away, Tegveer cleans up a little bit with some help, and so that creates some difficulties over in the Titan room. They've kept Valo absolutely busy. 10 seconds for happen. Globe's still here for defense. The health bar is relatively low. It looks like Cowabunga have to back off, see this one through to another day. Maybe go for Phoenixes while they have the opportunity and while they respawn weak. He's still chasing?
They have spent so much time chasing this poor Loki. Oh, it's just enough damage after from the spear toss, finally with the bluestone tick on top of it, not able to get the kill that he's been hunting for what felt like a solid 60 plus seconds. At this point, Cowabunga can now just walk up and try and end this game, and they will be your 3-time winners of the Alpha as long as they can close this one out, and they do just that.
Yeah. Sometimes, man, is that clean. 2-0. I guess congratulations, Cowabunga. And J-Mac, maybe can we? How many tournament wins does it take to become a dynasty?
I don't know. Right now,
like it's like almost a dynasty. Like what's one short of a dynasty for Cowabunga?
I'm not sure, man. But at this point, I think Cowabunga has solidified themselves as the best team for North America in SMITE 2. And moving towards the Vegas qualifiers and the road to Vegas, the Founder Series, this is going to be a team that everybody has their eyes on. What strategies are these guys pulling out? Are you guys scrimming against Cowabunga? What kind of stuff are they thinking of doing in their matches? Because I think that that's the team that everybody is really going to be watching as the entire event in just a couple of weeks when that kicks off goes through.
Well, right now, they have won 2-0. And like you said, this is not the first time they have won a full bracket, but I think it's the first time they won one that was this full and this stacked. I mean, they had to go through some hard teams to get here, but they were able to do it. Dashboardian's team, but with 5 M's and W there at the end, giving them all just a run for their money. It was impressive to watch. And J-Mac, if anything, again, less than a week of 24/7 access, we've seen some teams push Cowabunga, who has been undefeated. They've been pushed to the limits, though. And now, before we go to like the Founder Series, as you were talking about, right? That's going to be 2 weeks away. You're going to have a lot more time with the game for a lot of these players. The items, the way people are building, the way they think about the game, how they fight, all of that is going to change over the next 2 weeks. So I'm really excited to see what this team is going to do. And them included, if SOT keeps going on these 24-hour, 25-hour streams, I have no doubts in my mind he's going to know everything about the game forward and backward. But it is Cowabunga today who stand on top, and Cowabunga who rise to the occasion, get to hold up the trophy, of course, earn some money, as well as put on a hell of a show while doing it.
I wonder if they keep that Cowabunga name as they go to the Founder Series, because I did see once SOT put out the announcement, hey, here's my team for going to Vegas. Panatom had quoted him back and said, please, for the love of God, change the name. So I wonder if we see Cowabunga be the standing name for them. But regardless of what name you call the team, champions here are they in the closed Alpha tournament. A big congrats once again to Cowabunga. Another 2-0 in the finals and another undefeated tournament run.
And something that I expect we're going to see them try to make another occurrence for, because the first 2 weeks, remember, of the Founders Series, that stage 1 it's open bracket. It's all going to be point based for what you can do before we start separating teams away from each other. And depending on what Cowabunga does, I mean, I don't know if we'd see them in stage 2B where there's still open bracket stuff, but I feel sorry for any teams that meet them there. If they do, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these teams. Again, you're going to want to make sure that you're tuning in 2 weeks from yesterday for the Founders Series. It's going to be going on over the weekends, pretty much for the foreseeable future, up until we finally have that LAN in Vegas in January. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And hopefully that you will be there with us every step of the way. But for now and for today, it's a congratulations to Cowabunga. It's a thank you for watching from both myself and from J-Mac, as well as the other 2 casters, Malum and, of course, Trelly. From production, from everyone at hi-rez Studios, again, thank you so much for tuning in. And we'll see you when the Founder Series kicks off.
Yeah.